All right, we are back. Golden Tee World Championships at the Palms, Las Vegas. We were just getting warmed up. Day 2. It feels like we've been out here for
A year.
but it is officially day 2. And what a day it's going to be, right? So we're going to crown 2 champions, a mobile champion and an arcade champion. And today, those worlds are going to collide. Kevin, good to see you. Kevin Lindsay,
too.
Adam Kramer.
Thanks
So
for joining us.
yesterday we got to call the qualifiers and then some matches. We're going to work our way through now the mobile bracket, which has produced some surprises along the way as you get the kind of lineup of our day. It's going to be a very long day.
Yes.
Very long day.
But it'll be good. Yesterday we started with winner bracket matches. Now we're kicking off with the loser side. A couple of very interesting matchups. Titans that you wouldn't expect to be in the loser side of the bracket already. But like you said, it's Mobile World Champion probably by 6 or 7 o'clock Pacific time.
Yes.
And then we're rolling right into Arcade Target Rush Last Chance qualifiers. 9 open spots. Knock on wood, that number doesn't change.
Yeah.
That nobody that has made it to Vegas, spends too much time at the pool or something like that, or too many cold beverages.
Yeah, you never know. Vegas, every once in a while, will grab one of us.
Yes.
Now, what's really interesting about this room, just to paint the picture for those who are tuning in today, so you're looking at the stage. We've got the mobile set up here. At some point, we'll turn it over to solely the arcade, but we also have 22 Golden Tee PGA Tour cabinets positioned around the room, and I'm actually pretty surprised that, again, this morning, early on here, these games are going to play. People are ready to go. So as the mobile's going on and everybody kind of waking up, including us, there's some tension building on the arcade side as well as we get right into our first match, Mr. Bond versus Rosta.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. When you have a bracket of 24 of the top talent in Golden Tee Mobile, you're going to see some upsets, and you're going to see some interesting, people in the loser side of the bracket. And Mayfield, our good friend, from what is that?
17, 18, 19?
Yeah, something
20,
like that.
21, 22.
There's too many damn courses to remember as the encyclopedia. But this one on mobile is going to produce a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Those par fours, the drivable par fours
Exactly.
can get a little tricky, even with some of those mobile-friendly setups.
Well, and right away, I think this is an interesting look because you can position yours. You look at Mr. Bond trying to find the right angle, getting some roll in there, and really trying to get that straight shot, right? That straight wind, I should say, because then you're going to set yourself up, hopefully, for a more manageable chip. That would be the goal, at least. And that looks pretty good in terms of positioning right there.
Yeah, and it's smart because you want to take that sand trap out of play as much as possible. Again, I think everybody in this room is going to be throwing sniper shots, except maybe Connor Franta, who is more of an arcade player, but, taking on the challenge of mobile today. Or maybe I'm wrong. He's going to win cut it.
So we've got one of the other iPads getting worked up, it looks like, as we see in one of our other cameras here, and hopefully have the double screen momentarily. In the meantime, though, this is a big shot. You'd love to get out of the gate.
Oh, and just a little bit to the right outside there.
So now is the waiting game, right, for Mr. Bond. Now you have to hope, and I think we saw that yesterday, especially with some of the results, the difference between making those chips, which these guys I think all expect to make,
but
is huge.
We talk about this all the time, but that's how important it is. These guys playing from the comfort of their couch or, their offices at home, whatever the case may be, just like on the arcade side, you come to a tournament, especially the World Championship. And, again, when you're on this stage, it really changes the nerve game.
Yeah, 100%. Now this is, and that wind is just awkward enough, right, to put you on this hole one, like just that slight tick off. And we saw that yesterday, guys just buzzing the hole. All right, this is a big one, too.
And Rosta going for the sniper shot here.
Mr. Bond.
Oh, and he is a little to the left, just like Mr. Bond was to the right.
So
though.
Mr. Bond giving a peek. It's another thing to watch out. I think, watch out in the next, hours ahead is the pace of play. And do you jump ahead? Do you stay behind? We talked about it yesterday. It'll be another factor here as the bracket winds down.
Yeah, and especially early on with it just being 5 after 11 Pacific time, It's early. It's early for even for Vegas. It's early, and for these guys to be playing matches on the stage, it just sets up for a lot of interest here. I love the shot though that these guys had, just getting right under the tree, get past it. Mr. Bond a little bit to the left there, and he is going to have a chip.
Yeah, and look, that's a chip that has just enough elevation that it's going to give you cause for pause, although the chipper should get over there. And we're going to man.
Very, very good shot.
It's just a high-stress shot. We talked about it with some of the putts yesterday, that you don't like putting yourselves in these positions early on because, and interesting, a little pause.
Yeah, I know he was waiting for the bar to open to get himself a cold one.
Okay, good. I thought he was going to phone a friend. He did. Bud Light.
That's
expert bottle toss. Good swig.
I hope he's not tossing the bottle yet, just the cap.
Wiping the hands, and there we go.
Oh,
Meanwhile,
that looks really good.
It's a good line from Rosta.
Now, again, that pin is tucked in the back. We saw that a lot in match play yesterday. Oh, and he just missed it to the left.
That's tough. All right.
Now, again, these are 18-hole contests.
Yeah, you drop a shot early, it's not doom. But now you got to be thinking pretty much until the foreseeable future. And this is a good look here. If you're trying to get one back, left 2, pretty straight wind.
Yeah, using that wind cutter to drop down to 1.5. I like that line.
Hole 3, we saw Rosta come up just short with a pretty good line. And you mentioned the drivable par 4s for Rosta here. This begins that wave of holes for sure throughout. It's a good safe shot.
Oh, I like that line. Oh,
just came crashing down.
Ooh.
Cups have been generous, I'll say.
Yeah.
Through the first 2 days, the cups have been awfully generous.
Now these guys keeping up, pretty good pace. Mentioned it yesterday. With Shrump, you start to get that larger gap, and it can really, really throw off not just like the pace of play, but you can get in your own head if your opponent is 5-6 holes ahead, and potentially cause yourself a couple of strokes.
Well, not only that,
from mistakes.
From a streaming standpoint, right? If you're for early and you're done, you're sitting there and you get to watch. But if you're playing, the spotlight is a little bit different because now it's all eyes on you. There's no right or wrong way to do it. I think it's just a product of what you feel comfortable with. And it seems like at this point, if you're ahead, you're going to slow down yourself a little bit, but there's danger in that too. If you get into a good rhythm, you want to play. That's a good shot.
Yeah, that line was almost perfect if it came back just a couple more yards. Yeah, and so with Mobile World Championship and Arcade this year, working with our good friends at XP Network, I think Mr. Kuhlman's going to throw the link in the chat, using their bracketing system to help move this tournament along, get everybody squared away, and honestly, for mobile, it's really great. It's going to be even better for the arcade side because that is with 96 players and all those matchups, it'll really save a lot of time, and it'll help Steve Sobel keep the noise down.
They're here supporting, which is awesome, and getting a chance to talk to them and what they're trying to do, what they are doing. It lines perfectly what we want to get done, especially in a venue like this. Yeah, we really appreciate the support and the partnership. It's been fun to work with these guys.
And it's the beginning of something I think really special that as these guys are growing the company, we can kind of grow with them when it comes to the tools that we could provide for competitive play.
Now, Mr. Bond here again kind of had a similar look. Back pin, relatively straight wind, not a ton of break on the green. It's always going to dip a little further right than you think, even if it's only a right one.
Oh.
As I say that left 2 didn't dip at all, of course. And that did dip. So what do I know? Play your lines and good luck.
All right, so Rosta, a couple holes ahead here. -10 to -6, but Mr. Bond 6 after 5 holes, going to be looking to get some of those strokes back.
Yeah, this is a good look again at number 6.
Yeah, I love the that sniper shot. Obviously, if you've played Golden Tee Mobile, you should know that shot. If not, you should join the Golden Tee Golf Mobile group on Facebook to really learn it, because it will not only save you strokes, but it will gain you a lot too. And just like that, he almost had it. That's exactly what he wanted to do.
And on the other side, here's your first gut check for Rosta. Had that one putt just barely leak in, and that missed by a lot. So,
yeah.
But that's a long putt. That is, I mean, regardless of player, that is not a high percentage make. That's a tough hole. That's a tough.
I was going to say, we talked about some of these drivable par 4s being tough. That one having to do a massive C3. Even with the Maniac's Powerball, not the distance that he wanted on that. But again, that's a long, long look.
So that's interesting, though, in terms of the match. I think that kind of brings it, centers it a little bit again. A lot of holes to play.
Now, Mr. Bond having a little bit of a different look here going on.
Don't hit that chimney. I've hit it a bunch.
But I do like, if he can hit this shot pretty straight, having that left one with the wind cutter.
Absolutely. Yeah, because it's you can land and back to picking a line. If you can find the right one, it could get, buzz in or past the hole. It's a good, safe shot.
Yeah, take that eagle and keep on walking there into the back 9.
Yeah, Mr. Bond didn't like that. That was a push.
And you see a 22-foot putt and you're thinking, okay, no big deal. And that is the case 90% of the time, 95. But again, you're playing on iPads, you're playing on the stage. It's early in the day. All eyes are on you. So
in some respects, it's high-stress moments, but they also, like, if you can get through those, especially this early in the day, it helps you, right? It kind of loosens you up. Like when you play in a tournament, regardless of device or platform, those first tester putts of the day always were, when they go in, you feel like you can take a breath finally. At least that was my take. That's a good shot there. But it puts yourself in a. Hopefully, you're ready to pass the test.
Now, Mr. Bond opting for the fairway shot.
Yeah.
A number 8 here.
Yeah, layups are not really layups, right?
No, not for these guys.
No, I mean, it's strategic and a lot of green to work with. Upslope. So, in theory, it should slow down. Easy for me to say. But without the sniper, this is it can be coming in hot.
Rosta having a very interesting look on hole 11 mile an hour wind blowing to the right where you don't have a big gap between those trees to get through. And
Mr. Bond was short
as I say that, and he is 3 feet away.
That was a really good shot.
That was beautiful.
Mr. Bond was short, and so it kicked right. That does not surprise me, because I think that shot without sniper, very easy to go a little bit long. As we navigate now, almost done completely with the front 9. Over that glorious baseball field. I feel like the standard wind for this entire round has been 5 to 7 miles an hour, pointed outwind at a slight angle.
Yeah, and then an occasional 11 mile an hour wind to the right.
Yeah.
I think, for Rosta, you're going to see, I know you're going to see a great shot, but that left 6, this is one of those, you're hitting it out of the rough, and, you use it to your advantage.
Yeah, the question is not pushing it too far or letting it push too far to the right. You want to break, this is really end up below the hole, and you're happy with that.
And he's
just short. That is exactly it. I mean, that you give it a run. That was a great shot.
And Mr. Bond here on hole 10, the par 3, clubbing that sucker up for the 1-iron with the sniper.
This is the level of this game, and we'll hear from Chad Schrump here in a little bit, who can break this down in such a way that make this seem normal, right?
He breaks it down in a way that if the people on the casino floor heard him talking math, they might be taking him to the back room.
yeah,
God damn. And that's what's tough is like in a normal match, if you're playing with your buddy or you're playing in the league or whatever, it's one thing. You know, those GSPs mean something, but here on the world stage, they really don't. Another par 4. I mean, I forget how many drivable par 4s there are on Mayfield.
Did you guys call any sudden death matches yesterday? We did not.
No, I don't believe we did.
Which is interesting. They're coming, one would think. But right now, so there's that 11-mile-an-hour wind you were speaking about. About a 3-hole, pretty much exactly a 3-hole gap between the two.
And these par 3s, it's funny. They're either setting up really, really easy or a bit tricky. You know, that almost tucked to the bottom right pin, 13-mile-an-hour wind. You know, you see these guys kind of pulling back, touching the screen to reset because they don't feel good about that line.
That's a feel-good putt, right? Not just that you made it, but you're dead center. This is a high-stress shot over here and executed perfectly. Maybe high stress for me.
And it's funny, though, because you see these guys, they expect to play a certain way because that's how they normally play. And when they don't hit a shot that it doesn't drop in the cup, they're angry. They're like, oh, I need these strokes. Like any strokes you can get advantage in a match play is just going to help kind of seal the deal for you.
So Rosta. Goodbye trees, bushes.
Johnny Mobile, he did that.
Hello. Now, this is an interesting shot because in terms of balls, in terms of club, there's a lot of different ways you can go. Rosta, we've seen the last couple of holes get some comfort with these low, really coming in hot, right? And this is, you got a back pin.
Oh, he had the
that
Mr.
hole's
Bond
giving us
had
some suspense.
Lovely line, just too far.
This is a good-looking line here. Oh, just short, low side.
And I feel like that's been the theme for both of these guys, just
that
a little
javelin,
short.
Gives you just enough stop. And for a shot like that where you really want it to extend but not overextend, it's more safe than anything else.
Well, and again, the last thing you want to do is push that shot too far and end up with a chip that could make or break the round. I think we're going to need to put some tee boxes in the trees on 16 here for Mobile. It's too friendly.
This is quite friendly.
Now,
it's a very nice shot.
Nice thing is that you will not get an unplayable either.
It's very playable.
Oh,
that's
okay.
all right.
That did not look like the brakes were being applied by the conductor.
I had the same thought. And if that thing goes about 2 feet more, those chips, I saw this yesterday too, right? With anything with low loft, with a chipper, a 1-iron, whatever these guys want to, come at it with, they're experts at. But a flop wedge or a lob wedge, where you have to get up and over, it's hard. It's kind of like more traditional Golden Tee arcade style. It becomes a bit of a feel shot, and you don't have the same balls, like in terms of spin, roll, you know what I mean? You've got a lot of tools, but it's very, very different. That was a shot collectively yesterday across the board we saw guys struggle with. Oh, but again, when you could take all the variables out like that,
yeah, especially with
these guys are marksmen. Like, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, when you have a right 11 on a short par 3, especially rolling up to hole 18, that is not easy, and these guys make it look just like that.
All right, so hole 18, we are at 26.
Oh, come on.
And look at that.
He is probably going to need another beer because he has been so damn close on these par 3s. Just cannot get anything to drop in.
So in terms of, now, okay, Ross is taking his time. Is, 3 holes up still. And he is up a stroke in terms of playing to Golden Tee par over the next 3 holes. However, this is a huge shot coming up here.
Down.
Is that enough? Yeah.
And that's tough because you've got a down 9, 12-mile-an-hour wind blown to the left. You don't want to ruin that on hole 18.
Oh, that's a big putt.
That was a very interesting camera angle.
It was. Little head nod from there, so that's huge. So basically, holding serve, right?
28 under
28
on
under.
Mayfield.
So, and again, this is the elimination bracket. So the stakes are incredibly high. Double elimination bracket. So somebody is going home. And now, okay, so this is an interesting mentality. You would assume that Mr. Bond knows what's going on here, right?
Yeah.
You would assume. So here, you've got a couple opportunities. I don't think 18 is a great opportunity for, any shot, any time, I guess. But
No, especially not with that top
I guess
pin.
really it's, the whole idea of getting aggressive in mobile. These guys are so aggressive on every shot. It really doesn't necessarily change all that much than it would in an arcade where you're going to apply spin or really try to slam home a shot.
Yeah, and with this one, with 16, I like him, pushing that tee all the way to the right because you're going to use that. 3 mile an hour wind's not going to do much, but that up 9 will push it just a little left. Again,
It's
another
very, very similar shot that we saw to Rosta, which is a really good shot.
beautiful shot. It's just
got it up to the hole.
He knows he's at a point now where if he doesn't grab this.
Now this is, compared to the 18, this is, where you think if you're going to make a move. Now the the pin is just on the green. To me, if I'm sighting this up, it's not the most comfortable look, but the wind is there. And if you just land it on the hole like these guys do, the break's not going to really matter.
No, he's hoping for that just right at the cup. Oh, he's got it!
Wow, that was so loud.
Sorry, it's early. Everyone's
So loud.
awake
I think
now.
you scared the shit out of everyone, including me. I think the security is going to come in here wondering what the hell just happened.
Hey, at least Andy got a good soundbite if his ears aren't bleeding.
Andy is currently on the floor in the fetal position. Now it changes. That is an unbelievable shot. My ears are still
I
recovering.
think I need a Bloody Mary.
I think I peed my pants. Now, no, the breath. We talked about overtime. We got a little ways to get there.
Oh. I loved that he went with the wind
Wow.
cutter there because I had a really good run at it.
Wow. All right, that is fireworks. I'm awake. You're awake.
Yeah. I'm not even going to look at the comments on the internet because
Oh, it's good. You said it with such conviction. I think the rest of the room, however, everybody's in their moment here. There's going to be more of it. Look, we got Chris Longino on the call. Talk about the man.
Yeah,
that
that's
can
true.
pop. Me, I'm the Jim Nance of the group.
very precise and calm, cool, and collective.
He's done it.
And so these guys with sudden death going to play the back 9 of Mayfield.
Sudden death in mobile is a treat. Sudden death in any form of Golden Tee is a treat. But in mobile, it is, gain a stroke, lose a stroke, right? That is the theme of sudden death. And let's see how long we last. With all the various options to chip. And right away, we have fireworks. So both of these guys lining up their shot. Who will go first is the question. Are we going to get dual? Oh, absolutely love the split screen here. Mr. Bond is first. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. Oh, that close. As you can watch the replay here. Oh, just short. And Ross is off to the right. So, no blood, but that far from this match nearly being over. All right, onwards we go, hole 11. Another outwit here. And again, if you're just joining us, we're at the Palms in Las Vegas. Golden Tee World Championship. We're starting with our mobile group here in match play. The last chance qualifier for the arcade will be tonight at 7 local time. If you are in the area, come hang out. Win a spot in the World Championship. You hear the games getting played in the back. We got mobile business to tend to as Mr. Bond is off first. That's a makeable putt, but maybe a little bit more on it than he want. Rosta is off as well. There we go.
Just checking things. I wanted to see, you said you're Jim Nance. I wanted to see how you do by yourself for a minute or two.
It's peaceful. No offense. No offense.
Yeah, it's all right.
I didn't mean it to sound like it.
It's like that. It's like the podcast when you said.
I can just hear it talk.
I can go.
Is everything good though?
Yeah, no. What my Restream mobile app was showing me was different than what was actually live on Facebook.
You're just hearing what everyone said about your.
Yeah, no. I just had
a
little freak out, but everything was good.
All right, so I don't know if you did see, because you did have a step away, but hole one, Mr. Bond was about a foot short of a hole-in-one that would have ended the match. It was a really good shot.
Oh! You see the look on his face. I love these guys' facial
expressions. Now you got to wait. I mean, this is the agony. He knows exactly how makeable that was. Just short.
Now I'm reading the comments. And Chris Anthony said, "Rip RIP headphone user. Surprised the bartender at the airport didn't look at me." Oh, that was.
Oh no!
He needs the brakes on that one.
Goodness.
Holy shit, that was.
Whew.
And this is not. I mean, the setup in the first 18 was good for this hole. The setup is a little tougher.
This is a high stress shot. Now, Ross almost feels you got to feel like you're. Oh, wow, and this next hole, too. My goodness. All right, so this feels like a moment here.
And sniping
the next couple of
into
holes.
that hole. Oh.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was it. So, the agony of this game. Now, I do want to go back, though, and talk about that hole-in-one that sent us here.
Oh, wow. Rosta with the hole-in-one.
So there you go.
Oh.
These guys will shake hands. Again, what a match. What a match. First match of our day in terms of calling it. Mr. Bond gets the ace on 17 of Mayfield to force extra holes. Can't convert. That shot on that par 4 was brilliant. Brilliant. I didn't think you see it live and you're wondering, okay, how we can execute this? But that was a really, really good shot. So, oh my God.
Yeah, and then to follow it up, even though the match was already over, he
hole-in-one. Just for.
Well, and again, this is the difference between arcade and mobiles. Arcade, you're literally watching your opponent hit on the same machine versus on mobile, you're on two different devices. So I don't think Rosta even realized it at first.
Yeah.
And then I was not questioning it, but, sniper into a bottom pin with a 10-mile-an-hour wind on that par 3, and he just right in.
Yeah, so Mr. Bond is out, I believe, in terms of what we're going to be doing here is we're going through the loser side of the bracket. I never like calling it the loser side. I always feel bad. It's the elimination side because every match that you're going to see, at least for the next few, somebody's going home. On the winner side of the bracket, which we worked through 3 rounds yesterday,
yep.
Those guys got a bit of a wait here now, right? Because that's just the nature of the beast.
Yeah, and those guys are probably sitting around here somewhere just warming up, keeping warm just like, Andy Haas and those guys on the arcade side do, because you want to keep that rhythm going. Yes, you're happy to be on the winner's side, but you don't want to get too restless. And now, speaking of, Titans in the elimination bracket, or as Adam calls it, the loser's bracket.
First off, I don't like the name. Okay.
No, I'm just jagging you because you've been jagging me here and there unintentionally.
But that is what the side is. You've got to win. And this match right here, you talk about monster matchmaking.
Whammy versus Mark. There's not a lot that we need to say that these graphics for these players in a few moments here aren't going to say. Tony Johnson You know, if you have heard that name before, it's because he's been a mainstay on the arcade side of Golden Tee for many years. Good friend to the community. Whammy, 31 under is his best score.
Can we talk his Jersey game? We were enjoying that before. Absolutely outstanding. The Anthony Edwards. I mean, that is, and for Tony too. Like the loser side of the bracket is a grind, right? And this is a guy. Well, both these guys really can embrace the grind, to be quite honest. Because on the other side here, you know, another elite player.
I'm sorry, did that just say 48 under best round?
What I have to ask is that how? Like how?
If I had to guess, it's probably you know, there might be a few mulligans in there.
829 million GSPs.
No biggie.
9,500 holes in one. Also love these player cards. Love it.
Yeah, appreciate Richard King,
Absolutely
who is
love it. Outstanding.
Who is moving around a lot better than he was able to at last year's World Championship.
It's phenomenal. Awesome addition to this year.
Always happy to have his support, not just with the photos and videos, but you know, on the tech side too.
That's a great.
Larry Foster just chilling there.
Jug. Yeah. That's great.
Now the thing with Tony too is Tony, as far as I'm aware, was going through the Eddie Godfrey School of Target Rush last night, getting prepared to play and try to earn his qualifying spot.
Tony has serious arcade game. I mean, I don't know what his game is now, but I know there was a moment in time when that guy was competing for tournaments and an exceptional player. But right now, it looks like we are running it back on the old Mayfield. We got ourselves like a different time of day. A little haze on the right here.
Yeah, it is a very interesting look for Mayfield. Again, hole one, that's a long distance there, but a good opportunity for these guys to kind of snipe in. And, you know, here's the thing. Tony, two-time world champ, last year's world champ. You know, hard to see him here in the
fight
losers
for his
bracket.
life already. I mean, yeah.
I mean same with Mark as well. But, you know, when you have the reigning defending undisputed world champ.
Now, it's interesting on this hole in terms of ball selection as Mark pushes it just a little left. You know, you've got that area behind the bunker. And for these guys, I think that makes all the difference. That's why you can use the javelin. It's Mark taking a little peek. Just to know. I absolutely take a peek. Well, you got to see where you stand, especially a guy like Tony.
Yeah.
Are you chasing or not? This is pretty deliberate for Tony in terms of him time played. Oh, wow.
Yeah, and Mark's playing style is very interesting. You see he's kind of sit back, almost hopefully does not kick back because he will fall off the stage, but he's very relaxed. You would not be able to tell that, you know, he's not just playing a casual round at home.
I did talk to Tony yesterday about, you know, his style, using his tummy table, as they called it, which is great.
I love that.
But I asked him, like, because his positioning, I'm like, does your arm get tired? Does your shoulder get tired? He said, no, not at all. Like, I think for him, because he was on a qualifier yesterday, it was just the monotony of hitting that many shots. But Mark, instead, is using his leg to service his table. Tummy table, by the way. We got to get T-shirts made. That's great.
Actually, we do. I love that.
All right, so safe shot.
Yeah, you're trying to stay away from that water, obviously, and for an 18-hole match, you don't have any reason to get crazy or aggressive on hole two, and then Tony just dropping the double eagle.
So Mark's reaction is pretty good. His smile, like, here we go again. So that is not a shot, by the way, even as good as Tony is. I expect to go in, right? The chips, a shot like this where you can just blast it at the hole and curl into that left five, sure.
Well, and as I literally said, you don't want to get too aggressive and get behind. Tony gets aggressive and is now ahead.
But that is an arcade type shot. Now I think one of these guys, I think we're both getting points, and one of these guys is going to make it. That's my prediction here.
Yeah.
This is elite.
Boom! He's got it.
There's one.
He needed it, and he's got it. And it's only hole three. Holy shit.
Mark does a little look-see. And can Tony answer?
Oh, just right on by.
All right, so not 2 levels of points.
And somehow, after a bunch of fireworks through 3 holes of 18,
Yeah,
we're
we
tied.
talked about the match. This is elite level, like elite. These guys are all elite. But this is, you want to learn how to play this game. This is the match so far to be watching.
And for Tony, he's chasing a 3rd world championship.
Yeah.
Something that has not been done on the arcade side in 20 years, much less in mobile at the 4th event.
He, I think last year we saw season-wise, you get into these dogfights, and he hangs in there. We'll see what happens here. Mark with an answer that was huge.
Yeah, both of these guys, again, you know.
This is a good looking. I think this is a good look at 5 as well. When it's all said and done, you get a little bit of an offset, but this should be go zone. And what they're going to try and do is, I mean, it's hard to almost see it because of the animation it makes when it hits.
Well, and that's what I think makes it even more spectacular. It makes it harder calling commentary-wise.
Just look for the exciter. And now this is interesting with Tony. Maybe a little super backspin.
I like that. 2 iron super back.
I'm a little surprised he hasn't chosen the sniper, honestly.
Watch him drop it.
No, for sure.
Oh,
that's a good
great
shot.
shot.
Oh, jeez. Okay, I'll shut up. No, it's like, but you don't see a lot of hole outs on the backspin. And in the arcade version, you will see like nothing but hole outs on backspin, right? It's very, very interesting. It's just a harder ball to control. But I think Tony knows what he's doing. And we saw Mark get pretty close on this shot. I think this is a shot that Tony's going to get points on.
Yeah, and you see, Mark's a hole ahead. He's waiting to see. Now, I actually appreciate that. This is very interesting when it comes to, he's not getting ahead.
No.
He's kind of, not that he's going to necessarily base the shots he's hitting on what Tony does, but still.
Oh, no points there. That's a shot that Tony's probably not happy with. And you see him talking to himself. Like, that is not what we saw yesterday. So maybe, a smidge off. Although, granted, he did have one of the more beautiful shots we've seen all tournament like 6 minutes ago.
Yeah. Right at the beginning.
But it does. I mean, you go through ebbs and flows of a match, too. All right, so super backspin again on the right here, hole 7. It's a good shot.
Yeah, having those short putts for eagles is going to make your life a lot easier on these par 5s.
Yeah, what's it going to take, right, between these two is the question.
Tony just mastering the backspin in front of our eyes here.
Oh, all right. That was this is okay, though, you would think. Again, that's a lot of shout out to the Ranger.
Yeah.
Don't care, man. This is a tricky look. And that's gonna be a long putt. So what shot would you rather have? Probably obviously the Ranger, because it was a really flat putt. This is a gut check. Mark's tuning in like the rest of us.
He just casually.
Machine.
He knows the go. He's good friends with the gopher on the left side of that cup.
Gopher. Star of the show so far. But that was beautiful. That is a must-have. These guys are really keeping pace. And again, Mark has stopped to look a little bit, but Tony's playing quick too. This thing is flying. All right, so now the question on this shot, Kevin, is getting it there, right? You got an uphill green. You've got the javelin.
Trees in your way.
Your line is going to be good, right? It's just getting it all the way back. And that is, for once, I sounded like I know what the hell I'm talking about. Because that javelin, it just gives you enough. You almost have to land like on top of it. But that's a great shot.
Let's see what Tony does here.
97%. And again, good distance, but just low side.
All right, you see Mark. I think he's finally got a line he likes here on hole 10.
Just left of B.
Oh! And that was such a beautiful play of the up
line,
6,
clearly.
left 1.
Yeah, now this is where that ball helps you because with the upslope, it's going to come back down a little bit. So there, I mean, that was the shot, obviously. Well, I feel like Tony is due for a moment now. Interesting with sniper.
He said that before with a pin like that, and I've been proven wrong.
Well, again, it's just not the shot I have an eye for. These guys do, though, but it looks like he's still working through the math. You can, yesterday we watched Tony do the math, look up and kind of make sure he gets his percentage right. A shot like this where you need to get it to the green. That is priority number 1. Mark's hanging out.
A little bit more favorable of a look on 11 there. Whoa! Literally just talked about that, Adam, about you can't tell.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's just ground exploding, and then is it in or not? But
when do we see the sniper come to arcade?
Don't start. It's a long weekend. What day is it? What year is it?
This is day 4 for us.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? I very well enjoy spending 12 hours at a Golden Tee tournament versus 12 hours traveling due to weather delays.
That's true.
Oh,
man! Now that is a great shot because that is not. That's touch. That's feel. That
was the almost
arcade roots.
The old one hopper.
All right, so we are still all square.
Yep.
Both guys are one better.
It's been
We've seen Tony make a really nice putt outside of an early majestic double eagle. We saw Mark answer with an ace. That's fine. That's going to be an easy tap-in.
And it's been a while since anybody has dropped it in the cup, so I think we're due for one or hell both of these guys.
No, it's interesting too because we got dual interesting shots. Tony, it's how aggressive and.
I mean, use that 11-mile-an-hour wind to your advantage and that left 6. But, hole 13, that's a doozy.
This thing is a doozy. That's a good shot.
Oh, all right. It's okay, though.
Now, if you're Mark.
Right.
You know what? That was good. That's a really, really big putt. You get through that hole with an eagle. We saw it in Sudden Death about 15 minutes ago. You feel good.
Interesting that Tony is going left to right using the sniper here.
Arcade roots on this shot.
Oh, Jesus.
That is phenomenal.
I think I might need to go see Jesus after
this
tournament.
But that is unquestionably like a shot he's obviously mastered over the last 20 years.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's not a shot you'll see a lot of these mobile-specific guys play. There is no right or wrong way to do it. It's just that's the origins.
Oh.
I was unaware up until the last few years of the Rangers' true power on putts like that. I would hope and imagine there's people watching that are seeing the Ranger like, wow, that cuts through a lot.
Yeah. It really...
When you don't have to chip, especially those really, really close ones, that helps.
Yeah, like I'm thinking like hole 18, too, could really come in handy.
All right, so we've seen on Mayfield, obviously, hole 17 produce some drama. in our first match with a hole-in-one.
A little close to the edge there. See Mark using the Ranger, breaking it out.
Just an uncomfortable shot.
Oh,
just uncomfortable shots, man. That pin and that wind with that ball.
Now let's see. Tony opting to go in with a 2-iron, which makes me a little nervous. But that's in my head. If I was playing that shot, I know I'd not do well. But this is 2-time world champ Tony Johnson.
Interesting too, as we get the sneak peek at 16. That's a big wind. Oh, great shot from Mark. Mark is really, really locked in.
Okay.
All right.
A little bit of a putt there for Tony.
Good putt.
I love this setup on 17, actually. Right 11, 12 to the left.
Yeah, now this thing's going to buzz it. The question is it going to go in? And I think he's probably not happy that he didn't give himself a chance to make it, right? It's like me on every birdie putt I've ever had on a real golf course. It's like, just get it there. Now, 18 is such an interesting hole because you can go short, right? I mean, that seems to be, if you're going to miss, the more common miss. You can also find that line and make the thing.
Oh.
That's beautiful. That's a...
Tony, come on. Wow.
Now, Tony, being the professional that he is going to probably let us see the replay. He is. It's a good time for a swig of good old-fashioned space dust. Oh, my God. And again, I think it went around.
Yeah.
We saw that yesterday. It defies golden tee logic. Now if you're Mark, you got to dodge two more.
Oh, he's got his sunglasses on.
You got to dodge two more bullets here.
Maybe he's heading over to the World Series of Poker right after this. Got to get his poker face on now. But he knows Tony's got a solid shot here. You're going to see Tony take a few extra seconds.
18 too. Honestly, after saying 18, him go through, that is manageable. All right. Lining this thing up.
Oh.
Wow. We're seeing Mark just very calm with his shades, and you got to hold out for one more. Now, if this doesn't go in, we were wondering about sudden death. It's looming. Although Tony might have other plans.
Tony's going sniper, he's thinking.
I love that jersey.
Now, this is where I think we need to get the GIF from The Hangover of the math equations and just kind of fade it on top of the screen here, just because Tony's doing all the math in his head of, do I use the sniper? Do I hit the high lofted driver? Do I do a Ranger?
Yeah, this is interesting, too, because he thinks everything can go in, and he's right. But you also need to make sure you secure eagle.
Now, again, that is one of those where you don't want to lose the match trying to get too aggressive on it, especially because you have a good opportunity on one to drive it up and chip in for eagle.
Now, I don't think Tony knew what the score was there. You know what I mean?
I love that shot of Mark. Just that needs to be made into a GIF.
All right, so interesting. So these guys sitting across from each other, and we got more extras. Did not take long for sudden death. Now, the stakes here are clearly enormous. For those just tuning in, Golden Tee World Championship, we are moving through the mobile bracket. Both of these guys, two of the more accomplished players in the game, Tony, are trying to defend his world championship here. But when you're in sudden death, that can be tricky.
Yeah, and sudden death of the losers bracket, which means Tony's got a
live
long
or die. Both of these guys.
Long path up if he wins, and same for Mark.
I'm going to set the over/under at 2.5 holes. Well, let's see. So hole 13 was where it happened last time, correct?
I think by hole.
I'm going to say 2.5. Are you going over or under?
I'm going to go over.
You think it's going to go more than 2.5? All right. I just think these guys, somebody's going to make a shot. Now, Mark hasn't played in a little bit.
Oh!
Well, Tony doesn't have to. Tony does not have to go up and look. He knows what he has to do, and now he needs to make this, or his tournament is done, and we will have a new champion. That was a brilliant shot by Mark, and my ears, again, are in bad shape. Can he answer? Oh, he cannot. And there you have it. Our 2023 Mobile World Champion is knocked out here. This is what it's like. I mean, and we see it on the arcade side a lot too. As Chad Schrump looks over to us and mouths a couple of words that I can't repeat, but clearly sharing his kind of shock of that, because even talking to Chad, it was, that's a stunner. That is a stunner. And by the way, kudos to Mark, because falls behind immediately, answers
the call,
and then just didn't let his foot off. I mean, that is unbelievable. So we will have a new world champion, just like that, early on here, with lots and lots of matches and time still to go.
Yeah, and hopefully for the people that are still watching can still hear.
I can't. Just lip reading. No, I mean, we've had
a lot of those
excitement. I did win the
on.
under, by the way, under 2.5 holes. It was under 1 hole. So Tony, who will now take a crack at the arcade side, by the way. I don't think his day is done. He can practice Target Rush over there.
Yeah, you're going to see him for a while.
But Tony is a gracious winner and obviously a gracious loser. And I think, to me, it just speaks to the level of competition and then the level of match play seasoning too, right? Like, this is that to me is a big change. These guys now have played. A guy like Mark, who's played competitively, this will be, I don't know what, third or fourth one. Didn't buckle at all. Huge. So, wow.
And for Tony, like you said, he's going to try to qualify in Target Rush, but Tony is a seasoned arcade player, and so I think his Vegas trip is going to be extended by a few days because – and Tony, I know he's not playing as much as he used to on arcade side, but he's got a good opportunity to make a solid run in the Worlds if he qualifies tonight. And the other thing, too, like you said, he's a gracious winner and a gracious – when he's on the side of defeat, and he's going to stick around and support these guys.
Yeah.
Maybe we can even get him on commentary for a little bit.
He would be great to have on because he can articulate this game in a way that we can't.
Maybe less shouting.
No, it's fine. He can. Yeah, he's pretty reserved. Depends. If he keeps the space dust flowing, which now, say space dust, buy the IPA stock in this room, he'll certainly be investing in it. But oh my God, what a start! So again. We are working through the loser side of the bracket. A lot of matches still to go. We think we're going to be doing this probably till 6:30, although double overtime matches
back
start.
To back.
Could run a little late. We'll have both tournaments going on. If you are in Las Vegas, come hang out with us at the Palms. You don't have to play. You just come drink and spin a couple of games, watch the best players in the world at both. Just do their thing. Just come hang out or come play tonight. We have 9 spots open in the World Championship. We're going to have our last chance qualifier. Our world's qualifiers on the arcade side are going to play in a money shot contest, which is always kind of fun, too, in terms of high-level skill. The room is filling up. I am seeing more cocktails being poured.
It is Las Vegas, so.
Do you have the bracket
yeah,
up right now?
I'm looking up here. Paco and Trump were playing here. Eric Nelson, another Golden Tee arcade mainstay, playing Spoonie DB, Duck Rubber, and Sammy Sofa. Another really interesting match to be on the loser side of the bracket. And after that, I believe we're going to have
Winner side, yeah.
Winner side, Tilt Nasty versus Munts Beats, and then Lumpy versus Chubby Cox.
Lumpy, man. I mean, really, these are guys now that Lumpy last year kind of battled through and made his way. And look, Riley Hitchcock, Tilt Nasty, now that Tony is out, he is I would say, a prohibitive favorite to win this thing. It doesn't mean he's going to do it, but this was a guy, when we were making odds for this, was maybe some people's number one. He was their top overall qualifier, number one qualifier from yesterday. And if you think these guys are not having fun, right?
Oh, yeah.
There you go. Joe Mama, guy that's played a lot. Look at these cards. These player cards are outstanding. Outstanding.
Now we just need one for the commentators,
Yes.
But 36 under, nothing to snuff at. Yukon, Oklahoma. Only 713 million GSPs, though.
That's all.
A little bit lower than some of the other players. But, again, a character in this community of Golden Tee players and loves to have fun.
Clearly not terribly nervous as he gets on here and gets going. And on the other side, Kani B leaning back. These guys look pretty loose. I think if you're standing across a guy wearing his outfit, naturally that's going to loosen you up quite a bit. But it's going to be go time here.
Brandon, Illinois.
Heck yeah.
Out of all the things we said, you went with heck yeah on the stream. I get it, you're the president of the company, but
go Illinois.
Yeah.
Well, where is Brandon?
Brandon Robinson, probably in his hotel.
Brandon,
Illinois.
Yeah.
Well, let's.
You just
pull it up.
immediately go to Brandon Robinson.
I knew what you were asking. I was just.
I wanted to say, because I attended Illinois State. I was gonna do a Go Redbirds shout out, but Brandon, Illinois, maybe nowhere close to Bloomington, Illinois.
I don't even know.
Could have just let it be. You could have just let it be.
I don't even know.
We wouldn't go down this rabbit hole.
Is Brandon, Illinois, a real place? Because I can't find
We're
it
just
on the
putting
map.
up random names of players and states.
We just trust these guys.
Oh, and look at this. Posture-wise, Kani B is already excelling. Look at that posture.
Yeah, relaxed.
Okay, so we've seen 2 rounds at Mayfield, and now we are, of course, at the one and only Rattlesnake.
Yeah, back at our friend
right.
from last night.
So this is, in terms of scoreability, if you're not aware, this one is pretty much as scoreable as it possibly gets. You'll have multiple drivable par 5s on the front 9, and even opportunities like this where you can hole out. This hole to me, I don't hole out on nearly as much as I feel like I should. There's enough elevation change to, annoy you, but it's a different ball game in mobile.
And for these guys, they don't care. They're like, we're just going to take the sniper and drive it in.
Yeah, and a lot of this round, too, is going to be set up hinging, right? Like, there's some opportunities. Oh.
Be interesting to see what these guys do on hole 2 here. Because there's so many different ways to play this.
Yeah, yesterday we saw a lot of guys laying back, just like that. Ton of green to work with. Yeah, one of these on hole 2 is going down. One of these is going down. Flat up to green. Cameraman watching.
Boom!
One of these is going down.
Just like that.
Now, is 2 going down? That's big.
I mean, having that big open space on the green really helps these guys.
This is a beautiful setup. This is a beautiful setup. We
And,
saw a similar one in the qualifier, too, and we saw guys taking advantage. And now you got to keep up with it.
The other thing, too, that's interesting, much different pace of play than, the previous match. Joe Mama just kind of playing through and not really paying attention to what's on the screen behind Kani.
Yeah, and you're going to see now, I think, that gap start to widen. So the question now is for Joe Mama, do you...
Oh, there we go.
An answer.
He's just so calm about it.
That's a huge answer.
I will scream for him.
That is a... I'm sorry. Onwards. Clip it, actually. Never
Damn
mind.
it.
No, not onwards. Please cut that and distribute it to my email immediately.
As Joe is
So
just...
I can make it my ringtone.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Kani B now. All right. So this par 5, though, I think has given players in here maybe more problems than I was expecting. But both these guys using this right side to I thought that was a little deeper, farther.
Yeah, I thought he'd at least be able to kind of put it down,
Yeah.
but that is not going to be the
All
case
right, so
here.
now these are the shots we were talking earlier with, high loft that are not high percentage shots in terms of it's just not the shots you want to have.
No, I mean, even
the
for these
style
guys,
game.
they're so used to sniping things down. And so he's going to take some time here.
This is a big shot.
Boom, there
That's
we
a
go.
Huge shot.
That
that's a
line
huge
Joe
shot.
had on the hole 5 par 4.
This is another popular destination we saw yesterday is this little area of bridge or just short to it. And now, same thing. Oh, my goodness.
Just like that.
This is unbelievable.
Oh, jeez.
Just stepping in and hitting these chips. You're not, sand wedge, lob wedge.
Now this is a fun setup here on number 6. You got a lot of cacti there. He's going to probably jump it right over, but you don't have a lot of green to play with.
That's nice. All right, so Kani B, we saw him, Joe Mama just land short and have to make a pretty challenging chip. And this is the problem with this hole, right? Because you've got the wind, you've got an up pin, but you really need you need it to get there. Like, this is a long, long drive. That's
And I was
smart.
about to question the wind cutter, and
No, you play the bridge. Oh, wow, that looked very, very, very easy, very routine. That is a very good sign, I think, for Kani B. That was no thinking on that one.
no, and again, this par 3, number 8 for Joe Mama, using that wind cutter so he can take advantage of that down 6, right 5, and he's just going to let that sucker roll right by the hole.
That is a great shot. Pick a line, any line. It's a good shot, too.
Now, is it going to be drivable here? I think it is here, number 9.
Oh, and it's a
I love when this hole is
pretty
drivable.
good pin. I mean, it's back there a bit, but with the Maniacs, can you get it all the way back there? You've got the up 4. No, and that's an interesting putt. That's an interesting putt. Up 5, right 6.
Oh,
That's excellent. That's
just a little Jordan there.
massive. Well,
Kani B taking on hole 7, that second of 3 drivable par 5s you mentioned earlier. Name of the game here is just get it up
That's
there
nice.
and sink that putt. Now, the nice thing that's forgiving about this hole is that it's a flat green. So if
Agreed.
you get it there, Jim Z many years ago was like, okay, you know what? I'll give it to you.
You did good.
I'll give you a good chance. Hole 10, I always think these setups are nasty, and then
I
with,
agree.
with how far these guys can whip out their A1 around that rock, it should not be a problem for them.
sorry, what were you saying?
Nothing. Nothing. Just looking at Kani B's shot here on the par 3.
No, it's
Boom! There he goes. Sorry. Poor Adam. He's leaving. I'm getting fired on
It's
Monday.
like a dog during thunderstorms. I need like a thunder, like those thunder sweatshirts the dogs wear. I need that.
For your head.
And you need a muzzle. Yeah, I need a weighted blanket in 3 to 7 IPAs.
We can make that happen.
All right, so that was a pretty critical moment here, but not an easy shot, by the way. So it's not like you'd. And this, there's work to do. Next, like 3 shots for Kani B.
Yeah, and that's a beautiful putt. And
dude, he is. I really love the confidence of just stepping up there and just knocking it right in.
And in hole 11, I was just saying, like, that 10-mile-an-hour wind with that pin, you can't get too cute with that because that green, that slope can really kill your
Now,
your game.
this chip, whether you're playing mobile or arcade, is always dangerous.
Oh, he didn't even change the camera.
Now, that is a defining chip because that thing goes and the next shot's not going to be fun. All right, so Kani B here.
Oh, and he got it out.
Oh, that's fantastic.
That was beautiful.
Now, putting has been locked in. This is obviously a monster putt in terms of distance.
And right in the center of the cup.
That's beautiful. So
Joe,
that's a big moment.
And Joe, obviously with hole 12 being set up a little difficult, going for that kind of layup on the top. Again, I don't understand how he's using a sniper, but that's how good he is. And
wow. So Kani B is up 1. I know we're up 2.
I believe he's up 2 because of the hole 10.
Big chip, though, another one. Pick a line, any line. Oh, okay, so did not make the chip, and you are left looking up. He's looking up both literally and in his game. And that is the problem. That is the problem. That's a brutal chip, though, man, because it's not just a shot. You know what I mean? You can make it.
Yeah.
It's just a really challenging chip.
Yeah, and just two excellent shots that he had that unfortunately negated with that.
And now we're all square. Now, the good news is you built up the equity to afford yourself a mistake. The bad news is you're probably tilting a little bit, and you just got to kind of recover. Oof, wow.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
Now, I don't think this is going to be a problem other than the line.
His reaction, though.
Like it's happened a time or two. Now, what's interesting, I thought for a second he was going to go play left of the billboard and try to use that hill.
Yeah, this is just it's just an uncomfortable shot. His reaction of being there, because I don't know the damn shot from there, said a lot. All right. This is a very interesting chip for Joe.
Yeah, and what's tough for Joe is,
that's a tough hole. That's
yeah,
gnaws
because now
at you a little bit.
In some form or fashion that you've gotten some of those strokes back, and now he's going to be back one, depending on how the next couple of holes go here for Kani.
16 is a reasonably good look, actually. When you have that wind and you can let the ball kind of fade that way, that's a good shot. Yeah, that's a
beautiful
very
roll there.
favorable setup. Because when that wind is pushing you to the left, oof.
And we go from that to 17 here.
Which, again, I know for us would be a challenge. But for these guys, this strong wind in your face, it's not too bad. Like if you're Kani B, you're happy with that. So right now, that mistake still looming that we saw. Been a wild 8 or 9 holes. But we'll see. Still, again, these guys are 4 holes apart, so.
A wild shot here going into 18.
Yeah, this is. Oh, well.
And now it's a waiting game.
All right, so in theory now, Joe is down a stroke. And if Kani B is to hold serve on the remaining holes, basically eagle and birdie, he will win. But and you also wonder, does he know that?
Well, I think for him, too, especially after having that 2 strokes that he gave back after exceptional shots, at this point, he just wants to get past these last couple of holes and just see what happens.
Again, a nice look. I like this look a lot.
It's probably about the most favorable look you can get on this hole.
No, seriously, it really is. You can cut this thing a little right to left. Oh, that's fantastic. I don't think he cut that at all, but that's beautiful. All right, so 2 more holes. Again, we saw this one earlier. I think you're happy about this if you're Kani B.
Yeah, you just kind of throw it out there, take that putt.
It's
dead center.
I know it's only a right one, but
No, but up 11 though.
all right. So stick the green, make the putt, shoot a 31, move on in the bracket. That is what's at stake here.
Yeah, and sending Joe Mama home potentially, depending on what this shot looks like. Now, we saw Joe Mama going with that sniper that barely clung onto the green. But Kani here looking at potentially the wind cutter. He's going to have to play that a little soft. You still have that right 6 to deal with on the green as well.
That's a great shot.
That's a beautiful shot.
And there you go.
And there you go. Kani B moving on.
Wow.
In the elimination side of the bracket, unfortunately, Joe Mama heading home.
Really interesting match overall. Are they checking out scores here? Is that what's going on? Yeah. Oh, and a hug. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, interesting match. A lot of up and down. The chip we saw, that chip that we saw, what was it, 13? A little volatile.
Yeah.
And I think that's what you get from that course, by the way. Even if it wasn't the holes that we were maybe expecting it on, and then obviously the late mistake from Joe Mama, kind of the unplanned hole, to be quite honest, but that's the way it goes.
And you talk about the scores. I mean, losing 31 to 30 on Rattlesnake, and Kani having those 2 strokes that he gave up. I mean, that was tough.
It was tough. No.
But he held out, and he's going to move on here.
Yeah, both guys started off strong. With the hole outs early on, they answered each other, and then you're right, 31-30. But that's the way it goes when you get this deep into the bracket. After you.
All right, well, we're going to take a quick break here. We'll be back in a few minutes, but a few weeks away from the launch of brand new golfers in Golden Tee Mobile.
Can't wait.
They're fun, they're kooky, but happy to show them off here for you guys. So we'll be back here in a few minutes.
All right, we are back. Golden Tee World Championship. We took a brief break. We are at the Palms in Las Vegas. Come join us. The place is filling in. We've got former world champions in the arcade side that are filing into the room. The place is just going to get busier and busier as we go. What a venue, by the way. It's fun to watch people see the venue for the first time and process it all. And now it's going to start to heat up, certainly on the mobile side, as we move to the winner's side of the bracket. And there you have
Riley,
the favorite, I would
Riley
say.
Hitchcock.
Our favorite. Now, we've seen some surprises already. Last year's champion, Tony Johnson, has been knocked out.
Two-time world champ Tony Johnson knocked out.
And look, that was he and Riley last year squared up. The guy was a top qualifier, correct?
Yep.
And if you want to learn a little bit about what's the flamingo? Do you know what the...
I don't know, but it is very adorable. We'll get the backstory from
Okay.
Somebody here.
Yeah, it's and on the other side, Munts Beats, a guy that's gotten a lot of tournament seasoning the last couple of years and certainly more than capable.
Yeah, this will be this is a highlight. The winner of this going to the King of the Hill for a chance to go straight to the top almost.
King of the Hill, basically, if you win that, you're in the championship. So a chance to be in the King of the Hill match. Cheers, by the way.
I was just going to do the same thing.
Hopefully that clink worked out.
Here's to more hole-outs and more, people crying about their headphones.
What's that?
Out of excitement.
Me.
No, just everybody in general. Like I feel bad when I scream in people's ears, but it's good, loving fun because these guys are just hitting such
it's
crazy
natural.
shots.
You're not faking it. What was your line you had?
Oh, shut up.
Sorry. All right, so more Mayfield, but out of the gate here, hole one is a beautiful opportunity for somebody. I'm going to set the over-under.
I'm going to say both.
Yeah. So we were told the flamingo is a good luck charm given to him by Calzone.
I can also see that thing flying into the audience if
win or lose. Yeah, that flamingo's going to get airborne. All right, so huge opening shot. I do love on hole ones how important it is for these guys. Ooh, interesting.
Yeah.
So,
boom.
All right, so right away, Munts Beats steps out.
Holy shit, did you just see the look that he gave him?
Tilt? Yeah, yeah.
Also, holy shit, that's space dust.
Yes.
Hits a lot differently than vodka.
That is not 5% or 6% or 7%. Now, interesting. We just talked a lot about Riley being the favorite, and right away he is down a stroke. Now, we saw Tony Johnson deliver a double eagle on hole 2 of Mayfield not terribly long ago, although unfortunately for Tony, he's out of matches today. Let's see if Tilt can get back on track. I don't recall exactly what his qualifying score was, but it was exceptional. Oh my God.
Jeez.
Now, I think Riley is looking at the video and not staring into his soul.
No, he's staring into his soul because Munts is on the side that he can watch the video screen.
So he's just, okay. Well, that makes it more exciting then, if that's the case.
It means I need to be a little more quiet before I get a flamingo thrown at me.
Yeah, dude, in this room, that thing getting thrown at you, that's worse things.
Somebody's dropping this.
Now, yeah, this is a really good look. Really, really good look. That's a really good line. Oh, man. Now, if you're Munts here, you can go up too, and you look at Riley taking a breath and watching because he knows
he's done it once already.
2 strokes is a problem. 1 stroke's a problem, but 2 strokes.
He just looked into the camera, and I felt like he was staring directly through my soul.
Now I think he's mathing and also probably processing. I think more than anything, he wants to see very similar shots those guys just hit. But that's interesting with Riley. Now you take a breath. You're down 1. You got a long way to go. We've seen this course already 2 times.
There's a lot of holes, a lot of opportunities.
Drivable par 4s that are tricky. Hole 13 has end of the match today. There's a the next 10 holes I think are going to be really, really telling. Now that is going to be fine, but that's an interesting miss.
And
Riley.
even though it is fine because of that Ranger, not something he wants to see because he's already had a couple of those where you could just tell the feel.
Yeah.
He just felt off with the shots that he was hitting.
The way he plays, too, missing that chip on one, I mean, that's a shot he expects to make consistently.
Yeah, 98 maybe % of the time.
That is like practically for him, as weird as it sounds, almost like missing a putt. But, again, long match.
Oh.
Now.
And you talked about the dangers of using the super backspin. And that's exactly what you don't want to have happen.
Now this is. Oh. Now, as a reminder, this is the winner's side of the bracket. So regardless of outcome, nobody's day is ending. But to say
the day gets a lot harder.
Yeah, it does, and this is kind of a shocking start. I'll be quite honest. Although Munts has played really, really well, and as we're watching, Riley kind of struggle. Munts has great shot points, putting it close. You're still within striking distance, though, at 2. You're one hole out away from completely changing the trajectory.
Oh.
And that, you know what I mean? Like, you need, and he's very capable of doing that. Last year, I remember watching him. I think, there were situations where it was either consecutive holes or 2 out of 3 holes where he's making that happen. But right now, Munts Beats is making it happen. And he could put this in.
I was just going to say,
Absolutely.
This is a beautiful opportunity here.
It's a good shot. Now, if you're Munts here, does your game plan change?
I don't think so.
Instead of hitting that, javelin ball, are you going to hit a sniper? Are you going to start to stick greens until you're forced maybe back into a situation? I don't know.
It's an interesting look that Riley went.
Agreed.
First time we're seeing that, at least today on the stream here. I like it though.
Yeah, it's a really nice angle.
Instead of
the
traditional look that Munts is doing over here, we've seen so far a handful of times. The typical way people are going, but obviously there's a method to his madness when it comes to the way Riley plays.
Oh, it's a great shot. Plenty of holes still to go. Now this is very interesting here.
Oh, jeez.
Wow. Wow. This is a very fun shot here that both are going to have on hole 8. That pin is tucked way up. This thing's going to be coming in 1 billion miles an hour most likely.
Yeah, thankfully it's only 275, so distance should not be as much of a worry for these guys. But yeah, the trees.
Interesting golf ball choice here too, right?
You're going to see a massive. Oh, and he's going right under.
Oh, you know what?
That's a beautiful shot.
That's a really nice shot. That is a. Stay tuned, because that's a great position to be in. Use the Maniac to.
Oh.
Now, okay.
Now that, Munts had the opportunity to be up 2 strokes, continue to.
So you needed that moment if you were Riley, and that was it. Now if you're Munts, you just got to stop the bleeding here. Although, frankly, I think he could still make this.
Yeah, I was just going to say there's a very good opportunity.
And if you want to crush a comeback attempt. But also, like, how aggressive do you want to be? I suppose you're going to give it a run no matter what. You can't land short, or at least too short. I'm surprised that Riley's not taking a look at this. He seems like he's locked in and just ready to go.
Oh. Oh, it's a good shot there by Tilt. So Chad Schrump, fortunately eliminated.
Did you say fortunately?
Unfortunately.
I'm just giving you shit.
Oh, jeez. I mean, but maybe.
He's going to be on here.
He's going to be on.
Unfortunately for people who want to listen to high-level commentary, but Chad, again, I give Chad a ton of credit because he's got double duty out here, and I don't think it's easy.
No.
Mr. Golden Tee beats Sammy Sofa as well. So,
Wow.
Rosta stays on.
And Mark is out.
Getting past Mark. Wow. So, yeah, Mark takes out Tony Johnson and can't get past. And you wonder if that match, which probably, takes a lot out of somebody, like you win that match and then got to move forward. It's a lot,
Now, again, for those of you just joining us, Munts Beats versus Tilt Nasty. The winner of this will head to compete for King of the Hill. And once you get into that King of the Hill opportunity, it really changes the direction of your afternoon.
Oh, my God, yeah. So Tilt Nasty still down 1. Both these guys seem to be kind of slowing a bit, which is fine. Huge match, as you mentioned.
Oh, beautiful
It's a good shot.
Big opportunity for Munts here. Ooh, a little hard.
Yeah.
A little flour.
Interested to see where Riley positions himself. I don't think he's afraid to try some unorthodox shots.
No, that is for sure. And this is something he's done so many times.
I mean, that is...
And it puts him in a great opportunity for a sniper here.
Wow. Maybe that's the norm. Doesn't feel like the norm.
No. But again, with how precise these guys are, they can get away with doing shots like that.
All right. Again, a little deep for Munts, but he should be fine. And Riley still looking to pick up that other stroke to tie this thing up. You've got the late par 3, but these holes are tough. You have a stretch of holes where you can obviously always get a hole out or a hole in one, but this isn't, if you're chasing one, unless you want it like we saw him pick up his last stroke, where it's a really difficult look and maybe you stick the green and hope your opponent doesn't.
Yeah. But capitalize on those those mistakes.
And that was a really hard look. Now Munts, meanwhile, if he could find a hole out somewhere, back to that.
Yeah, if you can get back to it.
Could start to run out of holes.
Yeah, if you can get back to two-stroke lead for the last, 5-6 holes of this, you'd be in good shape there.
That's a good shot. A little bit of a. Oh man, Munts is sizing it up well. All right, so hole 14. It's about as good of an opportunity to gain a stroke as we've seen here in the last 5 minutes for Riley. Munts, meanwhile, I think one of the more challenging shots he's got left, depending on where the rest of the setups look, but this is certainly one that we've seen test a lot of players so far. Great shot from Munts. Great shot.
Feel like there's a wind cutter coming up here for Munts. Or maybe he's just going to snipe it in.
Yeah. Well, this is truly where do you want to, you up stroke? How, or what is it, how does it fit your style? This is not a bad look on 15 with that javelin. Clubbing up because he knows that ball's going to sit, I think, when he gets it on there or start to settle. Munts.
Oh, perfect line.
Good line. Riley knows that you got a handful of opportunities left, and I think this is one of them.
Yeah, and you're going to see the next couple of holes him take a lot more time. Seeing Munts catch up to him here as he's trying to do things like that.
That is a great shot. I love the club up, the aggressiveness. It didn't find a home, but it was. And you need to get it past the hole.
The tough thing for him and not being able to capitalize and get that, it makes it harder because he knows how close he was that Munts has a good opportunity to potentially, get another stroke back.
All right.
All right, let's see what Munts does here.
Two good opportunities, different holes, but, look at those wins. It's like matching wins here.
Beautiful shot by Tilt, just not close enough. Aggressive by Munts there, but you love to see it.
So, Munts beats still up a stroke, one hole behind, and if you are Tilt Nasty, this feels like, certainly, you got to like this, right? This is, I know that that pin is up there a bit on the right side. I don't think it matters, though, if he's going to play sniper.
No,
I think he just needs to hammer this thing right at it and catch a cup.
But I bet you he probably would prefer that shorter look that we saw in the last couple rounds of Mayfield.
For sure, yeah. No, I agree with you. But
these guys are dangerous with the one iron. Not that they're not dangerous with all these clubs, but in a position like this where he is trying to get in a position to tie to try to get into that King of the Hill match.
I like that line from Munts, just a little deep. I've seen everybody just a smidge left, smidge right. That was a good ball. Riley is mathing. That's delightful, that beverage. Given the fact that we don't know what 18 is going to look like, this is really, if you're Riley, and here he goes.
Jeez.
Oh, my goodness. And you could see his expression. And now he's got to sit and watch here because I think that would have all but pretty much ended the match.
Yeah, 18 can be tough, but it doesn't seem to be setting up too bad right now.
No, the pin is up. Different shot options here, different club options, ball options. We've seen players come up a little short and still, if you're not too short, have a putt.
Well, that's where I really like Tilt using the wind cutter here. Play off that slope.
Well, and I think he knows he's got to get this thing to release. That's going to be his best bet to, assume Munts is going to go in with an eagle. That's what you got to assume. These guys are timed up like.
Jeez.
Oh, my goodness. All right, well, this has got to go in.
Ugh.
It does not. So, Munts beats
one step closer to King of the Hill.
Wow. Okay, so just as we said, we have a new favorite. As you got these guys shake hands again. Riley's day not done. He'll be back.
No, and the fact that he's up at as far ahead as he is in the bracket,
it makes a huge difference. It's a good point.
It does make it a little bit easier on the loser side for him to come back.
Well timed. There it is. So this is not the King of the Hill setup that I think a lot of people thought we were going to get. And I mean that in the best possible way because I love chaos. And I know you do too. So Lumpy and Chubby Cox, guys that have been around this game a really long time. And look at that. One of those three guys is going to be in your final. At least, I mean, like this is very, very interesting.
Well, and that's the thing too. With the King of the Hill, it really, we talked about it earlier. You've got a gap in time, so you got to keep yourself kind of warmed up, playing through.
Yeah.
But you lose 2 matches somehow in the finale as King of the Hill, and you take second place. But all you have to do is win one more as King of the Hill, and you become the 2024 Golden T-Mobile World Champ.
Yeah, and you get King of the Hill is what a luxury. To be in that match is a luxury too, because you avoid, like you mentioned with Riley, the later you lose, the more chaos you avoid. That can be a long, even in a bracket that's a little bit smaller and condensed like this one, that can be a long road. But now Riley's got to bounce back. So this has been, again, kind of a day of upsets so far. A shot here or there has been the difference in terms of matches and the way this thing has gone down. Holy cow.
Yeah. And we're moving along pretty well, getting ready for the next match here. I believe Mr. Kuhlman is running around making sure these guys are ready to go. Again, the players that play on their own iPads, require a couple seconds of switching some cables around because they've got that familiarity there. And again, you talk about an opportunity that you don't have in the arcade side, which is you can't bring your own Golden Tee cabinet to the World Championship or a trackball. But, with the mobile tournament, you have your own device that you can play with, and it really sets the tone for some of these guys.
Yeah, so it's been big matches all day long. Again, we are at the Palms Golden Tee World Championship. We are thick in mobile match play. This room is slowly but surely really filling up with the arcade guys. Saw Greg Kinsler walk in, former multi-time world champion. We're watching guys get warmed up. Machines are being played.
Yeah, we're probably 3-4 hours from this room, probably getting about 10 degrees hotter just from the number of bodies that people showing up for that last chance qualifier. And I think you still have some good time. If you happen to live within 5-6 hours of Las Vegas,
drive. Say
bye to the wife, kids, husband, wife, whatever.
Go. Yeah, we'd love to have you.
Green Street, you walk into the Palms, you turn left, walk past their hotel registration desk, make a right, and then you are right there. And you can join us. Even if you're not playing, join us for a cold beer, cold cocktail, and watch some pretty amazing matches, whether it's the mobile side or the arcade side.
And now we got our guys in position. There's Lumpy. Oh, Volvo, Illinois.
Volvo Auto Museum. Love that place.
Where's it? No, Volo, Illinois. It's Volo. I don't know if that's also it. Again, back to a spirit of let's just make up cities and
it
states.
could be near Brandon, Illinois.
Salt Lake City. Probably real. But here's Chubby Cox, Matthew Hansen, 396 million total GSPs. Looks locked in.
You know what's funny is those total GSPs vary for these top guys between 2 to 3, even up to 800 million. But it does not, show off how good these players really are. Yeah, GSPs are great, but when it comes to, those numbers are still massive records that these guys have.
All right, so a little warm up, I think, on the For Lumpy, just getting some swings in. But
yeah, you know, we were talking about iPhone, Android versus iPad. And for these guys on the main stage playing on iPads, not everybody is an iPad player. And I mean, even though phones are pretty damn big these days, they still, you know, shy in comparison
that's
to
a huge difference. Like
to an iPad. So
yeah.
Chubby Cox, Lumpy 17, getting ready to rock and roll here.
So I think for him now, he's just kind of, well, you got a little slight camera adjustment. You've got your opponent getting ready. So I think take your time. And you also have a really important shot and a great look. Again, hole 1 in the Mayfield Invitational.
Yeah, I was going to say, apparently that is all we're playing right now.
I think I'm going to know this course. I hope by the end.
Now, over under on Chubby Cox nailing us here.
Yeah.
Oh.
So winner will be in the King of the Hill. We'll have our King of the Hill match set. And it will be without Tony Johnson and without Riley Hitchcock.
Which is really weird to hear that said out loud.
But Riley's still in. TBD. All right, so Lumpy 17 going to try and get some separation.
Our good friend, the 1-iron sniper here coming up. Boom.
Wow.
For somebody that is getting adjusted to the iPad, he did that pretty damn quick.
You saw Chubby Cox look up. A little nod. Some early separation we've seen in a lot of these matches because of the ability for these guys to do so well on these first couple of holes. It feels like it's been a long time since we had a par round through like hole 6 or 7, right? Where these guys just go shot for shot.
Chubby Cox is going to answer
that's
just
a
short.
great line.
That felt like it was in.
That is a great line.
All right, let's see. After the hole out on 1, let's see what Lumpy can do here on this. Using the wind cutter, left 3. And that's where, you know, you could see the look in his face. He did not feel good about that. But again, he's not in a bad spot here. He's just got to shake off the heebie-jeebies there.
Wow.
Again, 2 different shots coming up here, which is nice. Oh,
wow. So we talked about this on our podcast about body language and body language during matches and the good and the bad and the fun. And it's very interesting that you can see Chubby immediately just, you know, living and dying, I think, a little bit more with every shot, which I get because this is a big damn match. But you can feel the anguish, and I don't know. Well, no, you were that way, living and dying with every shot.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean. And I think everybody is to an extent.
It's hard to get away from that sometimes, especially for these guys in these high-pressured situations.
I think the difference is that, you know,
Oh, beautiful
my God.
shot by both these
In the
guys.
arcade side, you really are playing the course. And, like, if your guy holds out, your opponent holds out, you're like, well, holy crap, okay, cool. In this, it feels a little different because you really are a little bit more, because there's more hole outs, there's more holes in one, there's more variety. You're like constantly taking inventory on what's going on. And in the arcade, you're just trying to get into a flow. And, yeah, eventually, your situation and your match, you're going to have to be aggressive or slow down. But it'll be very interesting to see. All right, so both guys now here at hole 5. This is a pretty good look here with the right one. Green. You've got a pin that you should be able to attack with either the sniper or the javelin, but it looks like it's going to be the sniper for both. And let's see. I think double GSPs here.
Somebody's going to drop this,
I think
though.
one could go in.
I
think
agree with you
double
on
GSPs. Oh, all right. That should be okay. Well, what the hell do I know?
Don't look at the comments on the internet. They might give you an answer you don't want to hear.
They'll tell me what I know, which is very little. And you know what? In that instance, they'd be right. But that's okay. It's just these guys. And here's another one. Although, that pin.
Yeah, this not an amazing look if you're trying to catch up on a stroke here.
Yeah, I was curious if it was going to be sniper, if we were going to get super backspin. And it looks like sniper it is in one, and super backspin in the other, and both are trying 2 irons. I loved how just in unison right now we are in this match.
It is nice.
Look at this. It's my attention span, though, I'm struggling to process.
And, poor Chubby Cox here just getting so damn close to that cup. Now, again, it's still very early on, and you have a lot of opportunities to get that up. But,
get it up, huh? Yeah, I know
well,
what you're saying, man.
maybe if he gets a hole out, I'll scream for him, too.
You got plenty of screaming to go around. Now, I get what you're saying, though. Back to the point at hand.
I don't even remember what I was saying.
I don't either, but I'm sure it was insightful.
No, what I was saying now that I remember, you've got plenty of golf still to play, but if you can catch up on that stroke, it really, you get that adrenaline rush. It changes the flow of your next couple of shots, or really the entire match.
I think he could really benefit from that too. And you have a stretch of holes coming up that there's not a ton of hole out opportunities that we've seen so far.
I was just thinking about how nobody's holed out in a while, so I haven't yelled in anybody's ears.
Well,
and if one of them could hole out right now, it would be perfect timing.
I've got my Thunder shirt on.
I'll take the headset off.
IPA. Not enough, but I do have an IPA.
I'll take the headset off and scream from a distance. And
That's an interesting miss. Now, this is a chip that, in theory, he feels very good about. It's a left one. You don't have a lot of residual wind to deal with. You can use a chipper.
Yeah, you're not happy that you're in this position, but it's not a dire. It's you're in the rough. You got a tiny lip you got to deal with, but you're not in a sand bunker, the sand trap. You're not, climbing out where you have to worry about more factors.
It's a little longer though than I, originally thought. I mean, this is a big chip here.
Beautiful.
Very nice. And that, in some ways, can be almost as valuable as a hole out, right? Obviously, a hole out, you're going to get a shot back. You're not going to get that. You just stay alive. But in terms of getting you a little bit a shock to the system, maybe that's one.
Both these guys coming up here on hole 8, Lumpy set himself up for a chip. This hole has really been a difference maker in the early goings of a lot of the matches we've seen today.
I think it's 8 and 13, right?
Yeah.
8 and 13.
Oh, and you worry about that because, again, going from a phone to an iPad, you got to make an adjustment. And even those slightest instance of the fingers moving there.
All right, so this is
can make a
kind of the
difference.
layup, non-layup.
And we saw this in previous matches earlier. You
Yep.
know, you saw your opponent go for a shot, and you're like, you know what? I don't care for that. I'll just lay up, and I'll see if I can snipe it on in.
That's a nasty look that, looking at now hole 8 and trying to drive that where the pin is. And
Yeah, at least for this layup shot, you've got that 11 mile an hour wind that's going to really help carry you over the water past the rough.
I don't blame him for taking his time on this chip.
Yeah, you cannot afford.
It's an interesting shot that Lumpy has as well. That's a long club, long distance away. Interesting pin and wind. This is a shot you really, for Lumpy, just want to end up with a makeable putt. And for Chubby, you need this thing to slam home and try and tie up the match. Oh wow, okay. And that is interesting. Maybe not the way that Chubby Cox was expected to potentially pick up a stroke here in the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, but
that.
Oh, that had a good line to it. Lumpy just needed a bit more distance on that.
So Lumpy not happy with himself. And I believe now we are all square again, correct?
It is potentially going to be all
Potentially
square.
all square. Yeah, I don't want to take this for granted. You're absolutely right. This was a hole that, but right now we are at least on pace to be all square. But this was a tough shot.
Now he's got himself in a little bit better of a position when it comes to distance. So
Agreed. I think this wind is good. You could push it out just a smidge to the right.
Lumpy shaking his head, not liking what he had there. Oh, beautiful
That's a great
shot by
shot.
Chubby.
Chubby. That's a great shot.
Yeah, so unless something crazy happens here on hole 10 for Chubby Cox, he's going to be tied up.
Yeah, we are
with
all
Lumpy.
square with a whole separation.
And this is where we get to that interesting back nine of these drivable par fours.
Yep.
That they're not necessarily hard sometimes, but they can, hole 13, as you said, has really thrown people off.
Well, we've seen a lot of guys having to chase strokes in this point in the match, and they haven't been able to pick up much ground.
Oh!
But right now, again, we're all square, so we'll see what happens. Will it be a mistake, or will it be someone nearly, like we saw there, having a moment? Much prefer that, by the way.
Yeah.
Much prefer that.
And asking you almost receive.
That, again, that looked good. I mean, that must have just landed slightly beyond, like by a foot or two. That line was perfect.
Yeah, that is really tough.
All right, so over the baseball field we go. Chubby. Up and oh. All right. So all right, Lumpy taps it in. And again, we're holding serve here on Mayfield. Chubby Cox still a hole behind as we get to the daunting hole 13. Now, we saw Tony Johnson earlier, the very similar look, hit a really wonderful swerve into this hole. This is a tough look.
Yeah, now we're real close, and you got to take those trees into consideration more than we had in previous matches.
Now, distance-wise, I think you're okay. The issue with here is how aggressive do you want to be, because that putt, depending on how far you go, oh, Chubby. And, oh, that's an interesting, let's take a look here. All right, so chipper's going to get over, but this is a heck of a chip. Right for 26 yards. Get your math out, get your calculator out, and try and land this in the cup. Let's see if Lumpy's up for it. Oh, and he misses deep. All right, so he's going to be able to likely putt that in with the Ranger. But that's disappointing there. And if you're Chubby Cox, who's been battling back, now you put this on close, or you put this on at all, you make a putt, and you're in position A. And it looks like he's going to have a chip as well, although certainly will take this chip, I think, over the one we just saw. Right one. Oh, and Lumpy just short. This would be a massive chip for Chubby Cox. Oh, and he knows it. His body language says it all. That is a frustrating miss, and both players could not take advantage of the 13th hole. Chubby now will try to come up with an ace here on the 14th as Lumpy pacing him by about a hole and change. Pretty straightforward wind for Lumpy, especially when you use the javelin. Loft and distance, I think, the biggest concerns. Getting it up there. It'll be hard to get this ball all the way back with an ump 6 green, especially with the javelin, because it's going to sit and it's going to settle. Well, let's see how far you can get that thing up. Just short of it. Still a good shot for Lumpy. Chubby as well. And we stay on pace here. Lumpy is going to be first up. Looks like a pretty reasonable look on 16. We've seen players come up close. We've seen using that javelin, the ball come back just a little bit. Nobody has quite found the line yet to hit the ace, at least with the matches that we've seen, but they've been really, really close. It's a pretty good look. Chubby, meanwhile, going to try and follow Lumpy's lead. In the last hole, taking a slightly different line. A little bit more, a little bit of a different angle, I think, in terms of his approach. Oh, it's a good shot from Lumpy. And that's the story of what we've seen on this hole all day. Chubby Cox, meanwhile, lining this shot up, right 5. You got enough green to work with, though, to get this thing in and have it moving towards the hole. Oh, it's a good line, but just not enough. All right, here we go. So, again, guys moving through, we are staying about a hole pace different. Hole 17, that's a pretty brutal wind. that Lumpy has. Could be less brutal. Oh, that's a tough look on 17 for Lumpy.
Yeah, the left 11's not bad when you've got that pin on the left side, but that is going to be a hard one.
We saw Lumpy on 16. Hit a good shot into the green, but again, just slightly off, which has been the theme on that hole.
I mean, at least you have that pin in the back where you can kind of ride that up 9.
Yeah, that's tough. That's a tough green to work with for Lumpy. Yeah, that's the story of the day there.
And you can see the look. I mean, we say it all the time, but you see these guys' faces, and it's just the frustration because those are shots they're hitting constantly on their own, and they're going in a lot more than they are in tournament play here.
So even though they're hole difference, we're pretty much all square. With 1 to play for Lumpy and 2 to play for Chubby Cox. Hole 18, I believe we've seen this look so far. Hole 18 hasn't given much problems. We haven't seen a ton. I think most players just kind of holding serve regardless of their status in a match. Hitting it on, making eagle. We've seen javelins. We've seen snipers.
Well, and what's interesting here for Lumpy, again, is he is a phone player, so he's playing on an iPad, so he's got to really be careful when it comes to trying to hit a precision shot here in order to maintain.
It's a good shot from Chubby Cox. Again, getting to the right of that pin
it's dangerous.
Good
It's
luck.
not worth it, especially when these guys are all square rolling into 18.
So, all right. So all square on 18. Mayfield Palooza.
You see Lumpy taking his time there exactly for the reason we were just discussing.
He's really, this shot in terms of because he was outpacing him, and I think either processing the shot or just getting them square. So no more playing catch up. And there. All right. Oh.
It's a beautiful shot there by Chubby Cox,
right.
but this is a massive chip here for Lumpy. Could you get away with putting that with a Ranger?
I don't know.
It's so the problem is that green slope. It's so far left.
This.
Oh.
That is disappointing. That is disappointing.
That is so tough.
We talked about, how a match is going to end, and you don't want to see it end like that, but that was a really tough shot. Those small chippers, it's a really, really unique one. You mentioned the Ranger. I'd be curious to talk to Chad, and we'll do that here shortly to get his thoughts on that. But obviously these guys have so many reps. You can only assume that he knew what he was doing. It's just a tough shot. You don't have a lot of room to work with there.
Well, and it comes down to, again, the number of different types of golf balls we've seen used on that hole, especially because that pin is so close to that water. The sniper is the right idea. You just didn't get enough distance on there, and it's a tough break. Again, winner side, so he's not out, but Chubby Cox moving on to the King of the Hill match against Munts Beats. And if you're just joining us, King of the Hill, whoever wins that, has to be beaten twice
Huge advantage
in the grand finals to be dethroned as the 2024 Golden T-Mobile World Champion.
Advantage is the wrong word because you earn it, right? You go through matches like that, but you put yourself in a position there because having to beat one of these guys twice is really hard. And we'll talk about the strategy of that and everything that comes with. But in the meantime, we have our King of the Hill match, and of course now the loser side of the bracket is ready to play out a little bit.
Yeah, so we're going to throw to a short break here. I believe Mr. Chad Shrump is going to come in for me for a little bit, get a lot more insight and knowledge from that guy who, as much as we love when he plays well, I also love when he can jump back in. Because,
we'll talk about his matches, too, a little bit. Too. We'll get the scoop from Chad.
He provides that extra level of insight, with you and I, and we really appreciate him. So we'll be back in a few short minutes. Thanks for joining us, Golden Tee Mobile World Championship.
Welcome back to Palms Casino. I'm Chad Trump. This is Adam Kramer. And we still have great 2024 Golden Tee Mobile World Championship action in front of us. Going to the loser side, Spoony DB, Dave Brown.
Yep.
He's going to be battling Mr. Golden Tee, Larry Foster. Larry Foster played in the 1998 Golden Tee World Championship, the national championship.
Full circle, yeah.
And finished second to Steve Sobey.
Now,
that's how long he's been playing.
He's been playing a long time and obviously navigating what is a chaotic bracket. So as we get our way into this, I want to ask you about it because I've been watching your expressions from across the room, and of course you played in this. What have been your thoughts here?
Been a lot of upsets.
Yep.
I mean, and that is something we talk about a lot. I may have said, looking back on it now, hindsight being 2020, maybe this top 3 players thing and everybody else is chasing. I still kind of believe that.
Yeah.
But, you've got Tony Johnson getting knocked out very early in a tournament that he's always been great. Is Rick Copperthorne gone?
Don't know.
I don't know. I know he's lost at least once. He might be out. I should know that, but I've been trying to play my own game.
Yeah, and it's like breakneck pace right now too, and obviously Riley
got beat,
and we said it when Tony lost. That was Riley could assume the role of chalk, and boom, falls down a stroke early and can never grab it. So
and Nelson Wade, Munts beats. He is a hell of a player. I mean, he's on that next level of really good players, and he's had a few live tourneys under his belt now, and he really brought that experience with him and took care of business. Riley knows he has to play perfect golf to advance in these. Now we've got a match here. There's Dave Brown. This is his first live tournament. He's never been able to go to Chicago. He's never come out here before, and this is the first time he's ever played on an iPad.
Interesting. Oh, boy.
We'll see how that
Variables
goes.
ahoy.
Larry Foster will motor through this course, and I don't think they will be on the same holes very long.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Mayfield, so it's nice to have a little
this
cleansing of that. And this is always obviously a really fun hole. We saw it yesterday. A lot of opportunity here.
Yeah, and that's a long one too. Is that 436? I'm not sure what Larry's doing.
Yes, 436.
So it's going to be like a torpedo shot that Spoony just – and look at that swipe. Spoony's swipe looked good. It's all about the swipe. And I'll tell you, the big difference too, it's trying to – Larry's setting up for a straight chip because he knows you can't get to the green. So it's going to be a lot of the wind. So the aspect ratio on your phone versus the aspect ratio on an iPad, that shot guide where you line up a lot of your wind with the God light.
Yep.
It's totally different on the iPad. Totally different. You might line up on the H of shot for a 9 mile an hour wind, but on the iPad it might be way past the S.
And you've dealt with this, right?
I did.
You know what I mean? So it is a
that
big change.
part's not too bad to get used to, but not on your first game.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a lot of trial and error, I think, for Spoony. I'm not sure if he can get that iPad a little closer to his face. He might be trying to swipe with his nose. We'll see. That's probably what I would look like when I play. Ooh, Larry just misses his hole out. Spoony, that's a pretty good effort.
Yeah.
I'm really just watching this. Ooh, look at that swipe was a little bit right.
So when you say you're looking at swipes, what do you mean by that? Because again, this is Kevin and I were talking, having you in the you're analyzing this at a much in terms of straightness and level of back to be
the forward swipe. It's just think of that swipe as a trackball.
Yep.
And if you want to hit a straight shot, you can't be throwing it out to the right.
Yeah.
You got to hit a 180.
Yep.
It's the same way on this. And if you're nervous,
that
just like a trackball, it's hard to. I've dealt with that in national championships in the past. And that's a nice swipe. That's going to hit tree. Does that go through? It does. Sniper will land nicely. Mr. Golden Tee, that is rejected.
Yeah, we saw this a lot in the qualifier yesterday too. I mean, this is a hole that immediately, if you don't hit your spot or get a bad break, you're left with this. And I wanted to ask you, because when we're watching players of this caliber with lofted clubs, lofted wedges, it is like the ultimate neutralizer of ability. It feels like with a lob wedge or a flop wedge, like your control seems to, you don't have the same, smash it in mentality. And now you really just need to find a line and hope.
So Larry has very little. This will run out. I think Larry's looking at it like he's going to try to make this. What Larry needs to concern himself with is don't make this go from bad to worse. You got to get it on the green and just make your putt.
Yeah.
But you've got that. I'm sure he's thinking. I'm not sure if that bush. There's that tree right there. I cannot hit that. If I was Larry, I would just go to the right. I would punch that sucker out of there, make your putt, and just be done with it. But he's taking a long time here.
Yeah.
Spoonie's going very cautious here, using a sniper on this hole. And that's a pretty easy javelin look.
Yep.
Typically let that ball roll. But here's Larry, this big shot. Cannot hit that tree. Let's see if he throws this to the right a little bit. Ooh.
That's interesting.
That's wild.
Yeah.
All right, so he got out of there with just a bird. So he trails by 1. So Dave Brown out of Maryland, civil engineer.
Oh, wow, look at you.
Yeah, Spoonie knocked me out of this tournament. He beat me 30-29 on Rattlesnake.
So how did you play? I mean, you're here, so I know that's not fun for you. But how did you play?
I thought I played okay. I hit decent shots. I had a lot of hole outs. Easy putts, Adam. I don't know what I'm talking easy putts.
Really?
20 feet flat putt. I missed a 25-foot double eagle putt against Spoonie on 7. Then I missed a right or a left 5. Good shot from Larry.
Yep.
Missed a right 5 on 16, and I lost by 1. I mean, it's just putts. Those are putts you have to make if you want to try to do anything in a tournament, and I know better, and here I am. In
the matches that we've streamed today, we've seen putting has been good. Putting has been good, guys. We've seen some long ones.
That's the frustrating thing.
Chipping, I'll tell you what. We saw some chips on Rattlesnake. We saw even on Mayfield some of those drivable par 4s, or sometimes drivable. Where we saw it last game with Lumpy with that short chip, which was those tiny chips where you're right in front of the cup. I know, not easy when you can't putt it with the Ranger, and it's been very technical to say the least.
Well, this is going to dive for Larry. It'll dive to that hole. Just hit it a little bit too deep. So Spoonie hanging in. What's going to be interesting to me is the back 9 for him is going to be a brand new experience, because this back 9 can set up to be absolutely just a freaking monster.
Now,
difficult. And this is going to. Okay, he's okay. He's all right. It'll stop. It'll stop. It'll stop.
Is it going to stop?
It won't stop. Is this not stopping? I think it does. I still think it stops.
This is agony.
Is this going to stop? It doesn't look like it does.
It's picking up speed now.
It stopped. I said it stopped. That's a Ranger now.
That's a win for you, 1-0.
I'm going to tell you this. If he lines this up right, and he's going to panic here because he's probably never been down here. You want to go left.
Yeah.
And you can blast this 320 as hard as you can.
You have been down here.
I have. I mean, he still has a shot. Like, he will get on this green, I think.
It's
going to be a longer putt.
In the arcade, I absolutely despise this Crown fairway because you don't have some of the tools you have. And even when you do have these tools, you see right there. So he's following your guidance.
Oh, this needs to go. Oh, it is.
Oh, my God.
Matumboed. All right. Now, some guys would hit an HLD there, hoping that extra loft will carry them onto that fringe. That's probably what he should have done. I think I would have done the same thing, and I would have had the same result because his swipe looked pretty good.
That was very, very close to. This is a. We saw this course yesterday. There's obviously lots of opportunity on this course, but you got to earn it, I guess, would be the way I put it, right? So, as we get through the front here, even though that's a big early mistake, what are the other holes and what else do we need to navigate here for these guys coming up on this course?
Well, honest to God, Adam, Eagles is, you know it well from the arcade side. It's look at this. Oh, he just left it short.
It's relentless. That's what it is.
It is nonstop. And if it sets up difficult like it can, then almost every single hole is hard. Almost every hole. 14 is going to be a big one. Who wants to be aggressive and try to cut it around those trees onto that 3 or 4 tiered green on the sometimes drivable par 4. There's shots you got to hit through trees on this back 9 coming up. It's going to be a test for the nerves.
For the catalog of courses that we have on the arcade side, of course, and
Larry Foster.
Wow.
That's a massive mistake.
Wow.
That is a big mistake.
All right, so early on here, we've got
it's a bit of a shit show.
Leaking oil.
It's a bit of a shit show.
But we've got, now if you're Spoonie here, you take a breath.
Jordan Scott should be here with us right now. Couldn't make it out. Hi, Jordan. He's watching. just said hi. Spoonie, nice shot into this green. Now, here's the thing. How is your putting on an iPad? Because he's going to have his first real test. This will be 25-foot left.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a 32-foot left 7.
Uncomfortable enough.
It's uncomfortable. And is he a swipe putter? He is a swipe putter.
Interesting. So we don't see much of that. That's
Riley.
how I play too. Yep.
Riley is a swipe putter. Spoonie, I guess, is a swipe putter. I think Kani B is a swipe putter.
You don't see a ton of it,
but it's
though.
very, very rare in this game. That's a big one for Spoonie.
Yeah, now surveying the damage here the last couple of holes.
Yeah, we need to try to see what the score is right now. So
That's a good
Spoonie
shot.
is just now getting on hole. So let's see. Mr. Goldentee's going to make this putt. That puts him to what? All right, so he is 10 under par after 8. Spoonie has this is an eagle hole here. So if he goes eagle, birdie, let's see what he ends at, because I'm not sure what his score is right now.
I believe he'd be 1 up.
Is he 8 under right now?
I believe so.
Oh, same result.
My God.
That's the same reaction Larry had. Larry looked up thinking, yeah, it happened to me too. So Spoonie needs to suck it up because he probably doesn't know Larry just did the same thing. Just got to keep playing. You got to keep playing because the back 9 of eagles, anything can happen. You can have those two-stroke swing holes.
I've gotten a sense in watching matches both yesterday and today that a lot of these guys are not aware where the others are during these matches. Actually, at the end of these games, there's a bit of awkwardness where, and I don't mean that in a bad. You just don't know if it's won or lost. So guys are just kind of staring at each other.
I wish there was a way you could sync up the matches with technology. The guys could still play at their pace, and you could still see the live reactions, but they're playing shot for shot.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's ways to do it.
There are. It's very interesting too in terms of time on device and time for matches. But
yeah,
it's just been fascinating today because it feels like guys are in their own groove. And I saw Riley was definitely investing in the outcome. He spent a lot of time looking up, of course, and ahead. There's no right or wrong way.
Good chip from Larry. That was a nice tester. Spoonie. Like I can't wait to watch the back 9. I love the back 9 so much. This is my favorite course we've ever had. I love it.
Well, and I was saying before we had fireworks, in the echelon of difficult Golden Tee courses in the Live and PGA Tour catalog, I think this is in the Black Hills category of difficulty.
Me too.
One of the top 5 toughest courses that Jim Zielinski has ever created, and of course we port it directly over to mobile.
It translates, man.
It does. No, it absolutely does. It's
in our game, we can't overpower a course by hitting a perfect 180 where you get the perfect RPM on the trackball. So there's a lot of shots that you've got to use the maniacs, and you got to hope that you understand the bounce where it's going to go. It's Eagles, man. Eagles is just I hope that when we crown a champion this weekend, it's on Eagles.
Yeah.
Oh, Larry.
Oh, wow.
Larry, say it. It's a tough course, man. Back 9, it is a bruiser.
That thing was coming in hot.
It was.
And it left hot.
It plays like it's got 100-foot elevation. I mean, the hole 10, it really plays up. Spoonie's still looking at what he wants to try to do here. I think he just hits this.
That's the shot you would play?
Yeah, I'd hit this probably 97, 98%, maybe even 100.
Just weave around those trees.
No,
left to
go right through it.
Oh, okay.
Go right through that gap. It goes through. No, did he not hit it? Oh, see, I would have done the same thing. Oh, he had a sniper out.
Yeah.
He had a sniper out. Larry had a maniacs. That's how you get through. You have to have the maniacs.
The general body language for these two combined here is
well, neither one knows the score.
Yeah.
They probably both think they're getting their asses kicked.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
And they probably should both be getting their asses kicked.
Well, that's a good point. Oh.
Once again, I have no idea. Oh, so Larry is he 10 under? 12 under. Okay, so Larry is 12 under through 10. Let's make sure we remember that.
Yeah.
Spoonie is looking at being 9 under. So he's 1, 2, 3 out, hitting this chip. Well, he could still birdie here, right?
After all
1,
of that.
2, 3. Nope, he could par. If he holds this, he gets his birdie. So I think he's going to be down 1 to Larry going into 10.
If he holds this.
It'd be a birdie, but I don't think it's going to be difficult for him.
Par 5, stroke 3.
Well, I'm talking about Spoonie. Oh, is that on his third?
Don't worry. After this putt
This
goes in.
okay, so this will be a par. He's going to be 9 under. Let's see. Oh, my God. He didn't get it to the right tier. So he's putting down with a right breaker. He could very easily miss this one, Adam. Larry, if this new swipe he's been talking about is accurate, this should be in.
The tier, how do you...
That's a good swipe. Just didn't line it up right. You've got to be on the right level. It's, you know how we talk in the Masters about you have to know where to hit it? I mean, you can be on the green. Oh, what a putt from Spoonie. That's massive.
So that is a birdie.
Okay. So
no. But
he didn't go wet the first shot. He stayed up on the hill. That's
I know
right.
he was.
Okay, you're right.
The reaction was a hazard reaction.
Okay, okay.
But that's all good. So that actually changes things quite a bit.
So they are tied through 10.
After all that.
They were tied through 10, or through 9. Larry watered 11, right? What am I doing? Larry watered 10, birdied 11.
In fairness to you, there's been a lot. The last 7 holes have been eventful.
I would like to tell Larry, just stop playing for a minute. Let's just let everybody catch up.
Well, I also think he could probably use a breath himself too. Both these guys, like you said, I don't know. Oof, that is a very aggressive line. Worked out just fine.
Let's see if Spoonie can get this onto the green. We know what Larry did. Larry hit the bullet train to Shanghai.
Yeah, now you're starting to see the separation, too, in terms of holes. So you wonder if Larry will slow down or if he will.
So Larry is 15 through 12. I'm going to remember that number, and we're just going to see what Spoonie is through 12.
So I was talking about this with both Kevin.
Who does that get through a tree? Beauty.
Nice shot.
That is a beauty. Spoonie B.
Beauty.
Spoonie is back in this match.
So I was talking about this with Kevin about, when a player finishes up and it becomes a solo effort on stage. You got your player across from you who's just watching, when you're 3-4 holes. Do you think that's an impact? Like when your opponent is done and you're sitting there and all of a sudden it's no longer a split screen endeavor and it's all eyes are on you?
I think
Depending
a lot
on the
of that
player.
depends on the score.
Yeah.
Like if you know you're down and you're chasing, I think it becomes a little bit different because everybody in the crowd knows you need hole out. And their reactions are going to let you know that. So
Yeah, it's
big shot for Larry. This is drivable. This is the one I wondered about, and this is a pretty good setup. Larry's firing that in. He will have a downhill putt, but he's not on the right tier. But this does not affect you as bad as others. But Adam, if he misses this putt, you know what's behind that.
Yeah.
If Larry hits this 100, he is going to hit it 100%. Oh, he trusts him. That is unbelievable set of balls.
That is. We saw some of that on Rattlesnake on that chip from behind the green. Worked out on one instance, not on the other, where you're just kind of committing that if this doesn't go in, I'm probably going to lose. But
if he doesn't make that putt, that's wet. If he doesn't hold that.
Holes are being very kind. Very. Yeah, the cups are. Oh,
they're receptive.
Yeah.
Right now, Larry
Gophers are out.
Right through the gap. Larry with the beauty. Larry's motoring through. Larry has decided I'm not waiting. He's just going to play his game because Larry is a very fast player. He's playing well in the back, other than Sands 10.
Yep.
Larry plays this way in league. Adam, we play, Golden Tee Mobile, the league. You get about 10 matches per week, 4 weeks of it. We typically turn the matches on. We will give players matches on Friday evenings.
Okay.
Larry is typically done with 10 league matches by the time he goes to bed Friday night. Like most players wait a couple days to play one or two. I mean, because, league's fun. You want to make sure you play your very best.
Groove. Yeah.
Larry plays them all, whether he's playing well or not. He's playing everyone, and he's done.
And during the qualifier, when we were watching him, I mean, this was the story of his playing, where he did some brilliant shots, and then he was outwardly laughing at some of the shots that he hit.
Yeah.
Qualifier, of course, everybody's in it's just brackets.
Good shot from Larry there. He's playing well, man. But Spoonie is too. Spoonie's right there. So we'll wait just to see what Larry finishes with. We know he was 15 after 12. Spoonie's 13 after 12. Nope, he's 13 going in 12. My God, what's wrong with me?
22.
So I think he eagles here. We're tied. There we go. We're tied. If Spoonie can eagle 12, we are tied. And we know Larry made that big-time putt on 14.
Yep.
Here's Spoonie's shot under those trees somehow.
Oh.
So he's going to have a
Good
tough
line.
He's going to have a putt, and that might be a Ranger. The utility ball.
So how far with the Ranger are you can you get into the rough before you start to question if I can do it or not? Like,
Well, it depends if it's downhill and
Yeah.
uphill, and that's a good putt. So we are tied after 12, but the Ranger just, if you're not super confident in your chipping at the moment, the Ranger's almost like a little bit of a safety net for
yeah,
you.
I've seen that in the last couple of days. I think we've pushed the threshold of what I thought was doable. And obviously chipping those shots, as we saw in our last match, is really, really difficult. So,
Did Larry birdie 17? Because usually that's a tough setup. He must have.
I think he did.
This is a big one. Finish his match on 18. He's going to go with the jab. He doesn't like the swipe. And he's wet. He didn't like the
He
swipe.
didn't like the swipe immediately. You're exactly right.
Did that finish? Oh, the
no.
swipe by Spoonie.
He didn't like that about 100 yards off the club. His hands were already going to his head.
All right. Larry is not playing this to make it. He was too far left.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's close, but that chipper doesn't go too far. I mean, you can still make that chipper if you water that. It'd be a really good shot, but he has let Dave Brown in the door. Tied after 12 holes, Dave Brown rolling along, and we know Larry Foster has parred the eagleable 18th hole drivable par 4.
I think he's going to look up, assuming he doesn't know, and be pleasantly surprised about his status in this match.
That he's still in it.
Yeah.
Now he's going to have to cut this some, right? How's he doing this?
I would assume you'd have to be left of B.
I mean, he's going up and over. That doesn't get all the way to the hole, does it? It does.
Wow.
That is a beauty.
Wow.
Dave Brown. Wow. That is a shot that we just learned.
That was not a draw there. I did not think. I
Wow.
would assume you'd hit a little swerve back to the right.
Wow, that was a beauty.
That's wild.
I'm
All
sure a lot of players play that one, but yours truly does not. Yours truly will be learning that one.
I'm learning a lot.
That was beautiful. So here's the next test we talked about. I said there would be a lot of shots between trees if you can't get up and over. So right now Dave is thinking, how much can I trust my swipe? So that is going to be a shot right through what appears to him probably right now 1 million trees.
They keep appearing.
He just looks like he's trying to go for the biggest gap. But the problem is you have a 10-mile-an-hour wind pushing through that gap. Look where that pin is. It is cut right on by the water. If you go left at all, you got to make sure you hit it far enough to get in that little open little nook. So this is the shot of the match to me.
I do appreciate, though, you talked about him in match play, playing with the iPad, and then getting some good moments where you can build confidence for a shot like this. The last hole we saw it.
Oh, yep, okay. He's going to try to swerve this a little bit. Start it out left and bring it to the right. Just don't want to get it where it turns into the tree.
Yeah, exactly.
It needs to start turning after the tree.
Oh,
yeah, a million trees.
That pullback looked a little.
That was a little
heavy.
aggressive. That was a little aggressive.
Not that I know what the hell I'm doing.
No,
but
you
even for
knew.
me,
No, you knew.
It looked heavy.
I mean, if you even go back to your, the arcade, thinking about how you'd want to cut that, you would not want to pull
especially
it
with that
far left.
iron. I mean, it's just going to
Yeah.
move so much. Tough shot.
So he can still birdie here, and we know that Larry parred 18. So by all accounts, if you think about Golden Tee par from here on out, if he birdies this and plays clean, he wins by 1. So Dave just needs to hit a good shot here, get on this green.
Well, now though,
make his putt.
Now
he
you
doesn't
would like
know.
to do a nerve check,
Yeah.
right?
Let's see. Like if I was really nervous, I'd be doing everything in my power to snug this thing up. Just give me a little baby putt. And he still has 2 to 3. I didn't see the setup on 16. I apologize when Larry's playing, but I didn't see 17 either. I did see 18. Larry went very aggressive with that javelin. Very aggressive. All right, here is Dave Brown. This will bounce to the right. Comes down, and that's snugged up nicely, so that'll be a make. So he loses a stroke to Larry. But like I said, if he plays clean the rest of the way, he's going to win by 1.
You wonder what he knows. I would assuming not that.
I haven't seen him put his head up, except out of disgust.
Out of disgust, yeah. He drops the iPad,
Yep.
stares at the sky.
Yeah, he is. I don't think he has any clue what Larry finished up. No chance that he knows. I'll ask him after, but I don't think he has any clue.
Again, if you're just joining us, we are at the Palms Golden Tee World Championship mobile match play here. We are deep into the bracket now. You can kind of feel it getting more tense. You've seen the reactions grow a little bit with every shot too.
I don't hate a 4-wood here either. I don't hate a 4-wood, but that's a great shot from Spoonie. That's the toughest thing on this hole is the drive. It's the drive, and if you've got a helping wind, you can use a 4-wood or even a 5-wood to clear those trees. Don't worry about that water on the right behind that mountain or the cliff. But that was a good shot, really good.
And this is, with a flat,
this is
relatively flat green,
well,
a fringe behind you,
yep.
It's basically a backboard to roll it into. I mean,
you can make this. I think this will be really close. You'll hit this just a little less than 100, but you got to get it there. You got to get it there. This needs to dive.
That just hung out the whole time.
Yeah, it did. It needed to be about a right 5 green versus a right 2. Ooh, that was a little sketchy. All right, so again, like we're saying, if Spoonie, DB, can finish clean, birdie, eagle, he will knock off the great Larry Foster. Larry parred hole 18. Hit a javelin, bounced hard to the right, and ended up falling off the green. Just missed his birdie chip. And now Spoonie trying to drop the hammer.
Hit the tier. You hit the tier, you're in pretty good shape.
Yeah, this is another one of those, exactly. You've got to be on the right level, or it's an almost impossible putt. To be aggressive enough to get it to the hole means it sometimes can hop those tiers. So big shot here. Oh, he's hung this out a little right. Does it come all the way back? Good shot from Spoonie.
That's a great shot.
So he is now in position to win this match. He is hitting shots to stay in position. So eagle here. Actually, yeah, he has to eagle. A birdie, and we go to extras, an eagle, and this is all over.
Yeah, so with Larry, we saw him immediately not like his swipe. He
pulled
it left. Mm-hmm. This is a difficult look now, sizing it up again in terms of wind. And
oh, look, this is exactly the shot I'd hit. I'd hit either a gold tee or a silver tee sniper, play a lot of wind.
Scream it in.
See, now he hasn't played on an iPad. How much does he adjust that shot guide to account for all that wind? Because right now he's guessing.
Yeah, and so obviously
an educated guess.
Yeah,
but
no, for sure. Yeah, because you don't want to get into the woodland here, obviously, unless you're going to try a different golf ball.
Can I tell you that I think he needs to go a little bit more left? I just feel like.
And
I don't mind him taking a gold tee either. I don't mind that because I'm not 100% certain. I think the silver tee gets you there. I know the gold tee does. What's he going to do?
I would agree, and I'd rather have that putt, albeit one where you'd be
scared,
trembling over, but still, essentially securing a spot in sudden death at the very worst, although that green.
Spoonie taking his time. You've got to make sure you play enough wind. Here we go. Let's watch this swipe. Nope, it didn't take his first one. Oh, that's not bad. This needs to hang on. This going way right.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
It's a lot of wind.
You said it.
It's a lot of wind.
Unfortunately, there was a lot of follow the leader here.
It's a lot of wind. So let's see where Spoonie is. We know he has to make this to force overtime.
What a turn.
He has to make this. You got to make sure you get it there, Spoonie. Give yourself a chance. Didn't get there.
Oh, wow.
And that's it. Larry Foster escapes somehow. Was absolutely in jail.
Wow.
No keys, no hope.
Disappointing.
And he moves on. That's a rough way to go for Spoonie, but what a showing in his first ever live contest.
Yeah, I would agree. I think the theme that we had on here is somebody going to win it or somebody going to lose it. It's going to be a hole out or is it going to be a mistake?
Yeah.
Last couple of matches, it's been mistakes, and that match was filled with it. So, but if you're Larry Foster now, it's you feel like you're probably playing with some house money here a little bit, and it doesn't get any easier.
Right. He's hey, we're not going anywhere. We're going to stay right here. Larry is not going anywhere. for Larry's reward, what Adam's alluding to, Larry's reward for knocking off Spoonie is probably the best player left in this tournament. It's Riley Hitchcock. So let's see what happens here.
As we watch him, I like that shirt. Go out, maybe grab a cocktail, whatever he's got to do to get ready. What is it about his game that makes him so impressive? The qualifier, he was off the charts, which has become the norm. We saw him play a match, and he was fine, but not what we would expect. But what is it about his game that you really like?
He just has every shot, and he's just – I don't know what it is, how some people get so much better than others.
Yeah.
But, he is one of those people. He's so much better than so many of us. And he has every shot in the bag. He doesn't – you just watch his hands. You don't see any trembling. You don't see any anything that make you think he would be nervous whatsoever. And it's just consistently good shot after shot. And a lot of people shy away from stages like this, but I think that Riley's a bit of a showboat.
He is.
He wants the people to watch him.
And even in that last match, and we can't always tell where they're staring, but it looked like he was staring across into somebody's soul.
He might have been.
And I love that. I mean, he has that natural look. It's very serious. Mm-hmm. There are players that we have both on the arcade side and the mobile side that I think naturally almost have like a half-stroke advantage. Mm-hmm. Whether they hold it or not is TBD, but I think he does carry that aura. We saw it last year at the World Championship, of course. He went on a tremendous run.
Yep, finished second.
And we'll see if he can, stay alive here. On the other hand, you got experience. You've got a guy that certainly is not going to shy away from a stage, albeit, in the matches that we've seen now, got to kind of correct some of the miscues here that have been going on.
Hey, make no mistake about it. Larry loves being up here on stage. He always wants to stream. Larry wants to show off his game, and for good reason. I mean, Larry's moving his way right through this tournament. Hey, you don't apologize for any wins.
No.
And, I just want to say again, congrats to Dave Brown on his first showing. Did he play pretty slow that last shot? Sure he did. That's the biggest shot he's probably ever hit in his life. He's playing on a device he has never used before, and he is trying to knock off a player to face Tilt Nasty. So he took a lot of time. I have no issues with that. And
by the way, I love shout out to the production crew.
That was cool.
This is like watching an NFL quarterback come out of the huddle. Awesome.
Can we have more of that, please?
Hard Knoxian, if you will.
Can we have more of that, please?
Outstanding from everybody involved. That was out.
Yeah.
Man.
That was cool.
And people who are at home who are maybe thinking about showing up tonight, you got to see the venue. And this is awesome. So you got to.
And look at that shot of Riley, thanks to Richard King and his work he does.
That says it all, right?
Look at Riley up there. He's already got a little bit of a frown going.
I talked to Richard earlier, and the player cards, I cannot say enough great things about the player cards. I love the new photos, just the general layout. These are outstanding.
I haven't seen mine. I took one yesterday. I haven't seen it.
Okay, well,
but
we'll get that on there at some point. He's Andy Kuhlman, of course.
Oh, got to get in the shot.
Behind the scenes, just coordinating with these guys now. Andy looks like he's got his game face on, too.
He does.
And we're getting.
What if he fell right now? Just pull a John Mobile.
John Mobile? He could
Johnny Mobile.
GIF it.
Yeah.
I think he's avoiding the stage maybe for that reason. It's a wise move.
He's so good, man.
Yeah.
He's so good at what he does.
Oh, it's amazing. He's
really,
in.
John Noble is
I thought you were talking to Andy.
I'm talking about John now, but Andy, Andy too.
Now we've upset both of them.
Yeah, probably.
No, I agree. Those guys are locked in on the back.
How John's helping the players,
yeah.
Making sure they get paid correctly after the tournament, and just I don't know, just a lot of patience walking some of us through the live wire account stuff. And
no, those guys certainly are here to please. All right, so looks like we are.
Little Royal Dubai.
Turning off the lights here. We have not seen Royal Dubai today, at least any of the streams that I've been on. I think I've been on all of them so far. Energy level is good. IPA level right now is low. I think we're going to.
You just stay on stream all day.
That's fine.
I mean, we're about done.
Yeah. No, I'm
this
good.
Is moving.
Well, you and I get into a good rhythm together. We can do this, as long as you're not having a allergy attack or
good.
COVID, whatever that was.
No, I'm as healthy as I can be.
Years ago.
May or may not have passed out last night. I'm fine.
No.
Let's go.
That was the last night problem.
Yes.
All right, so Royal Dubai, I think every hole one is an opportunity, but what about this course should we be looking out for here as these guys get started?
I mean, there's some tricky holes, but this is nowhere near as difficult as Eagle. So I expect this will be maybe who has the most hole outs, because there's a lot of opportunity on the front. Like here's one right now. Both players are thinking, I want to make one.
Now, for me, when I see these pins tucked up, and this isn't fully tucked, it gives me angst.
Oh, it gives me angst.
These guys don't treat it like that way at all.
Well,
or
they do, because they do. I mean, Larry hit that a little bit long because he knows you cannot be short and hit that face and go back into the water. So I think if you don't hit it directly in the cup, you will see these guys long. Riley taking his time here. You see how long he is. I mean, Riley's not going to mess up and lose this match on hole number 1. So he'll make this putt. He does, and they're still tied. And Riley took a long. Oh my God, Larry!
No.
That is one of the holes. This is one of the holes. I didn't get to it. We got to hole 2. The drive is very difficult, and now he's left himself a tough Ranger shot in, and this Ranger will just take off when it hits the green. So Larry's got to make sure he plays the right kind of bounces and lets it run out properly. Look at it now. He's got a bad chip. That's what I'm talking about. That Ranger goes.
All right, so immediately this is danger zone, I think.
Larry's in trouble.
Yeah, and I don't think Riley knows it yet.
But he will.
He look up quite a bit, and that moment is probably coming. But
so Riley can't get to the hole. He's got to hit it onto the green on the right side, and he'll just have a downhill putt. So Riley's advantage here big time. And if Larry misses this shot, look at Riley. That's easy eagle.
Very, very safe, very solid.
And for some reason, Larry has not got his chipper out. Larry is going to try to hit a sand wedge here.
So in terms of elevation,
horrendous decision. Now, if he makes this, good for Larry.
But it's just not a high. We talked about it. Those lofted wedges.
It's hard to make them. The chipper you can make.
So that's a 2-stroke swing. And interestingly enough, Riley is still, I don't believe. Maybe he knows. Maybe he can hear the reaction. I don't think he's got buds in, so I think he's or maybe he's changed it up a little bit, because I thought last time we saw him, he fell down 1, and he was glued to that board just to see where things were shaking out.
Last year, I think we played Royal Dubai, and he played Tony Johnson in the first finals match. Tony had to lose twice to be able to. Riley had to win 2 matches, and Riley just annihilated Tony on this course, on Royal. So he's comfortable here.
It's interesting there.
That's a hard shot, and Larry's is even worse.
It's funny you say that, too.
Riley's got a makeable chip, by the way, Adam.
Well, some of the shots he hit also were defying what I thought most players were going to do on this course. He had some really.
He did.
Oh, boy.
Larry, another lofted. Now Riley's going to hit a chipper here, I think.
Wow.
He's just extremely good. It's just extremely good, man.
That's excellent.
So he's already got a 3-stroke lead already.
3-stroke lead through 3.
How would you like to play the best player in the world and be down 3 all right off the bat? I mean, it's almost an impossible task at this point.
Yeah, and you need something. If you're Larry here, you got to just 1 stroke at a time, get a hole out, get a chip, do something. Right, because you just have to assume that you're not going to get any.
Look at Riley.
And this is the other thing. With some of the other matches we talk about, what do you have to do to get back in? If you're Riley, who's not going to change his style, this is foot on the throat here. Like, get another stroke, make it 4, and all of a sudden it looks that much more daunting.
Mm-hmm. Do you remember? Were you around when Riley actually played cabinet?
Yes,
because he got really, really good at cabinet.
He did. I do. I remember. I think Minnesota Open.
Oh my God, Larry almost went wet there. Like that was very close to being wet again.
Yeah,
Larry is out of sorts.
It is actually pretty amazing he's in this position.
Good chip, Larry.
Very nice.
There you go. That had to be a confidence booster. All right.
He doesn't look concerned or relieved. He's just.
I think he's
got to go.
I think he knows. That a rock is on top of his chest right now. Very difficult to breathe.
So it's very cliche to say, hey, let's play more aggressive. But the question I have in mobile, it is already very aggressive. You're tackling pins with very little loft. How do you elevate on that, right? Like, is there anything you could do other than continue to play your game, which is already kind of tuned up from what we see in the arcade?
I would say that there's some looks that there's an island, a water-bound par 3, 8th hole coming up, or 7. And then there's holes that you can be more aggressive on. Like you might play. Ooh, that was a good one.
Shot.
There's holes that maybe you want to hit a javelin in and try to make it versus a sniper and just stick it
There you
safely.
go. Yeah.
So that's the kind of what I could see Larry doing.
Which there, I thought that was a.
This is one I was talking about, hole 7. But see the pin's on the left now. It's not on the right, and that's not even hardly makeable. You have very little room on the left. If you do miss it on the left, it's sand, and it's probably not makeable.
Yeah, you got to land this and basically have it just hop in.
Oh, that's actually, we had a bad look at it. That's a pretty good look. Oh, Larry, very aggressive, almost made it.
Wow.
Good points from Larry. He's playing fine. He just got off to a rough start, and
Wow, that was
you
close.
can't do that against Riley Hitchcock.
Yeah.
You can't give him any chances.
Seems like Riley's kind of picking up the pace here, too.
Yep. Let's see here. Let's see. Riley hit a pretty safe one.
Yeah.
Much more room on that right side.
Which I think makes sense. That's not where you want to.
So good eagle from Larry. Still trails by 3.
Interesting if Riley catches him at some point here. Although now.
This is a really good look at hole number 8. And Riley's taking some caution here because this is a hole that can get away from you too. The drop's pretty good. I mean, he should still birdie if he were to somehow mess this up, but
I agree, though. You're talking about playing with a lead now.
with the big lead too. I mean, you would hate to give one away like that. So here is Riley. That's a little bit left.
Oh.
Beautiful. 18,000 great shot points. Don't really matter much here, but they do make you feel good and get a little confidence. Oh, Larry. Oh, that's just, yeah, you can't do that. You just can't do that.
So,
This one's over, brother.
well, okay, good. So I can fill then, which I'm great at, just saying words.
Let's fill. We can just
empty
watch
sentences.
Riley.
Now, okay, with backspin but super backspin. To me, it never looks like a very comfortable shot, even for guys like you. And you know, you have to do it if you have a downslope green or whatever. But
Yeah.
it does not seem like that's a ball you're going to utilize if you're expecting to make it. It's more out of a necessity.
Sometimes, but it's a good like Riley's going to hit it here. I love it on this hole, but when it's barely going to clear the hole, you can't hit it because I don't know what it is about hole 9, but it snaps on hole 9. That orbit.
Yeah.
That orbit super spin, it really snaps back.
And
Larry
that's
just caught
kind of
that.
it because it's
Larry would have been better served to hit a sniper there, and he'd have been all over the hole. That thing landed at the hole and went immediately back.
less consistency, I guess, and we make the game, but I'm saying in terms of how it reacts on the greens, it just feels a little different on every single shot.
It is a little different on a lot of but the players know which ones. Larry knows that snaps back. He was hoping, I think Larry thought that was going to land. Oh, look at that one.
God.
Larry is all over the hole right now.
Yeah.
He's made some errors, but he's hitting good golf shots other than his mistakes.
I like his little
Yeah, he
acknowledgement
knows.
of the camera.
Oh, I mean, he absolutely knows he's getting blitzkrieged. He
Yeah.
knows it. He knows. I wouldn't be shocked. I'm not kidding here either. I think Riley might make this. I think he's got a
and I
pretty good
think he
idea that
knows
he's
too,
that
and I
big.
don't think he cares.
Oh, I think he wants to just
bury him.
Bury.
Yeah.
Like he would love to say, "I just won by 7."
Yeah.
He would. He's up 5 now. Good shot, Larry. Oh, he just missed it. Good effort.
You're right there.
So we still have some really, really good players. I would love if we get a chance to see who's left, how that bracket might shake out. I might even ask my friends on the internet, Joel Wilburn or Matt Shulkin. I know they're updating brackets as we play. Matt out in Boston and Joel in Western Texas, but they have been following closely. Ryan Sparks on the stream. Hello, Ryan, one of my best friends on this planet.
Oh, I haven't seen him yet.
Oh, good putt from Larry. Made another nice one. All right. Tilt nasty. Huge lead.
Yes.
I'm serious here when I say this too. Yeah, Larry's made maybe like 2 significant errors.
Yeah.
But otherwise, He's looked really good. I don't understand the sand wedge chip, and I think he was just worried the chipper doesn't make it up, and maybe it doesn't. I think it does. That cost him one.
It was the story of the qualifier was the same way. We hit 3 brilliant shots and 1 really bad miss. It's a little gopher ball there again. Yep. It's been the story of the day too. We have not seen a lot of matches like this. These have been really tight matches.
Got an update. Swiper Sniper in the losers bracket. Another one of our players we talk about is, one of our pod of 3, Tony, Swiper, and Riley. He's up by 1 through 15 holes. Not sure who he's got right now. Here is Larry, just leaves that short. Riley, or Rick Copplethorne rather, I guess, is playing Russ Lyons from Milwaukee. Russ's first world championship. Should have been here last year, couldn't make it, had a baby on the way. Here with his wife Kelly this weekend, and he's played great. Riley still just mowing Larry down. Yeah. Larry trying to stay strong and not make any mistakes to the end. Try to keep this thing respectable, but you look at this 1-iron, and it's a pretty straight win for Riley. You might see your first hole on 1.
Tier here too. Where you can really.
Yeah, that's right. You can be aggressive.
All systems go.
Yeah. I'm going to call it. I think Riley makes this one. He would love to make. Oh, Larry!
Oh, that's a good shot.
Boy, you needed 1. Good shot from Larry, but I think Riley makes this.
Well, and he's taking his time.
Well, it's a crucial one. You got to get the math absolutely perfect. You got to get that. There's 11-mile-an-hour wind, and it's pushing a little bit to the right. That might be 1 click left, and just hit this thing straight. Go ahead and make it, Riley. Nope, he missed that left.
And a little short. Yeah, you're right. That wind is enough to.
You got to make an adjustment for it. Even though you have a low 1-iron, that's another nice shot from Larry. It's too bad hole 16 didn't really matter, because a lot of times on this course, hole 16 is one of the deciding factors, because this can set up like a real bear. It's very easy to par that, and somebody else might eagle. 18 could be nasty.
For sure, yeah.
17, got the pin buried way in the back with a huge crosswind. It's just too bad this match isn't close, because it could have been a fun last few holes.
Oh, look at him, probably going to bring this in just a little bit.
He likes to slurve.
Yeah, that's exactly.
It's good
effort.
shot,
yeah.
Hey, make no mistake about it. Larry Foster's really, really good.
Yeah,
really good player. He just had one of those matches. Good shot from Ryan. He'll have a long downhiller. This is one of those just not going to be stupid. We're not going to put it in the water. Make my putt, get out. Where's this pin on 18? Is it kind of hidden? Nah, it's an easy pin.
Yep.
Finishing. Oh, look at Riley. Big points here. Hole 16, he ate that alive.
Now Larry, unfortunately, just has to sit up here and
just take his whooping like a man. Just gotta hope
Yeah.
Just gotta hope he doesn't hole something else on you.
Level up.
Larry's probably on level 7,200 by now.
So I think Riley too, because we had last time we saw him play, he did lose. This is a big confidence boost for him. Not that he's lacking confidence, but I think certainly gets him back on track.
So you still have Riley Hitchcock going to be alive, Nelson Wade, the winner of Rick Copplethorne and Russ Lyons. Oh, Riley!
Man,
he's just shoveling more dirt, just shoveling more dirt. You've got Chubby Cox still alive.
90,000 GSPs.
Of course, Chubby Cox a few years ago finished either 2nd or 3rd in the world.
Yeah,
maybe 4th, but he's been on that podium area.
Absolutely. So this is just putting a bow on it.
Yeah, the only way he messed. Yeah, there's so much green there. I just want to let this just hop maybe a little bit past that pin on the left, and it'll fall back for an easy putt. Riley, a destroyer, almost pops in.
Wow.
And that will do it.
Yeah.
A 5-stroke shellacking.
That is the biggest margin we've seen so far, at least on the stream today. That's a really good player he just took out as well, albeit hit a couple of bad shots, and that's all it takes.
Larry should be proud. This is his best world showing. Larry's played in, I think, all of the worlds.
I also noticed that Riley did not bring up his good luck flamingo. Looked like that was one and done. And so the good luck flamingo goes, and the good luck, however, there was nothing luck about that. That was just surgical is what it was.
That was a destroying effort. And that's what we talked about. Larry had to play a perfect game because Riley does not make mistakes. And Riley made no hole outs.
Yeah.
Yeah, he missed one, so he didn't make any hole outs, just played clean. Had a ton of great shot points, was all over the hole.
Down 3 through 3, right?
Yeah.
Down 3 through 3.
It's hard to beat an average player down 3 through 3.
Yeah.
Much less, maybe the best player in our game.
All right, so if you're just joining us, we are at the Palms, the 2024 Golden Tee World Championship. We are working our way now deep into the mobile side of things, right? So we mentioned a handful of players plus left. Our King of the Hill match is set. Again, I know we kind of talked about it, but any other major surprises? Now Riley, of course, factoring in here. We'll get an update on Swiper Sniper and see what happened in his match, which should be ending. So still some of the big horses that we talked about heading into this alive and well.
Yeah, it looks like 2 of the 3 are alive. I would love to get an update, like you just said, on the Swiper Sniper versus Russ Lyons match. That would go a long way into telling this story about how this tournament's going to run out. I'm sure Riley would love to see Rick get knocked out of this thing and would leave him kind of on that pedestal as being maybe the best player left in this building. Even though Munts beat him, I kind of think Rick would love another shot at that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And you are seeing, I think you mapped it out as like the echelons, right, of a couple of guys maybe on that tier 2 echelon coming into their own. And I think we're setting up for some quality production here momentarily.
Yeah, we might be. Well, so you know how people, like the new players nowadays, and I'm talking about like basketball players or football players, like you'll hear them talking and they'll say there's levels to this thing.
Yeah.
You know how they say that now?
Yeah.
There's levels to this thing.
Oh, for sure.
And
we just saw it.
And you just, that was a different level. And Larry hurt himself. But even Larry's probably maybe best game against Riley's best game. Riley's probably going to come out on top. And Larry's going to say, well, yeah, I agree. So.
Well, onwards we go here as the room still continues now to fill up a bit. I would imagine in terms of the mobile reactions, they'll get a little bit louder, and you'll start to hear a little bit more. We can definitely hear it in some of these matches. People that understand the game, the importance of certain holes and certain shots that you were talking about. It's going to be fun, man. It's going to be a wild ride.
I can't wait. I mean, it's just the best players rise to the top. They're the cream of the crop, and as we keep going, you're going to see some stellar play from these guys. It's going to be fun. I mean, it always is.
What course have we not seen that you would like to see?
I would love to see more Eagles, but we've seen it. So we've got what? Mayfield. We had plenty of Mayfield.
Yeah.
Royal
we saw
Dubai.
one Rattle. We saw Royal.
Eagles. There's 5. It's the 5 new ones. So
I wouldn't mind another Rattle. That's obviously fun for me, of course. My biases towards shooting, a 17 under on the front or an 18 under on the front. What is the lowest you've seen on Rattlesnake, that front 9?
19.
19 is out there?
Mm-hmm. Not this weekend, but I've seen players hit 19.
I could see it, too, in terms of, the shot is out there. As they get everything set up behind us here, shortly after this concludes, they're going to turn this room over, and obviously then the stage will be used. These Golden Tee machines, I don't believe, have been touched. I played one game yesterday.
Let me tell you something about these. So Tony said, hey, I just got knocked out of the tournament. What are they going to say if while they're playing their match on that stage, I go play some Target Rush?
Okay.
Right? I said, I don't know. I said, you should go try it.
Go try. I hear he's getting a crash course in how to play it.
Yeah, he's been playing it.
Exceeded his daily limit. We had to do some adjusting to make sure he could continue to.
You get Tony in one of these tournaments, and I'm not kidding here. You know what kind of player arcade-wise
really
Tony
good.
is. I mean, that stuff comes back to some of these guys. It takes me weeks to be able to get some of that back. Tony's
also, it's kind of funny stylistically. One of the more fun players to watch because for his, he's in the box in mobile, and in arcade he is nothing. He's nothing like that. He is thriving. Like he's moving around and he's bouncing and there's a pep in his step.
Yeah.
And of course in mobile, by the end of the qualifier yesterday, he looked not bored, but he looked restless. And he even said as such, he's like, I was losing concentration at the end here. So it's be interesting to see how he fares tonight.
Yeah, that would be interesting. There's a few of the mobile players going to play in that, so we'll see how that goes.
Are you playing?
I don't think so.
Come on.
Even if I made it, that'd be embarrassing to try to qualify. It's been a while since I played. It's been 6 months again.
Well,
So,
but you know your way around a machine.
Yeah. What a historic weekend. 35 years of Golden Tee.
35 years.
To win that champ. Somebody tomorrow, or somebody Sunday, rather,
Yeah,
is going to
keep
walk
losing.
away with $35,000.
Yeah, it's fun. It's a celebration. 35 years. When you talk about the games, the number of games that are in that category, you've got Madden, Tetris, a handful, right? You could count them on one hand.
Yeah.
So it speaks to just the longevity, the community. You have a lot of people in this room. I'm watching Greg Kinsler in the corner here.
Yep.
Get ready and warm up. And a guy that's won
Two-time.
multiple championships, a guy that gets locked in. You talk about a fun guy that knows how to ride the wave of momentum. Animated, so you have all these different styles, 2 championships. I'm really happy we're doing this all in one weekend, too. It feels fitting, to be quite honest.
The mobile guys love when it's all together as one.
Yes.
Love it. You see some guys leaving now. Lance Martin walking out. That's Rosta. Mark Duchesne. He's going to play in the target rush tonight, by the way. But, talking about Greg, I feel like Greg made it cool to play Golden Tee back in the day. And I'm not kidding either. I mean, he was on MTV. I mean, the things he got to be on and to tell people, yeah, that's my buddy. And it was kind of a cool thing back then. And boy, he brought kind of a swag, a little bit of swagger to the game. And
when he made a run at Worlds 2-3 years ago, on the arcade side, it was a spectacle because he still got that aura about him.
He's got that pep, man.
It's really fun as we make our way back through the venue here.
More of these, please.
More
this is
of
great.
these.
See old Rick Copperthorne, and he's followed by Lumpy. Lumpy out of the tournament earlier, missed a chip on 18 of Mayfield against Chubby Cox. So Chubby moves on. He's getting Chubby is in the King of the Hill match coming up soon.
Yes, and it looks like we're going to lock back in here shortly.
So Dave Prusky.
Drink.
Still alive.
Boom. Hand it to you right away.
So Rick Copperthorne clearly defeated Russ Lyons. He had a one-stroke lead after 15. Looks like Russ exits this tournament with a really solid showing. We will see what his final standings are, but I think he's in that 6 through 8 position, somewhere in that neighborhood. I don't know. I'd have to look. I really have no clue. But Dave Prusky now versus Rick Copperthorne.
So what do you think in terms of not, predictions, but stylistically, what, is there a course that would suit someone maybe better than the others, or is it just?
Yeah. So Rick is probably the best player in the world on Eagles. So if they play Eagles here, I don't like Lumpy's chances. I don't. And I don't know that I would like anyone's chances against Rick on Eagles.
Interesting.
Yeah, he's
phenomenal
on it.
And that says something, too, because, even on the arcade side, there is something to be said about getting a challenging course. A lot of these players want that. They want to grind you down because they know if it's hard for them, it's going to be hard for the opponent.
Yep.
And
if this is, I'm not sure what they're getting ready to play. We'll see it in a minute, I'm sure. But if it is Eagles, then I'd probably have
more Eagles,
Rick on
please.
a 1.5 stroke advantage, somewhere in that neighborhood. Lumpy frustrated losing that match against Chubby Cox. I talked to him for a few minutes. So see if he puts those woes behind him, puts that behind him.
That was another
strong.
match kind of ripe with a handful of mistakes on both sides. As we look at, Richard King in front, helping us out with photography and capturing the event. We appreciate it. He does a wonderful job for us and really has for this community for a really long time.
He has. He really has.
Love watching him gliding through this place now with healthy hips and look. Oh man!
Did he get it replaced?
He did. Yeah. He's last year. I think it was tough.
Yeah, he was.
He's moving great.
A lot of pain. Yeah, that's great.
It is great to see.
I did notice he was walking better, but I did not know if he got the replacement or not.
Yeah, we talked a little physical therapy yesterday.
He get both or just one?
I think both.
Okay.
Yeah, and you could see it, man. There's pep in his steps. Thank goodness. So
that's a good man. That's been a friend of the Golden Tee community for a very long time.
Absolutely. 100%. So it looks like we're still.
There's Spoonie DB getting ready to sit down. He had a hell of a showing. That he is one of the stories of this tournament, in my opinion. when you talk about the 2024 Golden Tee Mobile World Championship, Spoonie DB played a tremendous part in it.
Now here's Lumpy.
There's Lumpy's player's card. Hadn't seen that one yet.
Don't know Volvo, Illinois. Talked about it earlier.
I mean, he's in the burbs around where you are at.
I thought it was Well, you know what? I'm not going to go there. Either way, whatever it is.
Did you think it was Volva?
Thought it was Volo.
Oh,
But
might be.
whatever it is, it doesn't matter. He's here and he's in Las Vegas and he's trying to win a boatload of money. So
He's a good dude too.
Yeah.
Dave Prusky is. Last year when I was on Gino's pod Monday, I said it would be very difficult for me to think that Lumpy could come through another gamut of players like he did and find his way into this position. And I'll be damned. He has done it again. Got through his iPhone, where now he knows he has to play every match on this iPad, and he continues to climb. And it's something to see. So Lumpy, he gets his flowers, as the kids say now, because he has earned the respect of this community, back-to-back years of making a good run. And he went for pennies on the dollar in the Calcutta. It was surprising how low he went for a guy that almost won a championship last year. And he had Riley beat last year. Make no mistake. He had Riley.
He did.
He had the nails driven in, just didn't get the last hammer down. And Riley escaped Houdini style. And Prusky, I think, got third. But Dave Prusky very well could have been a world champion last year.
now, on the other hand, as you're seeing his opponent warm up, Rick, everything is a grind, right? This is even just, you could see the grind of the day. He grinds over everything, and I don't mean that in a negative way. It's just, in terms of pace of play and the deliberate, technical, whatever you want to call it. This dude is wired in to whatever he's doing. All right, so we are back. We are back in the dark.
Back at Royal.
So no Eagles.
No, I wish we could figure out how to get Eagles in the last match. That would be a hell of a championship.
Now, this is quite friendly.
So when we get to a King of the Hill match, we will have Eagles Peak, we were just told by Andy Coleman. And they did the veto system for the final, so they'll each throw out a course, and they will come up with what they want to play together. That's the same thing we did last year. That worked well.
I agree. And there you go. Just like that. Ding, ding.
And Swiper Sniper. Yeah, he's tough to beat.
Kevin Lindsay for the win.
Kevin Lindsay is a good friend to you, bringing you
He was.
beers.
I appreciate it. He did originally forget the first time. It's all good.
He's young.
He sealed the deal on the second time, and we're thrilled to have it. So
Here's Lumpy. Trails by one early, and he's going to be hitting a Ranger out of that.
all right, so
Now, what's Riley's going to throw? Rick is going to throw a Maniacs around the left. Look how quickly he decided what he's going to do there. He has his moments. He gets a lot of shit for how slow he plays, but he is really sped up.
yeah, that was shocking. And I think at first when we were figuring this thing out and how people play, it definitely stood out. But do you, man? You follow the rule. There's a lot at stake here.
Lumpy said, "I'm not hitting a Ranger. I'm going to hit a Maniacs. Let's see how this turns out." I don't think it's a bad play. You just want to probably. Oh boy, yeah. Yep. Well,
Maybe not a bad play, but the outcome.
I just think the Ranger gets you on that green for sure. It's just a matter of whether you can make a putt. So now this is the kind of stuff though that Lumpy last year would make.
Yes.
So this is a big one. This is makeable.
Is this the club you'd go with?
I think he had a sand wedge, so
Yep.
yeah, it is.
that's fantastic.
That's the kind of stuff he did last year.
That is fantastic, and the crowd.
They appreciated that one.
Yeah.
Look at Rick. I don't need to hit from the sand. I'll just make a 8-footer.
Now, what's interesting, I don't know if Rick thinks that's a hole out or, like
Good point.
what reaction
Yeah, that's a good
you
point.
draw the crowd to. So maybe he thinks he's chasing already, or
Yeah, good point.
but not. So
But he knows he's got his hole out on one. He doesn't know. I don't know.
that's
if he
true.
knows.
That's true. Yes, you're right. So either way, yeah, I don't think he's really spent much time worrying about it.
Now he might spend some time on this shot because this is a big one, and you could. I don't mind this, but you can land this green somewhat easily. But where the pin is, it's going to leave you a long uphill putt if you go from right to left. So now Lumpy's looking at it from the left side. Does he want to go through the trees? There's a lot of options. I don't know. Is he going to try to hit a 7-wood up and over and then leave himself a sand shot? I don't know. We'll see. Rick is going to go bend this around right to left and then leave himself whatever putt he can get. I think.
This was last year. I remember Riley hitting some
through it.
Wild,
Yeah, he went straight
wild
through the trees.
shots through this, man.
Yeah, and-
Unbelievable.
And he loved it. He wanted people to watch him do it.
Yeah, no, it was kind of perplexing to watch, just in terms of and then just taking very little time and just knowing he wanted to hit and executing, and boom.
And both players taking
This
a
feels
long
like a
time.
moment, though.
But this is a worthwhile moment. They've got to get this shot right. This is a hard shot.
Yeah, that pin is.
If you're playing at home, I mean, you probably would have already hit your shot. Oh, I don't like this a bit. Lumpy's got a maniacs out, and it just, I don't know. You've got to hit it perfectly because this will bound its way down that green. That green's down 5 or 6.
So would you rather have a lengthy putt or a chip, slightly?
I'd rather have the putt.
Okay.
I'd rather have the putt. Like Rick is going to throw this.
Depending on the length, of course, but.
Rick should have an uphill, I would say, if he hits this really well, 40-footer. Let's see what he's left with. That's a really good shot.
Yeah.
What's he got? Read
40 feet.
Yeah. All right. I don't think I do that very often, but that was – he left himself a 40-footer and he just bangs it in.
That's
That's
well done by him and you. Two pros at their jobs. That was excellent.
I might just put the headsets down after that one.
Yep. And good night, everybody. Good luck.
Night.
Have a great
Lumpy's
week.
still looking at this because it is – I'm surprised
and
Lumpy
still,
isn't throwing that thing around and landing on the green.
And you still don't like the ball choice here.
I just think it's you have no control of what it's going to do. You take all the control out of it. You are at the mercy of how this lands, how this hops, and you could easily be down 3 strokes after this shot. This is what he's decided to do. He's committed to it. And, all right, that'll work.
Wow.
That'll work. So he leaves himself a 54-footer.
Oh, and on the other side.
Baby.
On the other side.
So busy watching Lumpy, we missed this
my
beauty.
God.
Lumpy.
Oh, wow.
That's a great eagle.
You're absolutely right, though. I kind of fell into a trance here.
Well, you're not used to Rick playing ahead of someone.
Well, that too. I mean, but you're absolutely right that he's sped up.
Rick is 2 better now. Lumpy took a long time to hit that 6-wood maniacs and kept that on the green, made his 54-foot right one putt. Still in this match, but we know that Rick just hit a hole-in-one right here. So can Lumpy match it? That is what we'll find out. I don't know that he has to match it yet, but it will go a long way in helping him stay in this match.
So obviously, looking at this shot for Rick, are you threading those trees? Is that what he's deciding?
He's definitely looking at that.
Is that?
Here's the thing. I think Rick is a hole-out guy, and he's looking, how do I make most of these shots? He would have to do some kind of a little slurve, and he is.
Yeah. That pullback to me looked pretty good. I mean,
that looks pretty good. This will start left, move its way right.
This is
But a bad swipe. You bring a lot of bad stuff in play. In the meantime, that's good. Here's Lumpy, and he just misses it. Leaves himself a long putt. Take your time, Lump. Bingo.
That's a great shot by Rick too.
Mm-hmm.
I'm struggling to keep up here. We gotta.
Rick's playing too fast. You ever said that before?
Yeah, no, but he is. He's moving.
He is. like we've talked about it. And I said this with Kevin yesterday. Rick has made it a point to play a little fat. He knows the aesthetics of it. He knows it doesn't look good on stream and what people say about him. And you can't complain about how he's playing with his pace right now. It's good. And Lumpy's playing with perfect pace too. No problem with Lump taking his time on hole 3.
Yep.
Because that was a hard shot, and he'll move his way. He'll catch back up a little bit with Rick in a minute. But Rick right now playing very well. The good night's sleep has done him well.
Did you get a good night's sleep?
I mean, I slept a long time.
That's good.
I mean, I was in bed a long time. I'll say that.
That's my theme on Vegas too. Morning comes early, too early out here.
I did wake up at 4:41. And
that's my wake up here normally.
Yeah, and I made myself go back to sleep for a little while.
Yeah, or at least try.
Adam, I wouldn't be shocked to see Rick make this one.
Well, this one he is sinking into a little bit, but
this is going to be really, really close. This is a great look at it. If he doesn't make it, it'll slide just past. Just past. Here we go. Lumpy's first, and this is good shot. And Rick, actually, that wasn't a very good shot from Rick.
Aggressive.
It was not very good.
Feeling himself.
That was. That's about as bad as I can imagine Rick hitting that shot, to be honest. Really good shot from Lumpy. Ranger in the cup.
No worse for the wear.
Still up 2. I don't want to spend too much time talking about arcade, but what does a marriage look like for one Paul Luna? How does he play in his first world championship as a married man? I can't wait to see how that works out.
I've seen and heard of a lot of various things getting into a big tournament of Golden Tee. To me, that is a first.
You know, like that baby bump some players experience where they play so great?
Absolutely.
I wonder if could be a wedding
Ride
bump.
the high?
Yeah.
Or maybe he loses his killer instincts.
Yeah,
no, that's
I
awesome.
doubt that.
He looks, I'll tell you this, we saw him at breakfast this morning. He looks extremely happy. He's going to have some pool time today. So maybe that's more of a factor than the.
Man, I want some pool time badly. I don't know how I pull that off. I need to talk to Andy Coleman and see what my schedule looks like.
Yeah, good luck,
Saturday
brother.
and Sunday. I need a little pool time.
Okay.
All right, Rick Copperthorne, still 2-stroke lead. Lumpy has the same shot. That Rick just had. Let's see if he can pull this off a little better. You know, while we're here, let's thank one of our sponsors, XP Network.
Yeah.
For helping us this weekend.
They've been fantastic.
Great partners.
Yeah, great partners. I love that they're in the room. Had some really awesome conversations later in the day about what they're doing in terms of streamlining the competitive play, and the fact that they're here means a lot because they're not just here but brought a group here to help make sure this runs smoothly.
Yeah, I met Nick this morning, I think the VP of.
Yeah, he's got an awesome, interesting history in terms of being in tech too, man. Yep. I think some of our guys, the IT guys here, were geeking out working with him, and it's awesome, and the work shows. So we're excited, and going to run a couple of tournaments with these guys, and look forward to hopefully many more.
So let's continue to set the stage if people are just joining us. This is the loser side. We are very deep in this tournament. Rick Copperthorne up 2 on Royal Dubai. They are about 2 holes apart. Yes, that is right. Rick Copperthorne is 2 holes in front of Dave Prusky. Dave took his time on hole 3.
It does feel like the collective pace has slowed, but that's okay.
Yep.
It
Lumpy's playing pretty slow right now, but he is trying to navigate a device that he's just. I mean, it's different when you don't play on that.
Yeah.
But I'm going to quit using that excuse for him because he's done great with it. Now I know he blamed a chip he missed against Chubby Cox that would have sent that to extras on the iPad, but I mean that was a chip with pressure that you could easily miss on your phone too.
Absolutely.
You have had a long day.
Feel pretty good right now. Feel pretty good. You get into the zone when you do this, and you know what I mean? Like, I haven't had that feeling where I need to run out of here yet.
All right.
You'll know it if I start sobbing.
Good shot from Rick, safe. Nothing extravagant. I'm sure he thought about the javelin and decided I'm going to get that all the way to the hole.
Well, I think my pacing too. I'm obviously emotionally invested in mobile anyways, but now I kind of want to see it through. And then when the arcade starts, I can go,
you can take your
lay on the floor somewhere.
Yeah. You can just announce with pace. At your own pace.
A little huff and even more puff intermission at some point, I think.
I'm already looking ahead on hole 10 here, and Lumpy is now just one hole back, 2 strokes back. But this is what I was going to get to. That pin is in the very back of the green, just past that tier, and it's a really nice. Ooh, that was not a good shot from Rick. He got lucky.
Yeah.
It's a really nice 3-iron sniper. You just land this, and what's Rick doing? Okay, 3-iron sniper, and you land it just on that top hill, and it slides down that tier, and it'll go right towards that cup. Good shot from Lumpy.
When Rick is turning to the left, I've seen him do that a handful of times in the last couple of holes where it looks like he's – what is he – do you know what he's sizing up there?
I don't. I think Rick is letting Dave catch up a little bit.
Well, it's almost, I'll equate it to if you have a putt on the arcade, let's say a flat uphill putt, and you'll turn left and right just to see if there's any additional break. It looks like is it a part of his rhythm? Is there any intel? I don't know what intel he could get from that.
I mean, if I were to go all the way left like that, I probably would have hit flyby at that point too to really want to see what's up there.
That's what I was.
But he
curious.
doesn't, does he?
No.
So I don't know.
It might be a pacing thing.
It might be a reset.
Yeah.
He just resets himself. I think this is one of those shots that can be very close, but sometimes if you hit that tier just wrong, it'll launch that ball down and give you a chip. I mean, it's something he can make. Here is Rick, 3-iron down the hill, just stops. That'll be an easy putt. That'll be a birdie on 10 for Swiper Sniper. Swiper Sniper, one of the 2 players in our game to win a world championship. Tony Johnson, the other. Tony will not win his 3rd.
Have you seen him in a while, or is he
I haven't
debriefing a little bit, taking a moment?
Last I saw him was when you and I sat down for our first match of the day, and I think he walked out of here after that.
He'll be back.
He'll be back. He might be playing some blackjack. We are at the Palms Casino, so good shot from
the
Rick.
Blackjack table last night was filled with Golden Tee players.
Yeah, I played on one as well with a lot.
How'd you do?
I lost $35, so that was kind of a win.
Yeah. Enjoyed your time?
I did. Always do.
I know John Noble was having a moment at the blackjack table. I believe it turned a little bit. I still think he ended up a winner, albeit like a dejected winner in one of those situations, right?
Yeah.
Story of Vegas.
I'll tell you one guy that's doing really well, Mark Duchesne, one of our mobile players. I think Mark might be up $3,000 or $4,000.
Wow.
Everything he is touching is turning great.
That's
I don't know how he's done today, but he's over there playing Target Rush.
Locked in.
Looks like we've got a Travis Bond over there, Mark Duchesne. You will have some players play Target Rush tonight.
Absolutely. If you're here, give it a go.
I think I told Kevin this yesterday. Maybe I didn't, and I don't know if I should even say this. I don't know how cool it is or not cool, but George von Koshimar,
Yep.
GBK, one of the better players
Yes.
in arcade. I mean, he's got all the talent in the world.
Very, very good.
Is he going to put it together someday? Who knows?
Yes.
He only went for $200 in the Calcutta. Only went for $200.
That's a good buy.
I asked him, did you buy half yourself? He said, well, I was going to, but I decided I'm not going to. I said, did you tell the guy that you were buying half or not? He said, well, I haven't told him anything yet. I said, well.
Are you?
I said, hey.
Tell him.
He said, do you want my half?
Oh, we're going to start to get into percentages. Yeah, a half of a half?
No, so I bought his half.
Oh.
I didn't buy half as his half. I have full half
A
stake
full-
in GBK tomorrow. So
I like that's a good investment. And you're right, it's a guy with a ton of ability.
Yeah.
It's been around the game a long time.
Let's go, George. All right, so back to mobile. I just thought it was a good buy.
It's a great buy.
It just
You may have to do some negotiating.
yeah. Lumpy still down by
And
2.
and now they're
They're on the same hole.
Yeah.
Rick let that happen. I watched Rick, and I watched what he was doing. He was kind of watching Lumpy. And
We were talking about listening to our podcast yesterday on expedited 1.25 rate.
Yeah.
We're now listening at just a 1x,
yeah,
which
we're
is
back
fine.
I think Rick didn't want to get too far up where Lumpy knows, hey, I've got to go for every hole.
Yeah.
And he wants Lumpy to still have to play with a little bit of caution maybe. Oh, Lumpy. God, the line looked great. Just got to get it there. It's hard to commit yourself to get that all the way to the hole when you know what's behind it.
Absolutely.
So let's see. Rick goes to the little middle island on hole 13 for his tee shot and see where Lumpy goes. Looks like he's going to, initial looks, he's probably going to do the same thing.
Join him.
I go right side every single time.
Really?
Yeah, I probably shouldn't. I mean, when you got these two guys going to this, it's probably where you should go.
What am I doing wrong?
But I go to the right one. Yeah, I mean, it's a really good look. All right, and now you see two different versions of this tee shot, too. Rick hit a jab, and Lumpy is hitting the Maniacs. Rick's going to take his time figuring out what shot he wants to hit here. Rick slows down on the back nine, but Rick is one of the best long-distance shooters in our game. Always has been. And I just think he makes sure he's got all the I's dotted and the T's crossed before he pulls the trigger.
Oof. What happened? Okay, never mind. We're all good.
Yeah, he's fine. All right, Rick is going to use a grabber here. Thinks this is going to land just past the hole.
That's nice.
Yep. It's easy work.
That is true, playing with a lead. That's what that is.
Mm-hmm. Oh, boy. Rick's got that's another open look here.
Go zone.
It is. It's same, very similar shot to what Riley had.
Is there a club that you would like to use on this shot? Is
one iron.
One iron?
Yeah, one iron. Lumpy with a Maniacs. And that was well done by Lumpy as well.
That was a good shot.
Now, does Rick go up 3 or does Lumpy answer the bell coming up and cut this lead to 1? Both players can make this shot.
I think 1's going in. I think over under here, we're going to set an even 1.
Yeah, I think 1.
Push is in play. 0.5, that line.
0.5,
I think we're going to pound the over. Yeah, I think we're going to pound the over. So
I see we have the makings of a bracket
yes
available to us right now. If Swiper Sniper wins, I think he plays Tilt Nasty. And Munts beats will play Chubby Cox in the King of the Hill. Wow, what a elite Final Four, potentially. But Lumpy still got something to say. He only trails by 2. A chance to get a stroke back here if he aces, although Rick could still do the same.
Yep. Question is, who will go off first here, right?
Yeah,
Both guys have been pretty plugged into their games, I think.
This is about a 36% shot.
Yes, it's been a while since I've heard you do that. You need to.
36.
Oh,
That win will help. 36. Hit that 35. Rick Coppathorn.
Wow.
Goes up 3.
Look at him. He's got the hard hat on.
Yep. That's right.
Steam whistle time. He is grinding, dude.
He's up 3.
He looks like he's in distress, and
Here's how this match has turned. Not necessarily turned. We were thinking, hey, if Rick doesn't make this, Lumpy's got a shot to knock this down to a 1-stroke game. Now this is almost must make.
It becomes a very dejecting moment.
He knows he made it too
for Lumpy, so it becomes a kind of like ugh.
Lumpy needs to answer the bell in the worst kind of way here. Lumpy taking his sweet time. He's doing math right now. Lumpy, it's 35.
Yeah.
36 would work too. I'm just going to land on the hole. I mean, you've got a backstop. It'll slide back. Let's see what Lumpy does. I don't think that's straight back. 37% is too much. And that is a birdie. And that is a 3-stroke lead.
That's trouble.
And he is now in a load of trouble. I don't want to look too far ahead, but God bless. Swiper versus Tilt Nasty coming up. One goes home.
One goes home. Yeah, and looking at hole 15 here, this is what should be an uneventful hole. I don't maybe you could play a more aggressive shot up there, but if you're Rick, just get this on, spin it back, make your uphill putt, and eliminate another hole.
Here he goes. This is nice. That's
Yep,
easy.
that's
That's
exactly
easy work
it, right?
again. He's just setting himself up for easy work right
Yeah.
now. This is just get my easy putt. I'm not trying to be stupid. And
All you need to do is just kind of, and some of these holes can be, obviously a little slippery. 18, as we mentioned, which wasn't too bad last time. We saw it.
oh man, this is bad news for Lumpy. One of Lumpy's hopes here was that 16 would have to be very difficult.
Yes.
And maybe Rick would drop a stroke, but this is an all systems go look again.
This is a great
It's
look.
not hidden by trees. It's a straight shot at it.
So I'm assuming
This is a straight shot at it. And Rick's going to take his time with this one, and this will snug up. Good shot from Lump. 20,000 points almost.
and that is a very safe and solid shot on the left side here.
You know what I liked about that shot? If he had a little bit of a miss swipe, it still would be okay.
Park it left.
Yeah, and if he swipes it to the right just a little bit, it's
10 to
still going to
12
be on
feet.
that green.
Yep,
yeah.
yep.
Yeah, it's just smart. He knows he's up 3. But here's a chance for Lumpy. I mean, that's another look where Lumpy might be able to. It's not something you would expect to make, but you wouldn't be shocked to see Lumpy make this.
Now, we've not seen this pin placement and this kind of setup on 17 yet. This feels classic Golden Tee-ish, right? Where you normally would hit in a big swerve with some bite. And,
Look how fast Rick's playing this. He
and
knows
he's
immediately.
He's hitting a big swerve essentially with bite. That's
There it is.
awesome.
Yeah.
That is Golden Tee
Use
at
the
its
jab.
origins. Yep.
Use the jab, and he knew the green would stop it because of the downhill nature of it. Yeah, that was perfect. You called that.
It's just, that's the shot there. But you don't see as much of that. But
I think if he had to have a make there, he probably would have tried some kind of a 3-iron sniper.
this also, well, you'd be the judge, but with a 14-mile-an-hour wind, this doesn't look too bad here, as long as you appropriately club.
I think Lumpy decided he's going to take a peek at the scorecard, which I don't necessarily love that. But, I mean, we've seen Rick do that in the past many, many times. So he knows he is in the worst kind of shape. He knows he's down 3 now. I saw him shake his head and kind of snicker. I mean, Rick's got 2 hole outs, and Lumpy hasn't made one.
So with the wind here for Rick's shot on 18, with a 7-1 and a sniper, what percent are we looking to go here?
Man, I'll be honest, Adam. I don't ever hit snipers here. I hit a javelin every time. I hit a javelin just on top of the hole, and it's very similar to 17. It acts like a grabber for you.
I'm assuming you're going to not want full.
He's going to probably hit us very close to full. Oh, and that's it. That's all she wrote. If it wasn't over already, now Swiper doesn't even have to land this green. I mean, if he goes wet, he's still going to win this match. Oh, and Lumpy's just making it from bad to worse now.
The old
And from bad to even worse. I would not be shocked to see Lumpy quit this game.
yeah.
But I don't think he will. Good shot from Rick.
Oh,
Seals the deal. Lumpy strokes out, literally.
that's tough.
Yep.
He was
He was going to lose anyway.
Yeah.
But it's all over now.
So, as you mentioned,
Got a good shot of that man in the background watching the match. See it. No, folks, that's not him hitting the shot. It is Lumpy. See Barrett Detterman back there.
oh,
See Richard King getting ready to take a picture of the stage. I love this look. Richard King. Literally, he must take 5,000 pictures on this weekend.
working his tail off.
He does, man.
Yeah,
Does.
love having Richard. He is a machine.
Andy Coleman chimed in. He probably takes 5,000 pictures. That's a low-end guess. All right, this is what I would hit. I would hit a javelin here. He swiped that thing a little bit left. This will kick Yeah, it's fine.
All right, so with that, oh, sorry, not with that.
Yeah, it's just
That's all right.
he's done.
With that, as you hear the applause, battle-tested swiper sniper, moving on as these two embrace here in the middle. And we've got some heavy hitters now still left. And again, as we work our way through the bracket, XP Network, who is helping us manage our brackets, move these tournaments along, going to do it for the mobile side and the arcade side. You see the Apple QR code on the top left, and I believe the Google, Team Google, by the way, on the top right. These guys have been awesome at supporting us and really are looking to expand kind of the brackets into the entire esports landscape. We're thrilled to have them. Learned a
good
lot
partner.
from them already, and I know they were really excited about being involved in Golden Tee, and we're taking full advantage of that.
Yeah, it's funny. I met Nick. We talked about then. I think he's VP of their gaming or something. Or I don't know what I don't know the title exactly, but he had some interest in maybe some voiceover work for his game, and asked me if I'd be interested in doing something to help them out. Andy kind of hooked me up with them, so we'll see what comes of that. Pretty wild.
You got the voice for it, man. Look at all the gigs you're picking up along the way this year. You're on the radio in Chicago. If you are from Chicago, you ever listen to The Score, you hear this guy talking about Golden
me.
Tee.
Yeah.
Had a little bit of an expedited had a face.
I still was surprised that worked like it did.
It
but
did.
Whatever.
It did. All right. In any event, we're going to take a quick break. We're coming back. I think I'm going to stay on. Regardless, Golden Tee Mobile World Championship match play continues. We'll be right back. All right, we are back at the Palms Golden Tee World Championship mobile match play. We are down to 4.
Down to 4. 4 alive and well.
We took a quick break, visited the facilities together.
Yes. Yeah, we did.
Enjoyed it, and now we're back. So things are tensing up. They're heating up here as we get our way into the venue. Watching these fine gentlemen walk in here.
So this will be the King of the Hill match between Utah's Chubby Cox on the left here on the screen. Has been there and done that in this tournament before. Taking on Nelson Wade, that is Munts Beats out of the great state of New York. This has easily been his best showing.
Go Mets.
This has been his best showing in a live tournament. He's steadily improved his tournament performances. Here we are, and there we go as these guys climb up onto the stage. So this will be a really good one. This is almost, to me, this is almost a draw. This thing could go either way. Who makes the most mistakes or makes the least amount, I should say. Let's be positive about it.
But it's been the theme for the day, for sure.
And then who can get that timely hole out or that glue-saving round that pieces that thing together on a good chip or something like that.
Well, and I believe it's Eagles, right? We are going to Eagles Peak was the King of the Hill
He did
setting, I think. So
yep, that's what they said.
I know you've wanted to see some more Eagles. It seems fitting. One of these guys is going to get the championship game if they whomever triumphs in this as we get logged in here.
Tell you, I was in a recent side tournament where I had to draft my team, and I picked Nelson Wade because I know how good he is on Eagles. So he was on my team. Now, he did not shoot very well on Eagles for my team. We did not win.
It happens.
So I don't know. I just know that Nelson's typically really good on this course. Chubby Cox has played a lot of Eagles Peak in preparation for this tournament, so I would not be surprised if he throws down a really nice number. And it's going to be the same kind of holes we talk about. On the back nine, 10, 14, 16, 17, 18, they're all difficult. And the guy that's going to hold himself together and the least amount of nerves makes good shots. I think nerves are gone here. Yeah, we talk about nerves a lot. I think with the players we have left, nerves are not really a factor.
There's so much, you're seasoned at this point. You've played all day. You've grinded through. You do kind of fall into a rhythm at that point. And maybe when you get into it's an important game. Outside of the championship game, this is the most important game that these guys will play. And talk about a big money game, too, guaranteeing you a top 2 spot.
Yeah, that's right.
So, and the one thing I do love about this course is just instant drama from a hole one, and that's interesting stylistically.
That's an advantage right there for Munts Beats. He's left himself a chip. Chubby is going to have could he make it? Sure, but this is a low percentage make. Munts Beats, I would cut this 50% whether he makes this or not. Chubby, I'd say 15 or 20% chance.
I'm assuming he didn't want to go.
He did not. He
okay.
just didn't line it up enough
okay.
to the right, and it kicked left on him and went in the trap.
Okay.
So this is instant chance for fireworks for Munts Beats. And I've been saying that I don't think nerves are a big factor. And Chubby almost makes it. That's a really good effort.
Yeah.
And Munts Beats makes it.
Wow.
That's a one-stroke lead right off the bat.
50%.
Nelson Wade Chubby almost made his. It's just a low percentage play.
Now this hole has given our players fits here throughout the day. We've seen these trees wreak havoc. It was Larry Foster, I believe, that
it did.
Was left in a precarious spot and took a while to even get his shot onto the green in there.
Yeah.
So you got to be careful here. This is definitely, I think this is definitely danger zone.
And I don't think there's been an update, but lately it feels as if you hit those tree leaves up top, they sometimes kick back. And that was not really something we experienced, but the last several days.
Yep.
It seems
we have not.
I know you haven't. I know you have not. And we all know we haven't. But it's weird,
bro.
It's weird. Let's see what happens here. Right into the middle of it. Okay, he gets barely gets through. Oh, look at here.
Very clean. That's as close as we've seen.
Yep, that's 2 good shots.
Really, really good shots. Wow.
And I know we haven't updated it because I haven't got a download on my app. And whenever you guys make a little change, we get a little.
Make sure.
A lot of times we wonder, why are we getting an update here? Why are we updating this app?
Those
what did
leaves
they change?
on Eagles?
Yeah, we're going to screw these
guys.
Yeah.
John,
right before Worlds.
John Noble.
Yeah.
John Noble is here to ruin your leaves on eagle.
Yep.
I get it.
That really has been a discussion point.
Oh.
I've waited many hours, and I'm now going to Tito's.
Is that a little Red Bull in there?
It is. A little pick-me-up.
Thing needs some stirring.
It looks a little. looks a little clear.
It looks like it's ready to.
They might be low on Red Bull apparently. Plenty of Tito's.
Yeah,
That's fine.
that's good.
That's a good-
Commentary
oh.
needs to loosen up, anyways. So, all right. So we saw this last time we saw this course. It was nonstop. It felt like in terms of drop strokes and.
Well, that was
mistakes.
Larry and Spoonie, right?
Yeah, and it was
That turned into a bit of the old S show I talked about earlier. So
Larry Foster ultimately prevailed.
King of the Hill. So just talked about GVK a little bit ago. He just popped in to check some action out. Want to know where we were at on this match. King of the Hill.
And
Munts plant that in there safely, but he left himself a longer
Yeah, that's
putt
not
to be
fun.
desired. These are not the putts you really want in this kind of a match, but I mean that's absolutely dead
straight
center.
cut. Yep.
He looks fine, man. Like he looks like he was made to be in this match. Like
Yeah.
he is totally at
I
peace in
agree.
this setting.
Well, you do this a few times. I think it gets easier and easier.
Chubby's gonna have a very similar putt. Oh, that hill killed
That
it a
caromed,
bit.
and that keeps caroming.
Yeah. All right, so look how quickly Chubby putts here. Missed it.
I thought maybe
now
you
down
get
two.
that gopher pull, but he didn't. We've seen a lot of it happen today, but that's it
It seemed like he went for that putt very
little
quickly.
rushed. Yeah.
I mean, that was like he looked at it and it was firing. So quickly down 2 strokes.
Boy,
Wow.
I've seen a lot of that. Not
Well, on Eagles you do.
on Eagles, and just early
Well-
holes have been tough.
Rolled it by. We saw Riley go up 3 after 3 on Larry Foster.
And not just makes, right? Okay, we saw a chip in here, but not just that.
Nelson Wade, sniper, perfect.
That's a good line. He
And like
looks,
I
like
told
body
you-
language here, man. I do.
Like I told you, he is really good at this course. This is not one that you really want to see. Here's one I'm going to try to learn something because I don't know where the gap is. I see a gap. I don't know how you get through that gap safely in a match of this kind of.
Over the water.
I mean, there's just a lot of
Do
things
these
that
guys
could
know
really.
the gap? I mean, do you?
I don't. I go to the fairway when it's this look here, this particular look. I go around and I go for a chip, and typically I don't make it. Now I see the hole.
Yeah, I do too. But in terms of loft and
He's going to go medium T, 320 driver, and just will take whatever putt he gets.
he is approaching this with.
But you see the hanging. You see the
Yeah, oh yeah,
leaf
on the
right?
on dangling over the left there.
I mean,
do.
that's. Oh,
You're
and he's
win-
cutting, and he's cutting it right into that.
It's a big cut.
Wow, just an
Wow.
absolute beauty.
Wow.
That was great. Now,
Well, that's a championship level shot right there.
yeah. I don't know that I got the guts to try that shot. I know I can easily birdie it, but I know I could par it if I screw this up. Chevy Cox knows he has to go for this.
And that's not a fun position to be in, by the way, when you're keeping pace, especially on a course that you know is not done with you yet.
Oh, Chubby.
Hey,
Beauty.
wow. 2 great shots.
Great shots.
Two really, really phenomenal shots. 2 very gutsy plays. That had a much different line to it also in terms of cut.
Now, if a guy really was feeling himself right now, he would consider – I know the smart play is a sniper on this hole, but landing that javelin is not that tricky, and it runs –
Just letting it leak out.
You want to let it – it'll run all the way down. You just got to make sure you land the front of that green and let it roll down. I don't think either one would consider that. Obviously, we know Munts didn't. He hit the 1-iron sniper, and it looks like Chubby's going to do the same thing.
It's another good look here at 8.
It really is.
Nice flat. Not a lot of, man, oh man, that's a good win. I know it's 182 yards, but there's no reason this shouldn't be points.
Here's Munts. And it was a nice one.
Oh, I'm so happy there were points. That's a good shot.
All right, Chubby. Down by 2.
Your opponent's already gotten through it.
But this really starts on the back. I mean, I'm surprised. No, I mean, I am surprised that Chubby's probably going to be down 2 strokes going into the back unless he can make something happen here, or Nelson might not eagle 9. But I don't know. The back 9 is just something to behold. So Chubby Cox, this should go left a hair. It doesn't. And that'll be a fringe putt.
A lot of very straight outwinds here. And I think when you've got a lead, even if you have to navigate these trees, this is what you want to see, because you can just fire snipers all day if you're so inclined.
Munts beats that pin right between those 2 trees. So he's going to go a little swerve, maybe a little bit. Or is he just, yep, he is. And he's going to throw it out a hair left.
Yeah, right
and let
between
it
that
back.
gap of the 2 trees.
Uh-oh.
Oh, boy.
That's
that
the risk.
That ducked in early. All
so
right.
Is that the break Chubby Cox needs to get right back in this match?
That pullback looked good. I didn't
It
see
did.
it swipe up.
The swipe needed to go left, and I think it was way too straight. Never had a chance to make its curve. So Nelson, how does this affect you? Can you climb right back up into the captain's seat and pilot this thing, get your birdie? See how good this shot is. Beautiful.
Birdie, yeah,
It was
that
beautiful.
helps, even though it didn't go in.
Yeah, you make that putt.
So
He's
give
shaking
one
his
back.
head.
Yeah.
So he gave one back, but Chubby still has to execute the same shot. And it's not easy to land. The reason this is so tough for them, they're trying to land it on the right level. If you land this short and you're on the bottom tier or the top tier, it's almost an unmakeable putt.
I like that. I like that pullback.
That was much better.
Yeah, that was.
Was the distance control nice?
That's
it
a great
is.
shot.
There's the stroke back. So now it's a 1-stroke game after
That's
9.
a little sweet baby cut there.
Oh, Nelson. Wow. Chubby Cox looks up. Surprised he didn't laugh. He's as relaxed as they come. He's a good hang. Both guys are. I mean, you're talking about 2 of the most relaxed guys. Look at him in Golden Tee. Now,
Yeah.
Chubby, the way he's kind of perched over his setup, but you wouldn't really know. But he's a really relaxed cat. Nelson, he's as relaxed as they
Yeah,
come,
very
too.
cool and calm. You could see it the whole time.
Never even heard him raise his voice.
So the back 9 that you've been looking forward to here.
Yep. Nelson, almost, that's short. That's a chip. That's a stroke again. Unless, I will say Chubby Cox is one of the best players in our game at making these shots. He'll probably.
The wedge.
Yep, he's really good. I wouldn't be surprised if he uses like an 8 or 9 iron. He's going to go sand wedge.
It's kind of a big moment here with both of these shots.
It is. I mean, you're looking at a chance to lose a stroke here, then a stroke on 11,
exactly.
right?
Yeah, there's swings ahoy.
Bang.
There's one.
Munts beats, gets his stroke back.
There's one.
That he lost on 9.
Now
So
you really have to have this again. I know there's a lot of holes left still to play, but
and I wonder if Chubby knows if Nelson went that quickly to put that pressure on Chubby. If he misses this, he went from being down 1 to down 3 in a matter of seconds.
you could hear the room, by the way, starting to. I think they've also started, hydrating.
Yes.
And B, I think they're feeling.
Look at him. Chubby
man.
Cox.
You can
That's
feel the
huge.
reaction. That's big.
He is really good at those shots. He's super steady. So it's a 2-stroke game, but Chubby can get one back right here. If he makes his hole out, then no harm, no foul. So when I say he's down 2, Chubby has not played the same amount of holes as Munts beats. Looks like he's going to go with the same setup that Nelson Wade did. Put that in the very end of the fairway, then leave himself some kind of a a javelin stinger. Meanwhile, Nelson sizing up this huge elevation change shot. Only thing you're really interested in doing with the pin where it is now for Nelson is just getting it behind that hole and just making your putt. This is not something you're even thinking about making. Oh my goodness. You can't think about making that. You just got to get it planted way deep.
No, I didn't
That's
see
a tremendous mistake.
I didn't see what percent he pulled back at.
Well, he had the wrong club.
Well,
he needed maybe 2 clubs more. Because you're going way uphill. You're trying to put a big cut on it, and you lose massive amounts of distance. So if Chubby makes this, he's down 1. An eagle on the next hole, and Chubby is winning.
Wow. This course has yet again delivered.
It does, and it's the back 9. You just need to survive the front. Then the back 9, it is a true rock'em sock'em robot. Like, who can survive? So far, we've seen Nelson make a big mistake. That's right, I think.
Oh.
Yep. Just a smidge right. So we will be tied if Chubby can make an eagle on 12.
God, that was close again. A couple of balls we've seen here, not the generous cup that's been in play pretty much most of the day, but that one was off.
Yeah,
albeit
Chubby
slightly.
knew immediately. He put his hand to his face the second that went off the club face.
Uh-oh. Now, I don't know if it's out or not, but that looks out to me for Chubby.
He's fine.
Okay.
That's fine from there.
Just
Matter of fact.
seeing the flowers.
Like, he's going to look up. Wait till he looks up. See where
Angle.
those strings.
Yeah.
He's got a much easier shot.
Okay.
I think he's going to look up. I mean, it'd be silly not to. There we go. So there's your trees. And all Chubby's going to do here is plant this thing behind the hole and just try to make a putt. But what he has done with using a Ranger now, he's taken that control of stopping it on the green.
This is not a fun putt to be well behind the hole either. I mean,
it's not.
This is an uncomfortable shot here.
Look how much he's clubbed up. Yes, that's on there.
Oh,
that's the play.
That's a really good shot.
And he's not going to miss that putt. It's straight.
No, he's
going to go. Yeah. Oh. Look how fast he putts. He doesn't even look if there's a little left or right in it.
That's beautiful.
Yeah,
no,
we're tied. And so 14, we missed hole 14 watching Chubby's putt. It must not have been an easy setup, so Nelson had to make a tremendous chip here for eagle. Chubby Cox is 2 holes down now in pace. But to be fair, Chubby's had some shots he's had to really think about.
Oh, yeah.
Both these, there's no complaints on pace here.
These guys are moving.
Yep.
I agree.
Big chip for Nelson here.
Oh, that's tough, man.
Oh, that went down the tier. That went down the tier. This just went from bad to worse for Munts Beats.
So how do you adjust for the tier here?
I mean, it feels always like a guess.
Well, that's not. Oh, and it just shot right through.
So he went from an eagle chip to parring.
And the body language we were so high of is.
He looks more tense.
Yeah.
Look how the concentration now as he's staring a glare into that iPad. Right, you can see the difference in his face.
Yeah,
you're right.
So a lot of golf still though. It's this.
What's Chubby going to do here?
So they are tied in score, but again,
Chubby has a shot that he is going to hit here. Is that a 7-wood Maniacs?
How is this look on 14, relatively speaking?
It's hard.
Yeah,
that's a hard one. I've got this driver streak high tee bounce off the hill shot that I've kind of come up with.
Oh goodness!
But it leaves you a sniper chipper from the brush, and it's a tough chip.
Would you do that shot here, or is that
no?
Just
Because
a couch shot?
The pin is so far to the right, Adam.
Yeah.
With the wind blowing against it, it's going to be hard to bounce something in there. So
I gotcha.
This is the shot. This is a huge shot for Chubby. Does it get over that tree? That's the key. Oh, okay, he's going to leave himself. It definitely caught something.
Oh, good shot there.
Yep, good shot for Munts Beats. He is putting up the pace of his play is far exceeding Chubby now. So we're many holes apart. Chubby still has a chip on 14. Well, we're not that bad, I guess. Par 3 coming up for Chubby. So
yeah, so this shot on 14 too was really not the. We don't want to call it the undoing yet, but certainly that was a.
He went from an eagle
shot.
chip to down the wrong. He was on the wrong level for his putt. That's the beauty of this hole. It's a tough hole to get to regardless, and if you miss the tier, if you're not on the right level, you have virtually no chance of making that putt because it's a guess on where it's going to go. Chubby Cox, it would be very easy to leave this short. Oh, Chubby Cox! An eagle from the fairway.
That is an aggressive shot.
An eagle to Nelson Wade with a par on 14. That is a tremendous
That's a swing
difference. That is a swing hole we talked about when we first started talking about these matches. 14 was a big one.
Wow.
What a chip with a 4-iron sniper. That is elite level stuff.
Wow. Now,
somebody on the stream said Nelson. Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness. Said Nelson really left an opening for Chubby, and Chubby took advantage, and he's so right.
Yeah, in these matches, we haven't seen somebody walk through. We've seen that, and that has taken full advantage of the opportunity.
Chubby just needs to get this through this gap, and he is in tremendous shape to win this match. This will be one of his last true, really difficult shots.
Agreed, and you can
18 will be tough.
Sniper your way through, though, here, yeah.
18 will be tough, but as it always is. 17, you've got to get it on the right level, but here's Nelson. Beauty. All right, Chubby. Right through it, and he almost holds it. Chubby's on his game.
Yeah.
Chubby's fine. Let's see how 18 looks. Nelson Wade's in a position now where he's got to make it. So if he does have to make it, he's either going to snipe something at it or maybe even a javelin. Looks like he's going to go with the 3-iron sniper, dead at it. Meanwhile, Chubby, a relatively tame 16.
This is what you want to see.
All Chubby wants to see from here on out is easy looks.
Yep.
Let me coast in.
10 feet, 10 feet, 10 feet.
Chubby's going to send this to the right, bring it out. It'll go to the left. Perfect. And he's going to have a good look here at a hole out.
Absolutely. Kind of what we talked about in our last match here, where you can forget about holding serve.
I could see
Get some
I could see
separation.
in orbits here if a player wanted to be super bold on 18. Just lane it just past and see if he can't make it. Nelson Wade must almost make this or hope for a collapse from Chubby. That's going to be an eagle. So he is going to finish, 20, is he 26? 27. Chubby Cox knows he's in the catbird seat. And this is a look that you could easily add another stroke to your lead. That looks great.
Oh, it does.
Oh, he just leaves it short. That was in the heart. That is in the heart. That's one thing you don't want to do. You can't leave it short.
Yeah, because you know the ball's going to stop right afterwards.
So right now, so he is on pace to finish 29 under par. He's at 26 right now. So he could still birdie out and win this.
So I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. We'll watch this. But do you see, layups? Is that something that you would?
Here's the problem with layups.
You
rarely do it.
I hated it for that exact reason. When I would do layups, I wouldn't know where to lay up.
Right.
If you're at your home or at your bar in the arcade or whatever here,
you're
not
where's
laying
a
up.
safe layup shot?
What am I doing?
Sometimes you just think, the devil I know is better than the devil I don't.
Well, and there's different forms of it too. With the snipers, you can, not secure being on the green, but won't worry about that if we can stick this first.
Chubby Cox, does it get on the right level?
That's
Absolutely.
a great shot.
Chubby is now
tied
the match. He can par 18 and still go to extras.
So now you
might as well hit the shot.
Let's watch the mindset.
And here's the thing. If we're being really honest here, this is about as easy a look on 18 as you can get. The pin's not in the right. The pin's dead center of the green. It's a little low, but it's center of the green. Chubby just needs to fire a sniper in here and be done with it.
Exactly. I
think it's the 4-iron. Just 4 iron, just hit it full, maybe a bronze tee. Make sure you get it all the way there and just win your match. So Chubby Cox, land the green and you win your match. 4 iron. On the way.
Looks good.
Safe. He can two-putt if he wants to and walk away with the king of the hill. But he's going to make this one. And Chubby Cox is your 2024 king of the hill.
Which I think he's
winner.
just learning. I think he's
and he will be in the championship match, his first championship match. And who will he face? He will face either the man he just defeated. He will face either Rick Coppathorne or Riley Hitchcock. Wow.
So, wow, Eagles, which, by the way, if you like Eagles, which I know you do.
Love it.
Sounds like we've got more coming up, which I am not mad about, especially with these two guys ready to make some shots. So, Chubby Cox, again, fell behind early.
He sure did.
Fell behind early.
It didn't look good.
You know, we were talking what was it going to look like, and talk about a match that just flipped immediately.
You know, so Nelson did not make a very good slur on hole 9. Hit that tree, bounced out. That gave Chubby an opening to get down to just one stroke, and then he just really took advantage on the back 9. And that chip on 14, that 4 iron was absolutely clutch. Nelson had a huge wedge that he tried to throw up and with the jab, and it went down that second tier. So that was a 2-stroke swing on that hole alone. And that was the ball game. And Chubby Cox moves on again. He has proved time and time again he's a big game player, has done well in these tournaments before, especially Worlds. And he's going to finish no worse than second place in 2024.
It's huge. I loved there was some daring shots in that game. He was unafraid to make the necessary shots to win, and now he's going to enjoy the rewards from that, and he's going to wait. But whomever he plays is a seasoned monster. Now, the advantage he has, as you mentioned, is somebody's going to have to beat him twice. But you know what's interesting about that, and I know we'll talk about the championship. That sounds like a big deal until maybe you're down a stroke or two after a couple of holes, and all of a sudden you're looking at a one-game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it shrinks quickly.
Exactly. It's like the Stanley Cup we just saw, where it's a 3-0 lead until it's not.
Yep.
So it's an advantage, obviously huge, and he's playing well, best of all. But there's going to be no gimmies from this point forward.
Yeah, and I just think I can see Chubby losing one match. It's just hard for me to fathom somebody's going to beat him twice in a row.
Yeah.
I mean, they can. We know how good Rick is. We know how good Riley is. And we damn sure know how good Nelson has been playing this weekend. So you've got one of those three is going to come out of this and will face Matthew Hansen for a world championship.
So we're seeing our players walk in here. Again,
this is an elite match. Elite match.
We are at the Palms. This is the Golden Tee World Championships. We are getting down to the wire here with our mobile group. And these are two of the favorites coming into the tournament, still alive and well, playing for a chance to be in that championship. They're coming into the room here again. Awesome, awesome venue. 22 Golden Tee machines situated around this room or rooms, but we're not worried about that right now as players warm up for tonight. And again, there's still time. Come on down. You can play in the Arcade World Championship. You got a chance at it, but you got to come to the Palms. You got to win a couple of matches at least in Target Rush. I still think you should play. I'm just saying it.
We'll see.
Okay.
I might.
A couple more of those, and and peer pressure from me. Who knows? But right now, we've mentioned, we've talked about these two guys ad nauseum. The lucky flamingo that he had earlier, still nowhere to be found. Might be in a trash can somewhere because it was 0-1. I don't think he needs any luck. Game is tremendous, and he was really on point the last time we saw him on his stream. And it's been a minute now, right? So it's been a little bit of a while. How do you stay fresh between matches when you've got a long break? How many games are you playing? Are you working on putting? What are you doing to kind of keep yourself in the moment?
Well, I think it's good to get away for a few minutes. When you know you've got a good 20, 30, 40 minutes before you're going to play even an hour, just get away from it for a little while. Come back with 15, 20 minutes to go, fire up the device. It's no difference than when I've seen Haas in the past. Know he's king of the hill, and he'll go off to a machine when he's got 15, 20 minutes to go, and he'll start warming up, play a couple games of Golden Tee.
Yep.
So I imagine that's what they will do. Me personally, It's kind of funny just to test my swipe to make sure it's straight. A lot of my buddies know I do this, but I'll go to Desert Valley. I'll go to hole 6, and that's
my favorite holes ever.
And I'll just get the chipper.
Chips ahoy!
I'll just practice chips. Yeah. I'll practice chips until I make 5 straight, and then I feel like the swipe's right. And I don't know what these guys are going to do, but I think they're pretty confident in what they're going to do here and how they're going to play. So, I mean, no offense whatsoever to Chubby Cox right now, but I still think that these are it's a good advantage for him that one of these guys gets knocked out because these two are just fantastic players, and one is going to go home. There's a putt. That will be a putt for Eagle for Riley.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yep, he hit that perfectly right between that little gap between the sand traps. Oh, look how quickly he's played one.
Very confident Eagle right there.
If I'm Riley, I just barrel through this thing. Play the way you normally play. Let Rick chase you.
Pace could be a talking point here, I think, right away. It's hard not to at least acknowledge it. And we'll see if that proves to be true. But
the winner of this match will take on Nelson Wade for the right to go to the championship match. Both players find the right opening and will eagle hole number 1 here on Eagles. Both players selected this course, by the way.
Yeah.
This was the one that when they vetoed out, this is what was left. So great for the viewer at home, great for us.
It's been fun to settle into this a little bit, to see all the different looks.
About three games in, I knew that Eagles Peak for the Worlds would be the best course after I played it 3 times.
Yeah.
I thought, man, this is just going to be insane. We'll look at Riley. Is he going to try to launch a pitching wedge with a high tee maybe? What's he looking at?
What's the club you'd hit here? This is an interesting look.
I think this thing, to have any success here, you have to barely land this on the green, and it's easy to leave that short and kick right back in the water. So I would hate to make that kind of mistake early, but if you do land it perfectly, I mean, it gives you a chance to make it. It is down 4. Yeah, all right. He's changed balls.
It's probably the only thing slowing him down. And now, here you go. I see your nice cozy wedge into the green, and I raise you this.
So what are we doing here?
Is this a shot in your bag here on the right?
No, I wouldn't do that. No, I'm not. I don't think I'm quite good enough to do that. That's just a safety shot.
Yep.
I think he thought about hitting that javelin in, but he knows how close you have to land that to the. Ooh, Rick barely gets down. Something's happened with those leaves. Something has happened with those leaves.
Jesus.
What was it last year?
Snuck an update in. Oh, yeah, there was one.
I said something last year, the same thing. And you said the same shit, man.
Yeah,
whatever.
Continuously hold my ground here. Well, the leaves now. Well, I'll tell you what, though, we're getting home. Those leaves, they're going to be brick walls.
Made of lead.
Yeah.
All right, Riley is going to just hit a little javelin, just skip the face of this cliff. He's just not going to touch it, but close enough to blow it a kiss, land on the green, and it bounces left. Here it comes down. He's very ballsy.
Yeah, that's a good shot.
Like Riley literally went up and over that face. Most guys, you'll see Rick. I'd be surprised Rick does that. Almost at a loss for words.
No, but so okay, I'm handicapping pace here because it's intriguing me because Riley seems like he's just in a groove, and so by the time that Riley makes the turn, where do you think Rick's going to be? Hole 6, 5?
Probably. He'll be on round 6. Maybe 7 at best, but probably 6. Oh, see, here's a look here where Riley would have behooved himself more to land this as much left as he can to give himself a little bit more.
Yep.
Yeah,
I agree.
This is one I don't often hit flyby all the way to the hole, but this is a hole every single time I do to see where that hole is in relation to the green. And see, Riley was forced just to put it on the center and make his putt. He didn't have a chance to actually go after the hole. So I will be willing to. Oh, here's Rick. Oh my goodness.
No.
Oh my goodness. Rick Copperthorne he needs this chip for a par.
That is a galactic miss.
Unbelievable.
His reaction was almost like astonishment, right?
Yeah, I don't think he understood how that went that far, and he's still processing that right now. It's a must-make chip. You cannot let Riley get 2 strokes on you on this chip.
And meanwhile, Riley on the other side, if you want to keep the momentum going.
This is the same shot. Oh, God, he's so good.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just so damn good. Big putt here for Riley. Just quickly, he's a swipe putter. He is, of all the players that swipe putt, Riley's the best in our game at that.
That's those them cabinet roots.
Yep. That's how I first tried to swipe. It was a swipe putt until people taught the.
Hey, buddy, you can click left.
You can click left 3 times and just go straight. What a chip from Rick.
Yeah.
He had to have that.
Wow.
So he only loses 1 stroke. He's okay. And again, we have a back 9. Now this is the one that Riley went right over that rock formation. Let's see if Rick skirts it. Beauty.
Yeah.
Riley is absolutely rolling right now. Rick only down 1.
Riley is cruising. Although now, taking a look at the screen to see what the status. This is a tricky shot, by the way, at hole 4, sizing up that setup once again.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Rick did not want to mess with those trees, and he puts a nice shot in. Rick's fine. Rick knows he can still win this match. Rick's so good on eagles, too. So that was shocking. But that's also, to be honest, Adam, that's a setup I haven't seen a whole lot, that par 3, how he played that. I haven't seen that a lot.
Well, and the chip really kind of recalibrates all nerves, and you.
Well, you're still clutch, right?
Yep.
And it's a clutch chip.
Yep. I think that helps.
It's not the hardest chip in the world, but then again, you're only playing for $10,000 here in a few minutes, and you know you got to make it, so it does make it tough.
Now,
let's see if Rick does the flyby. Did he do it?
I didn't see.
And I know he's not just going to hit a 3-wood here. Riley, a big hole here. This is one that you can lose a stroke if you're not careful on your approach. We saw Nelson Wade lose one earlier to Chubby Cox. So looks like Rick is playing as far left as he can safely, and it ends up being in the center of this fairway. So he's also not going to be able to go for this hole. Can't get it there. Not on the right line. So he would have to throw that in. He can use a jab or a sniper, whatever he wants to do. Meanwhile, Tilt Nasty. Remember, the whole key on this is to be on the right level.
Yep.
And that pin is not on that bottom tier. It is on the high point of this green, and it is a small target zone. How good is Riley's distance control? Ooh, there we go. I think that's going to be most likely a drop stroke. Now, of all people that probably would make this putt, it would be him. See that small area he had to land it on?
Yep.
No bigger than a postage stamp.
Very interesting development here.
It was all about distance control.
Now, what's it going to do when it gets up there? Yep.
It's going to break left. Oh, Riley Hitchcock.
God. Even his reaction, I'd say relief.
Of all people that would make that putt.
That was ridiculous. That thing was. That was a.
I'll tell you, if Rick had his eyes on that at all, he has to be deflated, because that was his chance to maybe get that stroke back.
Well, and to your point, I asked, how is it going to come off? And you put your best effort out there to say, I think it's going to do this, and it did. But I don't think you truly know. And that was
you
just
don't know. That was
experience.
That was an educated guess.
Some luck, which is what you need.
Yep.
And now it's back to your regularly scheduled program here of just pounding greens and.
See, earlier we saw Riley hit a monstrous slurve through that little gap. Like, it was a dangerous shot, because that pin is as far right, extreme right as you can get it. There's water on the right. You can't hook it too much. You still have to worry about that window more than anything. So Rick is looking at a really hard shot that Riley made look easy.
Now, the other thing here, pace, back to that, we're almost doubled up here now. So
we said, what hole would he be on when he made the turn? We thought 6 or 7. He's on 6.
Yep, and we're at hole 11. So there's going to be some split screening is not long for this world here for a little while.
No, it is not.
But
enjoy it while you can. If you are a fan of split screens,
yes,
you are not long for this world.
Soak it up. All right, but first and foremost, this feels like an incredibly important moment. It is an incredibly important moment.
Adam, it's a hard shot because you've got the wind fighting against you. So you've got to cut it enough to get that take some of that wind out. You're not trying to make this, but you're trying to make a manageable putt. So here we go. This is huge. And nice.
Good shot.
Very nice shot from Rick Copperthorne. You can't miss this putt or you're wet. That's why it's important to be somewhat close. You know, a 60, 70 footer is the last thing you'd want on this hole.
And you can feel the room waiting for the putt.
It's a huge
got
putt. This thing dives to the right.
Very quiet as soon as they saw what he was doing.
Riley's going for the green. Oh, my goodness. No. That was a mistake.
What?
That was very aggressive, and that was unnecessary.
Now, this putt becomes that much more important.
He'll make this. He's not missing this putt. Bingo. Suction on, and I wouldn't be surprised if Riley runs this in. I'm sure Riley is absolutely pissed off that he allowed that to happen.
I think confidence there probably got him in this position, and confidence can get him out.
Oh! He will drop 2 strokes to GT par. One. We're going to say 1. But he was going, make no mistake about it, for the eagle. Oh. Worst case scenario, you birdie here, and you have just absolutely let Rick Copperthorne back in the driver's seat. Rick eagles 9. When he gets to that point, he will be kind of up 1. Swiper, sniper. Par 4. Looks like he's going to hit the sniper as well. Meanwhile, Tilt Nasty, can he shake off the mistake he just had and make a good shot here?
You know, it is a really interesting moment that we'll have some further clarity on here in probably 15 minutes, but it is his style, right? So it's like you live by it. That's how you play. That's how he is.
Rick almost drops it.
God.
Rick is back in this match, fellas. He is right back in this match.
All right.
You make no mistake about it. Riley had his chance. I'll tell you what Riley did on 11. It wasn't smart. I mean, I know he's good enough to make that shot. He is absolutely good enough. There's no reason to. Put it in the fairway, make your chip. You miss your chip, you still birdie.
Well, at that point in the match, it seemed like he was cruising. So,
kind of feeling himself a little bit. Trying to pull off some crazy shots. I know he pulled that shot off. I know he wanted to hit that shot because it was hard. He wanted to show people he could make that
exactly.
shot. He does that stuff.
Yeah, he can.
All right,
good
14.
News for him. More hard shots.
14.
Wind.
Yeah, this is fine. If I'm Rick Copperthorne, I'm disappointed how easy this is because Rick is the master at hole 14. So we'll get there eventually with Rick. Here's Swiper Sniper. Look at this one. Good effort.
He wanted it.
Rick looks like he's completely back in this.
Yep.
Like he's confident again.
Hard hat. It's back on.
He's looking at. He knows exactly where Riley's at. He just looked. And by the way, he also looked at the setup.
Yeah.
All right, now we have to remember Riley made a tremendous putt on 9. Uh-oh, this is a little chip. This is a little sniper chip, I think. Oh, he's going to – no way. No way you putt this. All right. He's going to chip or snipe. It's the only real play here.
These are slippery.
They are, and he just needs to get his line right. Bingo. Easy as pie.
Yeah.
All right, this is a chance for Rick. Now, we said it before, Riley did make a tremendous putt here. This is not an easy setup. That green, if you're going to put a pin on this green, this is the one place you don't want the pin.
That feels like it was a long time ago.
It was.
It was. That's true.
I mean, Rick is playing faster than he used to, but he's very methodical.
It's just a matter of these two guys doing their thing.
And I've come to appreciate Rick's pace. It's what Rick is.
I love it, man.
Yep.
It's bulldozer style. Just
let's see if Rick can land the proper level.
Oh, good shot.
This is a huge. Rick knows this is a monstrous shot. And wonderful.
Wow.
Wonderful. So with that, in that par on 11.
I'm assuming Riley is facilities break? Or maybe he's
Well,
just, you know.
Riley's taking a quick
He's
break.
got
He's
some
way up
time.
on pace.
Yeah, it's true.
Way up on pace.
Just don't know if I've ever seen that. It's fine. Told you split screen wasn't long for the world.
Yeah, I didn't think it'd be this fast.
Didn't expect him to, See you guys.
Yeah, I'll be back.
Take care. Have a great tournament.
All right. So swiper, sniper. This would be one. I think he'll have no problem managing this shot.
Yeah, this is a nice look with this wind, too. It's going to push it back.
Yep. He'll put a little curve on it, which he is. Pulled back to the right a hair. Throws it out a hair. And that's beauty. That's an easy one for Rick. And I'm going to tell you now, Rick is not going to go for the green on 11. Rick's going to put it on the – he'll look at it, and he'll think about it. And he'll see the same kind of shot that Riley was thinking about. But the smart play, that is an easy chip for these guys, man.
That's the other thing. They're not layups, man. It's not a layup when you –
What he also might do – I'm sorry, Adam, but I'm looking at that gap right – he could probably take a low T driver, 320 driver, because we weren't looking at this very closely, and put a sniper on this thing, and I think it's fine. Let's look. He's going to club up here in a minute, and you're going to see what that 320 looks like. What? Okay. What are we doing? What's he doing? I don't know what he's doing.
I think he's still in thought here.
Okay.
Well.
Is he not going to look at the 320? I know he knows what Riley did because he didn't even look at this shot. All right. If he puts a low T in the ground, he is going for it. So it's Rick, I'll tell you what, man, it takes a minute. Riley Hitchcock making his way back to
so you're
the
talking
main
about
stage.
A 320 with a little baby cut.
Oh, there he goes. Okay.
In left to right.
I think he would need. I think you can set this up where you don't even have to cut it. If he keeps going right, a little bit. Oh, okay. So he's gonna hit the maniacs.
Wow.
It'd be fun to go back to the full screen just to see this go through here. Thank you, Andy, team. Is he gonna try this? We will keep an eye on Riley for you.
But this is a fun shot to.
This is. Let's see.
Zoom in on.
The funny thing is they don't need to do this. This is a short chip for them. Rick's going to let it fly here. He's set up. It's going. Does he get it all the way there? It's into a 10-mile-an-hour wind. It needs to carry that face of the – and he does. That's an eagle putt.
Wow.
That's huge, man. That is a two-stroke swing on hole number 11. Two-stroke swing. Riley was, that leaked. So a one-stroke lead after 11 for Swiper Sniper.
Wonder what Riley is thinking in terms of seeing that shot.
Oh, I think he is absolutely
reprocessing
pissed off right now. I think Riley is very upset. You can tell in the body language. Head is completely down right now. He is going to grind. He is not out of this whatsoever, but like I've said repeatedly ad nauseum, I don't know that there's a better player in the world at Eagles Peak than Rick Coppathorne. So Rick making an error would be shocking to me.
And I think Riley is treating this way. I think he wanted to slow it down anyways, but now looking at, only a handful of opportunities to get that stroke back.
Here's Rick, big, humongous full, gets it on the green. This is an easy putt for Rick. Riley would love a hole out here, would be able to tie the match. And I know he's many holes up, but we're talking about mistakes and GT par and all that kind of stuff. A hole out here would be huge.
Oh.
Runs it just past.
Man, I like the shot, though. Got it
me
there.
too. That was nice.
Pushed it past. This is another interesting look here. That pin is way up.
I wouldn't be shocked to see Rick make this, by the way. That's a good look. Riley just needs to land this on the right tier. We talk about that a lot on this course. I know we talk about it a lot. But Jim Zielinski is an evil man on Eagles Peak. He let all the demons out when he created this course, and it is a tough putting course on many different holes.
This was old school evil, Jim.
Yeah. Just a genius at what he does. Here's Riley.
Where's this going to land?
And it's on the right level. You're not trying to get close here. You're just trying to get it
just
on the right
survive.
level. Oh, goodness. That swipe puttering of Riley is just, to me, it's just craziness. Craziness. Good shot from Rick. What's 18 look like? Not that hard.
No.
I mean, it's not easy. I mean, that's a big wind. But Riley will plant this where he needs to, I think. Meanwhile, Rick on hole 14. This is another tiered green. Swiper trying to get set up. He's not going to shoot his shot until he's absolutely ready. Riley playing the 18th hole. If Rick is to make GT par on every hole here on out, he would win by 1. But Tilt Nasty is not hit yet.
No.
Sniper in, safely
Good
on.
shot.
And he will now have to watch, and his outcome is completely in the hands of one Rick Copperthorne. Nothing he can do about it now. Here is Rick's shot, a full jab in.
Nice shot.
Gorgeous.
Really,
Absolutely
really nice.
gorgeous.
So this is a painful, probably going to be an excruciating wait for Riley here now, who, you know, likes to be in control of his own fate, and he's no longer the case, but there's still a slew of tricky. We've seen 18 be evil.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know.
But the closing stretch was not
It wasn't hard.
brutal by any means.
But this is Golden Tee, and it's a world stage, so anything can happen. But Rick is firmly in control of this match. And he is completely in control of this match.
Yeah.
He just plays, like this is not a hard shot for Rick. He's just going to take his time. He's going to get his distance just right. And he'll get that gap. And that's a big gap. That was rude.
It's very nice.
He only brought me one, or you one, and did not bring me one. It was very rude.
You can share this straw if you want.
I can't believe Kevin Lindsay did that.
I think mine was mixed a little bit better. No offense. Yours.
I'm complaining about not getting a drink. I still have a third of
very
mine.
clear, yeah.
Well,
Hopefully that's ice at this point.
That's Tito's.
Oh, that tastes like a jolt of energy needed for a long and successful day here at the Golden Tee World Championship at the Palms. I saw they just tweeted out, which I appreciate. Oh, my goodness.
That's gorgeous.
And they are, we are excited to partner with them. Awesome venue here. Awesome venue. Really,
the Palms
really,
tweeted out?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, nice.
So we are, we're very happy to be here.
Yeah, this has been an awesome stage.
Very, very cool. And we are just getting started.
Yep. I mean, this is we've got 2 more days of this.
Wow, that was now, again, ended up fine, but you can see his expression was
I think he expected that to be in the fairway for sure. But he has a good look at this, and Adam, I would be willing to bet every penny in my 401k. He knows that if he finishes clean, he wins this match by 1. He knows where he is.
We're looking at Riley, by the way, and another shot, and he's got his.
Whoa, that was weird.
Kind of waiting, got his hands clasped together, chin resting on him. Just
he's thinking
looks like
about.
He's praying.
He's thinking about that shot on 11. He's thinking about that shot on 11. That will be the one that every time he plays Eagles Peak for the rest of his life, if he loses this match, he's going to think about what happened on hole 11, and that's an absolute fact. Rick, he has the O-bird math. He is going to hit an O-bird here.
What would you be hitting here?
The same thing Riley did. I would just park that sucker just on the right tier and just make my putt. Obert, I don't think I've ever tried a sniper Obert here. I'm sure it's a fine, safe shot. It's going to cut right through that wind.
Get to the math and
I don't know the carry here. I don't know the elevation change with an Obert here. So, I don't know. I would think you'd have to hit this. 60% would be 180 yards. It's downhill into a 11, so I think he's hitting this at least 65, maybe 67%. That's my guess. Plus, that's all carry, so he might want to even hit this 70%. All right, I'm going to say 70 with a guy that's never hit this shot before. So let's see how off I am. My friends watching on stream right now can make fun of me.
I mean, you've earned some percentage cred over the years, so I think if you miss one, it's
all right.
You know.
Well, I have not.
You
yet,
had that
so.
40-foot putt earlier. You called that was actually one of your finest parlor tricks yet.
That was a fun one. All right, so what's he up to? About 60? Is he at 67 or so? I think he is. I think that's 67. What did I say? 70?
Yeah.
Oh, he's at 58. I'm a moron. Oh yeah. Okay, I was off 12%.
It's all right.
Wow.
In fairness, it's not a shot you hit, and I don't think it's a shot I would even know how to draw up.
That would be one that you'd pay your $5 and you'd buy Eagles Peak on the mobile app and you just campaign the crap out of it.
Yep. All right, so
Riley knows his fate sealed. He knows Rick's not going to mess this up. You can see that in his eyes.
Yeah.
He's hoping against hope that somehow Rick can make a mistake.
I think he's staring into his soul again. I enjoy that.
He's tapping his arm like, let's just get this inevitable result out of the way. And Rick is going to make sure that his shot is perfectly planned out. Rick will not hit this shot until he has every conceivable equation worked out in his head.
If you like flybys, guess what?
The king of flybys was one Steve Sobey. And I remember every time Steve would do a flyby, I knew he was just sizing it up.
Oh, yeah. I know what Sobey would be as a...
Here is Coppathorn, and he is going to do it. He is a putt away. It's a right 8. Pull straight back, hit straight forward. And Rick Coppathorn has vanquished one Riley Hitchcock. Beat him by one. Beat him by one stroke. And Riley is out of this tournament. Rick will go into the loser side finals. He will play Nelson Wade for the right to go to the championship match and play one Chubby Cox. And that was a great match on Eagles. It delivers again.
It delivers again. You've been calling for it. You got it. We're going to take a really quick break, but we will be back at the Golden Tee World Championship. All right, we are back. Golden T-Mobile World Championship here at the Palms. And there you have it, the walk to the stage.
This is the third place match. So you've got Swiper Sniper, former world champion, will be taking on Munts Beats. Nelson Wade, one of the best players in our game, has finally made a really nice tournament performance, a nice showing.
Kevin Lindsay dicking around.
Yep, Kevin.
Just kidding, Kevin. But he was dicking around.
Yeah, he's just dicking around.
No, he's Chase beta testing our new prototype Golden Tee. All right, so these guys are warming up. Have you seen the new mini version of Golden Tee that we have over there through New Wave?
I did, and I asked how
cool.
much. Yeah, I think I will be purchasing one of those.
Okay, cool, good. And maybe you do this long enough, you know a guy. All right, so we have made it down to nearly the end.
Mm-hmm.
Where does fatigue start to factor into all this? Mental, physical?
I think those guys more than anything are just hyped up. I mean, you're not talking about a person that's not good enough to be here. They've all got. You don't have like last year, and I don't want Dave Presky to take this the wrong way, but that was and he's great.
Yeah.
But that was a surprise showing to all of us. This is not. Rick Copperthorne being here is not. Nelson Wade being here is not. And obviously Chubby Cox has been here many times too. So these guys know what it takes. They're good players. I don't think they're tired. I think have been taking care of themselves all weekend, by the way. I haven't seen any of them in bad shape. So, I mean, that's part of it.
It is.
I mean, Las Vegas can bring out some real demons.
Unfortunately,
so
it is part of it.
So they did the veto system again, and we came up with Mayfield.
An old friend. We haven't been here in a while, though.
This is a surprise to me.
In terms of what landed because of the vetoing?
Yeah, I'm surprised they want to play this course. But it's going to be, I think what this turns into is going to be a hole-out course. I don't think you're going to see mistakes by either player, maybe one. But I think this will be mostly who can get the right angles on these fairways and greens and leave themselves a good look in.
Yeah, there's been a hole 13 comes to mind. We haven't talked about that in a while. That's been a hole that's decided matches today. You've got a slew of drivable par fours. And like you said, right out of the gate here, you've got a pretty cozy, comfortable pin, not cozied up anywhere, comfortably right in the middle. And somebody's making this.
I think so, too. It's funny. There's two different styles here. Rick had the javelin out, and I've seen him use javelin with a tuck pin. But I love hitting a sniper. It just, you got to carry it right over that lip. If you get your line right, you can make it. You hear the cabinet guys in the background.
Yeah.
This place starting to fill up.
Yeah.
Got a bunch of mobile guys.
Yeah.
So starting to really get a little more crowded in here.
Got a couple hours still to come on down to the Palms, sign up.
Munts, good effort.
You could still make it into the Arcade World Championship.
Let's see if Rick holes out number one. This is going to be a game, I think, of hole outs.
This becomes a very, very important shot.
Rick trusts that javelin. He knows what he's got to carry it. Just needs to go in the grass. Munts is good there. Swiper Sniper has come a long way through this loser's bracket. He has won a lot of tough matches. And good. He is good again.
Wow.
Rick Copperthorne takes a one-stroke lead. This will be a game of hole-outs, and he got the first one.
We saw here on hole 2, we saw Tony Johnson earlier in the day deliver a double eagle, one of the best shots that we've seen all tournament. Kind of a more traditional hole-out eagle.
Let's see, what's this look like for Munts Beats? He's going to have a sniper, huh? I don't blame him. That pin is cut awfully close to that. I mean, you could probably get a javelin in there, but it's a little risky. Good shot from Rick. He will have a nice look in. Grabber might be on the docket. Ooh, he's going to bring it back. He's going to use the old super spin ball. The magic ball. Or as Larry calls it, no, maybe it's cheese. He calls it the fun ball. It is a fun ball. It's a fun one to watch. If you dial it in just right, that thing will, and it rips on this hole. This is another one where it really rips.
Well, you've got that upslope too, and you can just lean right into it.
Shout out to all the mobile boys watching this third place match. I see Phil Rumley, one of the best players in the world that hasn't been to a world championship, just does not fit his schedule. So good at this game. He's watching right now. Munts beats misses to the left.
Yeah, and appreciate all the support throughout. Please like, please share, comment. We will be live all weekend long, including tonight, for more fun arcade festivities.
You won't.
Probably not.
You need a break.
We'll need a break. Piece pizza.
I feel bad. I feel bad having you in this booth this long, but man.
Oh, I love being in here, though. I truly love the grind. It's fun doing this with you too. It's you get into the deep parts of these tournaments though, and I feel like, and I know you feel the same way. You got to like finish what you start.
Yeah. Usually you'll catch a little break in the middle somewhere.
Yeah.
You just never got to catch your break.
I and it helps me truly understand this because I learn a lot both from you and from these guys. Just unbelievable skill all day.
Munts beats. Does this kick right?
Oh, man, that's a good line.
It was really nice. So as we talk about, it's a game of hole outs here. I'm going to say that repeatedly because it's going to be the truth. You guys will see. I don't think either player is going to make a single mistake. And can Munts beats get that hole out back that Rick took on hole number 1? There's plenty of chances. There's 2 really nice sniper looks on the back 9 on par 3s. There's the 10th hole, which is a sniper look. Rick right now is going to take dead aim here. This is the one that Munts just missed on the left.
Yeah.
Zach Oberender watching this match. Hi, Zach. Back in our game. Took a little hiatus. He's back. Plays out of Iowa.
This is going to be
big Hawkeyes fan.
Go Hawks. Heck yeah.
You guys would like each other.
In heaven, there is no beer. That's why we drink it here.
Look at this. Rick Coppathorne has done it again.
Oh, my goodness.
That's 2 hole outs on the front. This was not.
It's a game of hole outs.
This is.
I guess if you're going to say it repeatedly, you might as well be right.
It will be a
but
game.
You're exactly right, though, and he's got that flow going, too.
Mayfield doesn't present a whole lot of tough looks. I mean, there are some looks where you can make a mental mistake.
We saw a few coming up here in that 8 to 13 range. That could be challenging.
Yeah.
But
And that's not a knock on this course. It's just these 2 are that good. Like, Munts beats is probably going to shoot a 29 or 30 under, and if he doesn't get a hole out or 2, he's going to get beat by 2 or 3 strokes. Rick on pace for like a 32 right now. And with a ton of holes to go, he's only played 3.
Yeah.
3 holes. He's got 2 hole outs.
Not too shabby of a pace there. Be the on-pace guy. This is not a bad look either here.
This kick's right. Just didn't get it all the way there. Munts beats can try to throw this straight at the cup. Oh, it's just short.
Good shot. Good line.
It's hard to make he knows that you have to hit this 105%. You've got to get it all the way to the hole, and it's hard to commit to that with water right behind.
You're at the mercy of the golf ball, too, at that point, too, where it's going to stop you from doing something dumb, which is probably for the best.
Have we seen our waitress in the last 6 days? Because I really miss her.
Would you like something?
I would. I would really like a Tito's and Red Bull again.
I can.
You know a guy? Okay. Well, that was fast.
I think he may have thought I was signaling for me. So it'd be interesting
as long
to
as he
see
brings
if he
one.
comes back with 1 or 2.
Well,
if it's 2, we're on pace. Okay,
yes.
I'll be on pace. Let's go 1.
At least 1.
It's like he heard.
All right, Munts beats. Where's this pin? Oh, it's in the front. It is so hard to make anything with a Ranger. This is all about just getting on the green and making a putt. So Munts is on hole 7. Goes over this. Look at that picture window. You wouldn't think they would want that kind of a window there on a golf course. It's just inviting trouble.
It is.
Well, he left himself a long putt. That's surprisingly long.
That is extremely long. Now,
I mean, I understand safety. Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
He got fortunate there. We've seen putts closer, not go in. We've seen him closer and not go in. So
I'm still very interested with Rick moving around here because he's doing it on most long-distance shots where he's surveying left and right. Maybe it's just trying to get distance honed in. I don't know what it's working. Whatever the hell he's doing, it's working great.
Yep.
So please don't change. But
he's got a bronze tee out. That's going to give him a little bit more lift to carry that fringe.
Get to the very back.
Yep. He might be able to get all the way. Here's a swing hole. Can Nelson? Oh boy, that was close to being disastrous. He has a manageable chip.
This hole's been all day long. Has provided separation.
It's a hard one.
It is
because you put a lot of pressure on yourself. You know how badly. An eagle goes a long way on hole 8 because you don't really expect your opponent to make eagle there. But you know both of you need to make eagle there. So if you get that eagle, it's a huge relief, and there's usually a chance you gain a stroke.
Now, I didn't see the exact setup here. We'll see it here momentarily with Rick, but we've seen a fair amount of players laying up on this, too, over the last 2 days, just to say, I'll take my chances with a sniper and
That's
a chip,
right.
you know?
That's right.
So I wonder, well, we'll see. We'll find out soon enough.
Is it too early for a must make? Oh, he missed it. I mean, he's in bad. He's honestly, Adam. He's in a bad way right now. I'm not saying Munts can't come back, but I'm saying it's going to be a Herculean task at this point because I don't see Rick missing that chip, or quite frankly, I don't see Rick missing that green. And Kevin Lindsay, as clutch as they come, that is a deuce coming.
I know you're going to ask for one. I purposely brought 2.
We have drinks.
Kevin, thank you very much.
Thank you, Kevin Lindsay.
Cheers. That's problems, though.
Kevin,
We're
I don't know if Kevin's been more valuable than he just was this entire weekend.
I feel bad about the earlier remarks mid-walk-in. I'm going to retract those comments.
You should apologize profusely, maybe some kind of a bonus for Kevin.
Done.
So Swiper Sniper. Is he hit? Okay, so this is a route you don't see a lot. Swiper goes for the yard. He will go for, ooh. Now he did not expect that to get knocked down like that.
So how in play is that? This is
Well, let me tell you this. I bet put the timer on right now. He won't hit this shot for 2 minutes because I don't think he's probably ever had it. His goal was to put it in the backyard and have a nice clean look, and he does not know what he's going to probably have to do, in my opinion, Adam, is he's going to have to hit a Ranger. Oh, boy.
Wow.
As we're over here watching the trouble that Rick is in, Nelson Wade has trimmed this, what we're going to call a 3-stroke deficit without knowing what Rick's going to do on 8.
Double punch here.
That's a big one. And all of a sudden, Nelson Wade. So Rick's just going to have to pound this as hard as he can. I think it gets over the water. I don't think this will stop it. I know he's probably considering doing a big cut all the way left and throw it out left. But the problem with that, you take so much distance off the shot, I don't know that it gets there. Unlike arcade, our cut shots, our fulls, you don't get more distance by hitting it harder. I mean, it takes a lot away. You probably lose 30% of the distance. So Rick is in a real quandary here.
We should have started a clock, but
I think
we're 2 minutes in here shortly.
Okay, I think he's just going to hit this as hard as he can, put a little bit of, he's going to put a little bit of a cut on it, and just pray that he finds dry land. Because I'm willing to bet he has never been in this position. Nelson Wade, settle. It does. That's big.
Yeah.
That is big. That was a tough hole.
Holy cow.
This has turned fun quickly. Nelson buries the eagle. Swiper Sniper on the prow. I think he's got it ready now. He's going to fire. Does this get dry? Throws it all the way out. What a shot.
Wow.
Rick Copperthorne.
Wow.
So the damage.
Yeah, we got to recalculate.
So there is no damage now.
Yeah, so we had the hole-in-one. That looked like a lot of trouble. He took the headphones out. He regrouped.
So this is the big hole, right? If Rick does not get his eagle here, the lead is only 1.
Yes.
The lead is only 1.
Now, what would you estimate he does here? Is he going to
I think
it looks like he's going to try and hit the same shot we saw.
My opinion, Nelson hit a poor shot. I think that
Gotcha.
I think that Rick's on the green putting all day long here. All day long. He's going to cut it to the right a little, throw it out past those trees, and he should have a relatively easy putt. Nelson did not have his best effort, I think, and wasn't comfortable with it. Oh, my gosh. What a poor shot from Rick. I cannot believe that.
That's not a fun
Adam,
chip.
you have to believe me when I tell you, that is not a tough look. As far as hole 8 on Mayfield goes, that's not one of the more.
And that was a big miss. That wasn't a small miss. That was a big miss.
Yeah, he hooked that dead into
I
the
wonder
trees.
how much, frankly, emotional energy he just took out of him from.
Oh! What a
Apparently
chip.
not much.
Swiper,
We'll have to
sniper.
retract that comment as well. We're retracting comments all over the place.
Ranger for Eagle.
Look at that. That touch the fringe, and just, oh my God.
The lead stays at 2.
That's an absurd shot.
Wow.
One of the shots, maybe the shot of the tournament thus far. That is unbelievable. Wow. Hard hat is on.
He is grinding.
Grinding, man.
That was a great one.
This has been a very stressful stretch.
Oh, Munts beats!
God.
That's the answer. Let's look at this one again.
Oh, God.
Hole in one on the drivable par 4 grabber. Straight back in.
That, to me,
Bingo.
is one of the first. That's one of the first grabber holes in one in this I've ever seen. Ever.
What a shot, man. It's a game of hole
Holy-
outs. It is a game of hole outs.
That has aged well.
Munts beats. Here's one of these snipers I was talking about. You have 2 really good sniper looks on the back, and both are the par 3s. Both are 1-irons. So this game has gotten extremely interesting quickly.
Yeah. And look, it does not slow down here.
Swiper, sniper. Rick trying to become
Holy
a
crap.
2-time champ. Here is Munts beats, a legitimate chance to make another. This will be close.
Talk about putting up a fight.
I promise. This will be very close. On the way. Oh, it just
my
slides it
gosh.
past on the left. He's going to have another look. Hole 17, he'll have another chance. A 1-iron sniper will be in play again. Rick Coppathorne dodged a bullet.
Man.
But right now, I think it is with the hole-out situation. Is it a 1-stroke lead maybe for Rick? They're so far apart, it's hard to say.
I'm struggling with that, too, because we got, like, hole-outs and aces and chips all over the place. So, if
Of course, Munts beats has already had 2 hole-outs on the back. Rick has his chances coming up soon, too. So Rick finished that front 9, 3 better than Munts, but Munts has already holed out twice on this back 9.
wow.
So swiper, sniper, birdies this hole 10. I told you that was a look that you can make. Have some great action here.
This is electric. This is, I don't know, what we were expecting, I guess, and you called it. And now you're looking at 16. Big win, but a reasonable look, I would imagine, if you, depending on what golf ball you use, probably, ooh.
This is a tough shot, too, on 11. This is a tough shot, but, Nelson made a really nice play with that Maniacs. You heard the crowd cheer when it settled in and stopped short of going off that
was
back.
A great shot.
So Rick's going to have to do the same thing. And right now, Nelson is sizing this up. I am surprised that he is using any ball other than a javelin.
I am too.
But clearly he knows his game. He's already made a shot with a grabber.
He has, but
there is a ton of wind here. He's going to elevate this club. I mean, he's hitting it with the gold high tee. So all that wind is in play and then some with an elevated driver to boot. So this
is
to me is a little frightening.
High volatility shot here.
But I'm here for it.
Hell yeah. And whatever he's doing, I guess it works.
Does he have a little more magic in his fingers? His shot is on the way. It's good effort.
Great shot.
Yeah.
Good,
Distance control was nice.
Yeah, that did exactly what he wanted. He just pushed a little left. That was pretty. Oh,
right.
buddy.
Swiper, sniper, Maniacs on the way and beautifully done. So Rick will have an eagle putt. Here is the 1-iron sniper I promised on 17.
And that's
This
juicy.
is a chance. It is. It's a right 11, so you've got to land this a little left of the cup and let it slide directly right into the hole. The only way you make this with the straight shots if you land it completely
on top of it.
On top of it.
Yeah.
So this has to slide a hair right. This is Munts Beach's chance to essentially tie this match up, although he is way up in holes played. Playing his own pace, on his way! He's done it! He's got his third hole out of this back nine.
Gosh.
What a shot.
Wow.
Nelson Wade, New York's Nelson Wade.
3.
Trying to take down a former world champion in Rick Copperthorne.
Wow. Down 3. Doing it the hard way.
And I'm going to tell you another thing. This is a javelin look that he's probably going to let hit just before it gets to the green, and it's going to trickle towards that cup. This is makeable. I would.
Could you imagine?
I would consider a 4-wood here. I don't. This is scary to me
lot of
because
club?
this barely makes it. This barely makes it. He's not even going to hit it 100%. Does he make it? That's why.
Oh no.
That's why you got to make it all the way there. That
We're all over it.
That is. He's going to have to hit what's he doing? He needs to slow down and
take a breath.
Think about this is the biggest shot he's ever hit in his entire career. He didn't hit that hard enough. Man, I hate that.
You knew it. Unfortunately, you had it sized up, but
you need to hit that one. In my opinion, that had to be hit 99 to 100%, and maybe even consider the 4-wood.
So, is this lob all day, or
I know he wants to hit the chipper because he's thinking,
say,
"Can I hit a chipper underneath that fence?"
But the risk is so high.
It is. Huge shot for Nelson Wade. He just misses it right. He gives one of those hole outs back.
That sucks.
So it now puts the good doctor, swiper, sniper.
That sucks. Not because it's a tough shot.
It's deflating.
But it's deflating, and that's why it sucks because, man, did he grind. And, look, he's still very much in this. So what a run. What a run. But
I agree. And now all Swiper needs to do is play GT par golf, and he wins this match by 1 stroke. Plays clean.
Yep.
And he's good, and you still know that he has hole 14, hole 17, and he will give a run on hole 18, but he's looking up, and he can see. Well, I don't know he can see. He can't see. All he sees right now is the main screen. He sees these on there. So I don't know that he really knows in his heart what he's facing. I think he probably thinks as loud as the crowd was that he might be chasing.
There was a lot, yeah. That's a great point.
He could make this one. I mean, 14 and 17 are your best hole-out chances.
It feels like he's been on the defensive for a prolonged stretch.
But he's played so well. I mean, hole-outs on the front 9, hole-out city. This is, it's funny. The game of Golden Tee is so great because you could have a course that beats your brains out. Hey, Ricky!
Wow.
Another hole in
a little delay there.
Wow. And now that truly does put him up 2.
Oh, my goodness.
Is that a little hit of the vape? Oh, yeah, it was. Coming out the nose.
If there was ever a time.
You allowed to do that in here? Good for him.
No.
It's a rule breaker. That's risky, Ricky.
Hey, look, man, he's
Let's start calling him risky, Copperthorne.
He's on fire. Just let him go.
He looked like it. Smoke pouring out.
The answer, I think, is no. By the way. Okay, I believe the answer could be no. But for the time being, who's going to stop him?
Yeah, no one.
We will prevent that from happening for now.
So Rick Copperthorne is absolutely in the driver's seat, and that will go away. That's a clear look into this green.
It's been a wild round.
It has.
On all sides.
Oh,
and thinking back to the bush. And
he could make this one. Adam?
Oh, yeah.
He can make this. This looks – he
likes
shimmy.
it. Yeah.
This could go. You just got to get it's going to break hard right. You just got to get that wind just right. He's probably want to go a couple clicks left. and let this dance right in the cup. This is a real chance of going in. And Rick's a showman. Oh, he's flared that out. He's flared that out. So his swipe that time went to the right.
Push.
It very, very much looks like Nelson Wade is going to finish third place in the 2024 Mobile World Championship. This is Rick's to win. Will Sandstad watching from.
What's up, Will?
He said, not a mobile player, but this is extremely exciting. Whammy in 2025. Of course, they're very, very good friends.
Yep. Cheers to you, Will.
I think Will is still in Burnsville.
I believe you're correct.
I played Golden Tee with Will for 20 years.
I don't think. I think Whammy in 2025 is probably always a solid prediction.
Yeah.
I don't think you can go astray saying that.
And Whammy truly loves this game. He is going nowhere. Like, I think he actually prefers playing mobile now. Rick.
Answers! It's a show! We're putting on a show.
Oh, my God.
And he's still got 17. And you know one way for Rick to play fast? Hole out.
And here you go. The celebratory vape. which may or may not be allowed. But
right out the nose. Here we go.
Yep. And Dragon.
I mean, make this one, too. Just make it.
Yeah.
Make it.
How many? Is that 5? 6? How many hole outs? 6?
I think he's had 5 hole outs. I think he has had himself 4 or 5. Let me see. 2 on the front, 2 on the back. I don't know. We've had 6 or 7 this match.
Look at the score. Look at this score.
Yeah, he's going to be
6. Oh my God! Just an absurd. One of the more absurd matches we've ever seen.
It's a fun course.
Let's go. I agree with you.
And what I started earlier saying, it's you could play a hard course and it's so much fun, but it's fun to play a scoring course.
No, it is. It is a good change of pace. Wow.
A phenomenal show being put on by Rick Copperthorne.
If you were sitting in a championship match right now watching this, what are you thinking about? Because there is a man in this room who's watching this.
I tried to say, hey, is there any way we can delay this next match?
Can we not play Mayfield?
Yeah. Here is Rick.
Oh,
Rick, what a letdown.
Yeah.
What a letdown. Didn't hold that one out. So Rick knows by the crowd's reaction that he's winning this match. Let's see if he can't figure out how to hole 18.
Yeah, I'm curious after you were all over this one in terms of club selection being short, although truthfully now, with what we've gotten the information, that probably wouldn't have made a darn difference. But there you go. There's your forward.
For those of you that wonder if, how does Rick shoot like this all the time? I mean, is there a swing aid? Is he using a calculator? I hope that's all. And I've never even heard it, by the way. But that's all should be put to bed because this guy, in front of the biggest crowd we can muster, is putting on a show for the ages. I mean, this is great Golden Tee, and he is a disgusting, disgusting human being.
Now, again, high tee, but how do you feel about this?
I think that's just a safe shot.
Yeah, well.
The one thing you can't do here is hit a javelin off the back of the green. So he'll just stick it in for GSP.
Wow.
11,000 points.
Wow. What a round.
So Rick Copperthorne has vanquished Nelson Wade and sent him home with a third-place check and a wonderful showing. But Rick will go to the championship match, and he will be playing one undefeated Chubby Cox. Swiper Sniper is going to have to win twice.
You know what?
He could do it.
He could do it. We've been saying he's been grinding, and there was some grinding in that match. But truly, that was elite play, and this is what he's playing for.
Nelson's going to walk out with $3,000.
Yeah, not too shabby, right? What a showing here. But you look at the difference between first and second place, and we set the table that you got to beat him twice. That is the advantage of the King of the Hill. Yep. You've got to lose. You haven't lost. You've earned that right. Mm-hmm. Except, holy cow, there's a freight train coming at you.
There's a guy that's hotter than a firecracker.
One of the greatest matches we've ever seen. And, again, all the brackets being done with our friends XP Network who have been here getting us through this tournament, helping us on the arcade side as well. We are thrilled to have them in this partnership that we hope is going to really grow into more and more events. But it's been awesome. These are long days, man.
Long days and long nights.
Long days and long nights. Not only are they supporting us, but they're here with us along the way. All right, we're going to get ready for a championship match. We will be right back from the Golden Tee World Championship.
We're back. Wow. This is the 2024 Golden Tee Mobile World Championship. We have gotten to the championship match featuring one Chubby Cox, Matt Hansen from Utah on the left, and he's going to face off against former Golden Tee World Champion Las Vegas's dentist, Rick Copperthorne, Swiper, Sniper, and Adam. This has been a really good time.
Yeah, he just dropped the lowest round that we've seen of the tournament. There were so many holeouts. I believe there were six
or seven. There's a bunch.
There were some holeouts on the other side that just kind of ripped through this room, and hopefully everybody out there is enjoying it. So it's come down to this. Now, King of the Hill, right? You earned that. You gotta be beaten twice. But we talked about it. It's a big deal right now. Could be less of a deal here if you can chip away.
Yeah,
and that loss.
And Rick, the way he's been playing, he is hot right now. I mean, he is on fire. He's feeling it. I think right now everything he shoots, he feels like he's going to make, and that's a great zone to be in. Almost like in basketball when you get the ball and you feel like everything you shoot's going to go in.
Up.
He's that. Now,
and you're coming off, and it's an interesting counter, right? As we look here.
Oh, we got a little Eagles.
A little Eagles peak. So it's an interesting counter because on the other side you've been on the bench, and now you have to come off of it and try to make it happen. So Eagles peak, which we've seen a lot of here in the last couple of hours, we're not complaining. I think it's produced some outstanding drama, although Mayfield
was fun.
Holy cow.
But Eagles has been fun in its own way,
yeah,
just
this
because
is a
it's dastardly.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is a good line. Last time Chubby played this, he put it in the bunker.
Is that going to go?
That should get all the way there.
Shot.
And he's going to have a putt for Eagle.
Nice shot.
Now, it's not a gimme. I mean, that's probably a 60 or 70 footer.
Yeah.
64 feet.
A left three on a hole one. You don't see
look
that
how quickly he decides he's just going to putt. He missed it. Every time he goes really fast on those putts for some reason. And that's a letdown immediately because Rick will probably find this gap. And we have not seen – have we seen Rick miss a putt?
Oh, my God. Good line. All right, so
this is much closer. Doesn't seem like much closer, but as far as the breaks go, every foot less than what Chubby had makes that break less severe.
And I do think that Chubby now, just to slow down.
Yeah, he's watching. He just looked up, watched his eyes.
You've got, plenty of time.
And I did say, and I'm not trying to act like I'm right, that was not the easiest putt. Matt should have taken a little time on that. Good shot here.
That's a very good shot. So that'll ease things in, settle in a little bit.
Rick to go up one with this putt. It's the longest I have seen him take on a putt.
He's fighting himself on this, it looks like a little bit, which.
So Chubby tried to slow the pace a little bit, but he just decided he's going to go forward.
Oh, it's tricky. You can only slow it so much here, but.
Chubby literally took 2 seconds and missed his putt. Rick is probably bordering 60 seconds now on what is just a left two. And he makes it. So up one early.
Wow.
Chubby Cox, this will come back a touch. That's out of range of great shot points.
Are you surprised that wasn't maybe a more aggressive attempt, or you like that shot from Chubby?
The only problem with the hole, it's just where the hole was.
Yeah.
I mean, just to be really aggressive, you put water into play. And he knows he already missed one. He's probably like, let me just get my birdie, see if maybe this javelin will take this green, this downhill green, and come back towards the hole. But if not, no big deal. I think there's other holes that he can try to get aggressive on. That's probably not – I mean, maybe a little surprised. I mean, he could have tried something there, but I understand why he didn't.
Hole 4 has been an interesting hole all day with some of the looks.
Good shot from Rick.
It's a very good shot. Hole 4, though, this one, going to bring it in. Bend it, slight curve here, you would think.
Let's see. All right. Yeah, now that I look at that par 3, I see why Chubby didn't really go after that too much.
Me too.
It's just, I have no issue whatsoever just hitting that lofted club up there and throwing it in the green
Totally
and making your
agree.
putt. Maybe if you're lucky, it lands in the hole.
Yep. That's essentially what you're looking to do.
Chubby here just needs to hit this straight. Just hit this straight, and the green, the way he is angled, the ball will roll towards the green, or towards the hole, rather. Good shot from Rick. Here is Chubby Cox, just left of the cup.
That's a good shot.
Look how fast he wants to play. Tapping that screen, goes right up, putt, good. Takes 0 time to putt, and that has cost him, in my opinion, in this match. He needed to think about that first putt.
Well, that wasn't just a miss. That was he was clicks off. You know what I mean? And that's
pretty odd.
Again, though, it's tough. Momentum and sitting down for a while. Got to get back into the swing of things here.
Tyler Vickery doing a little homework for us. He said, wild fact that I've noticed this Worlds, the last 4 matches for Swiper Sniper, -31, -31, -31, -33. You could say he's a bit unconscious.
That's
Thank you, Tyler.
Is that good?
It's not bad. Here is Swiper's attempt here on 4. This looks better than Rick's. It just misses on the high side.
Yeah.
Runs out. That was a really good line.
It was a good line.
If we need to go 2 matches, if Chubby Cox is not able to win this in the first, we will go straight into our second match. We'll not be taking a break.
Oh, that's going to stop. Oh.
I cannot believe how far that ball went.
Yeah, I agree with you.
But I have told you that he is one of the best players in the world at this little rescue flop shot. He's going to take the little sand wedge out. No need to put a torpedo on it. Just it started on the right line. It'll take that right 2 break. He should make this. But to be in that position to have to make this is not great. You do not want to go down 2. Good chip.
Great
He's
chip.
really good at those.
Great chip.
So Swiper is just going to hit a javelin here. Will not. Knows he can't get it all the way to the hole. And decided not to hit any kind of a torpedo or a streak. Just takes the javelin. Makes his putt. Got a good atmosphere here.
Great atmosphere.
It's gotten loud. It's gotten fun.
It's gotten fun. The serving has kicked up, both in and out of the booth.
I love the pace.
Yeah.
I mean, they're both on hole 6. Chubby Cox trails by 1.
Rick has really kind of picked it up a bit here.
Well, this is his course.
Yeah.
This is his course.
And I think, again, momentum, like pressure. I think that is I think it's impacted Chubby already in terms of even that. I mean, that last chip he made was fantastic. But
yep. Let's see what kind of shot he can pull off here, and we can see if he's in the right headspace. As a lot of my young 25, 30-year-old employees tell me, they're not quite in that right headspace.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, it's not a word I ever knew
No.
growing up in business, but it is a word now, believe me. I don't know that I can take this meeting. I'm not in the right headspace.
No,
What?
We've reached the lecture point of the stream, and I like it.
There's Chubby, fires in the eagle. Nicely
There you
played. Rick Copperthorne will plant this onto the green. That was not great. Rick will have a left. Is that a left 8? That doesn't say 8, does it?
It does.
Okay.
It does say 8. This is a big putt. 45 feet.
This will break sharply because of the distance of this putt.
Oh, my God, what a huge putt.
But he has made putts time and time and time again. Does he make another? If he misses, they're back to being all square. Rick made his putt on 1 to give him a 1-stroke lead, and he's maintained that through 5.
Great
look
putt.
at that. It's just literally center cut.
Great putt.
Rick trying to become a 2-time Golden T-Mobile World Champion, joining the great Anthony Johnson. Chubby Cox off the tee. Settle down. That slides precariously close to that fringe.
Everything just feels a smidge off, but the luxury, this could be interesting. You can get right here.
And I felt like he was a smidge off when he played
Yeah.
against Munts Beats the last time they played Eagles on the front. Then he settled in on the back and just dominated. So does he do that again here? He's only down 1. Hole 9 is a big one. I was thinking that might have been Rick, but Rick played. But it definitely was Chubby against Nelson.
Yes. So again, kind of like we saw early with the first par 3, there's not a ton of room to work an aggressive shot here on the 8th.
There's really not, unless you decide. I mean, there's just really not.
So you can just
he's
land
gonna
this
hit
and
the
let
jab.
this kind of,
Yeah.
I think like you said, you basically landed in the cup.
Yeah, it's just one of those deals where why get down 3 strokes when you're only down 1? Best case scenario, you par if you get wet there.
Could you hit a well? Interesting. Maybe that's not the case. We'll see if this. No.
Let's see here. Rick is going to just plant a 7-iron. It looks like. Just probably hit this full and be fine with it. Might hit this 98, 99. He went all the way to 100. That's not his best swipe. Points?
I'd like points on my bad swipes.
Yeah, me too. So a pivotal hole is coming up. Chubby Cox is teed off on hole 9. We have seen strokes come and go on this hole.
Yeah, it's a great point.
This is one of those really devilish
and not only that, but
greens.
we've seen balls that hit trees that don't go in the water.
Yep.
You've seen a lot of outcomes.
Now,
we've also seen some really good, clean shots here.
correct. Yeah, this is the pin is in the punch bowl here. If they do a quick flyby again, and Rick's going to do one, that pin is in the stadium bowl, if you will, and it'd be hard to miss this pin. So right now, I think
that's
these
a good
guys,
thing.
Yeah, I think
that.
they're going to take off at this. This is one you can actually go after, and not worry about being on the right tier. So your putt is not to worry about. This is something they're going to try to make. Now, can they make this? Yeah, they can, but it'd be
You're eliminating
long
a variable, more or less.
Yeah.
I get that.
So Rick and Chubby both with the sniper. Absolutely the right play. That will keep you on the right level. You just have to have the right distance to get it to the jar. Rick cannot hit this 100%. He's clubbing up. So he's going to hit this 90%, 88. On its way.
Nice shot.
Chubby, GSP here on 9, and they are taking full go at this shot. I don't know if does Rick have enough to get all the way to the hole?
I was thinking the same thing as he was lining it up.
He's got a helping wind, so it should get there. But he's going to have to hit this almost full 100%. Let's see how much he hits this. I don't think he went to 100. He did not. 97.
Oh, that's gonna.
And it just gets there. I'm surprised I thought that was a 98, 99% shot, maybe 100. But who am I to ever question the great Rick Copperthorne? Chubby Cox moved on to hole 10. He trails by 1 against Rick Copperthorne. Chubby Cox, king of the hill. For Swiper Sniper to join Tony Johnson as a 2-time champ, he has to knock Chubby Cox off twice. Big shot here.
I'm digging the pacing, though. I am, because we've seen some
love
discrepancy. Yeah. These guys are shot for shot right now. That's a good-looking ball.
Yep.
Shot for shot. Kind of the way it feels like it should be played. Take a quick score to see how my Mets are doing.
Yeah, did you put a little money on him?
I did not. Starting time, specific.
Well, it'd be a great place to live. Just Monday Night Football starting like 5 o'clock.
Yeah, it's
in bed by 9:30. Be incredible.
Mets are tied 1-1, bottom of the second.
You don't always get great baseball coverage on Golden Tee World Championships, but you're going to get it here.
You want scores for your shitty New York sports teams? You've got it, buddy. Yeah.
Swiper hits another nice shot. He and Chubby match. Now Chubby going through the gap with the javelin, and that sets him up for a chip that needs to simmer down a bit. But look at the angle he has created.
Yeah.
That was a clever shot by Matt Hansen.
That's a really interesting look now for a flat green.
This is probably a 4-iron for Chubby. He likes to hit that. Okay, he's going to pull out the 3. That does give you a little bit of lift. But it's got a little room to run out. This is going to be big. He missed the last time he played this hole. He missed this chip right. Does he compensate and find the hole? He's ready to hit already.
This would be big.
It would tie the match, essentially.
This would be big. And this is a good look, like you said.
Look at Rick. Rick's going with the Maniacs. And that's going to land. There he goes. He's going to set him up for a nice chip, and that's a straight look.
Wow.
Rick absolutely has worked on that shot, and look how it pays off for him.
This is
World Championship. He pulled that out of his bag.
Some chips, my friend. 2 flat greens, obviously.
Chubby missed it left. Missed it last time right. That time misses left.
Well, now this chip becomes that much bigger.
And to boot, Rick can use a chipper. I would be shocked if he doesn't make this shot. They will put him up 2. Sniper. Has done it in big moments before. Has been a hole-out machine this weekend. Can he keep it up?
This is a big one. I expect if he makes this, you'll hear it.
Pretty simple chipper, just making sure he has his distance right. Can't go too long here. There is trouble behind it.
Now he's, I think, rightfully taking his time.
Yeah,
here.
I mean, this could put quite frankly, I mean, this could be the deciding shot of this whole match. He makes this, goes up 2. That is enormous. Would allow for a mistake. A small one, but it would allow for a mistake later in this match.
Which in the back 9, you'd love to have in your back pocket.
I think he's ready to hit. He's probably going to hit right when Chubby hits his shot here on 12. Nope.
Now, was he? What was
I
that?
don't
Reset,
think
or
I don't
was
think
that
I don't think it would take his forward swipe, so I think he reset. So here is Chubby Cox. Throws it into this green.
Hard
He's
to
going
tell
to have
from
about a
that
30-footer.
It's all right.
Sorry, 29. Ooh, this slips in. Here's Rick.
Oh,
big one. That is a big one. Puts him up by 2 now. As you see the competitors.
the infamous vape.
We have seen it in action.
The dragon.
Not the only
dormant
thing.
right now.
Not
Sorry,
the
that
only
is
thing
for
smoking
hole outs
hot.
only.
Yeah, that's right. He should have used it.
It's hole out elixir.
He should have used it that last hole.
Now look at this hole 13. This is juicy.
The Golden Tee Mobile World Championship, Saturday, Sunday. Be here same place for the Golden Tee Arcade World Championship.
Room continues to fill in. I think there's a
Target Rush will be on tonight.
7 o'clock.
So get back in here at 7. 9 spots, I believe, open. Is it 9 still?
Yep, we got a lot of people here, it looks like, too.
9 last chance spots will be determined by Target Rush. Chubby needs some hole outs, and it's becoming imperative. I don't think the good doctor is going to mess up anytime soon. Chubby's going to have to, if he wants to win a world championship without having to go to a second match, he's going to have to start making some shots.
And how do you do this without it? You know, the risk reward here is off the charts, right?
Yeah, the only way that if you miss this one, you can't go long. You just can't go long.
Flirt with it and see how it happens.
Yeah, I mean, it just, if you hit it long and you go in that back trap, you hit it up what looks like a 100-foot building.
God, no, it's
10-story building. Here we go. This will go right a bit, and he's left it way short.
Yeah, you see him the way he's tapping. He ain't happy. But
well, I also read his lips. He called himself a kitty cat. So, yeah, he did.
Well,
I mean,
couldn't you blame him? I mean, for the shot.
Yeah, I mean, he hit it perfectly,
I don't know about
too.
the self-therapy, but for the shot itself. For the shot itself, I get.
Now, Rick is on one of those kind of in a groove where I wouldn't be too surprised to see Rick challenge this hole, even though he doesn't really need to.
Yeah.
He doesn't really need to. Two really good players.
Yeah, that makes more sense for him.
It does. Massive amount of points there. 2,700. Meaningless GSP, except they do give you a little bit of confidence. We've talked about that quite a bit. if these guys are tied, we haven't even seen anything lately about a tie. If they do get tied somehow, you go to sudden death on the back nine. There is Rick Coppathorne in his Masters shirt. There's my fresh haircut in the background.
And a smattering of Bud Lights. And a vape.
And the infamous
trademark.
Yep. Needs to get his own brand, the Swiper Sniper 2.
Yeah.
Dragon's Breath. All right, last time Rick did a full javelin, high lofted wood. This time I think it's a sniper play, but we'll see. I don't really know what he hits here. He's just really good at the shot. So I expect something delicious into the screen. Meanwhile, Chubby Cox has broken away from the pack a bit. He is getting ready to hit his shot on 15, and it'll be a quick putt, as Chubby always does. Needs to thread the needle.
Still hasn't quite settled in.
He hasn't seemed comfortable to me.
Still hasn't.
Since
and
he missed
you're
that
right.
first putt.
It's been kind of a long time.
Yeah.
Settling in, by the way, you can settle in with a shot, with a hole, with an out. You know what I mean? Or maybe you never settle in, you still win. You don't have to, but
Right.
it certainly hasn't felt easy for a while.
So Rick is setting up. He's got these distances down. I think this is going to be another big bender. It's just a wild way to play this hole. But it's something he knows exactly what that forward should do with that win. He knows. Can he execute it? It's going to be fun to see it. There it is. There's the full. All the way out to A. Does he throw it all the way to 1?
Oh, great shot.
He is going to. All the way to 1.
Oh,
Lands it.
wow.
And he'll make that. I know it's a tiered green. Oh, that's a left 5. You got to be careful here. Got to be careful. That's not one of those tiers that destroys you. It destroys that ball, but it will throw it left. Rick's going to take a gander.
Hard
at that.
hat time.
It is.
It's time to grind.
No one wears the hard hat like one Rick Coppathorne.
No, he does. But hey, this is time to grind.
He's going to hit this full 100.
We saw
he
Riley
pulled
Hitchcock
all the way back.
Deliver one of the greatest putts we've ever seen with
He did.
with a tiered green. It was unbelievable.
Rick, big putt. He's going to hit it full.
Oh,
In dead center. That was a big one for Rick.
That's a big one. Yeah, it was.
That tier does not do a lot to shape the ball's path like on some other holes. Some
No.
are way more severe. This one's manageable.
That one came
Please
out
don't
very,
please don't tell Jim Zielinski that that's not as punitive as his others. 'cause
That'll be when you see that update. You'll know.
leaves and greens.
Yeah, leaves and greens.
Chubby Cox in a world of trouble.
It's going to be the name of our new bar, Golden Teeth themed bar we're going to open up.
Invisileaves and tears.
To the average person, it's probably going to not make a whole lot of sense. But to the person in the know, though,
They'll like it.
they'll get it.
They'll say, oh, my God, I bet they have a ton of machines.
In the background, the trophies are getting ready here and prepped. It's like when they're polishing up the Stanley Cup, right? That's what's happening here.
The trophies are in the building.
Although if Rick is able to deliver a win here, it can wait a little longer.
Rick goes up and over. Haven't seen that a lot today. This will go straight right.
Oh,
Very
that's a good
nice.
shot. Wow.
Here's Chubby. Can he answer with a hole out? He cannot. He left it short again, and he mumbles to himself again. You wonder if he just meowed. Hole 17.
I don't think he's giving himself great shots.
No,
Way to go, bud. No, I don't think we're hearing that right now.
No, I don't think so either. I think he just wants this round over with, and let's try it again. And I'm pretty sure Chubby's going to veto Eagles Peak, and I think we'll play. I think we really will play the championship on a different course. I wouldn't be surprised to see Rattlesnake.
Yeah, we're kind of due.
Now they're gonna veto. So it just depends which player doesn't like Rattlesnake, which player doesn't like Mayfield, which player doesn't like Royal Dubai, and that's how we'll finish it. And they will pick a course based on what they don't want. Both players wanted this.
A little Rattlesnake, I think would be good.
It'd be fun to finish on Rattlesnake.
I would be very happy with that.
I said to Chris Longino, this is the course you do not want to play Rick Copperthorne on. You don't. And he's proving it. Good shot from Chubby.
Yeah.
Very, very, very nice effort. That is on the right path. That's on the right level. But this is just, quite frankly, we are absolutely headed for another match. Although we still have a lot to go. I need to not get ahead of myself.
Run out of holes, though, now.
Running out of real estate very quickly. Hole 18 looks like it could be a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, I'd say that's the most challenging look we've seen today.
Yep, I agree.
Most of these have been either outwinds or pushing it away from the water. That's a pretty good look.
I see you, Ryan Sparks. I saw your comment. That was good. Probably correct. Kind of watching the chat on the Golden Tee YouTube page. Live chat as players from across the world are watching this
Sparks
championship match.
And all. Thank you for tuning in.
7 o'clock tonight, Target Rush, last chance qualifier. Here's Chubby Cox, lands the green.
Good shot.
It's just not difficult enough for these guys to miss this green. Right? Chubby's in deep trouble.
Yeah, and I think his mannerism said it all. He needs to get ready, though, because he's got most likely another match to play here. So
yeah, he is going to have to play another match unless Rick falls apart.
I think he needs to stand up and.
He's shaking his head a little bit.
Yeah.
If we're not taking a break, we're going straight into a legitimate championship match. As our good friend Andy Coleman calls it, the ultimate grand finals match. Here's Swiper. Going to finish off that putt.
All right, so 18, as we said, has some teeth. But does it have enough teeth?
It'd be a colossal mistake.
Yeah.
It would be the biggest surprise since the Atlanta Falcons selected Penix. Hole 18. Championship match here. This is what is likely going to be a shot that will guarantee us a second match. And then that will be for the true World Championship.
That'll be it.
But to get there, Chubby is
stick it.
Yeah. Swiper has to nail this green. Three iron. Almost makes it.
Say you stuck
Not
it.
bad. I think we will play another.
Well, so the good news for Chubby is you were king of the hill. Now no one is without a loss. And so we will have one more game to decide our championship.
Yep.
The question, of course, is where?
They're debating that right now. So they're playing the veto game and
Is
how
that
that works.
Dubai? I just saw
Did he say no roll Dubai? Look at Rick laughing. So what course is it going to be? If it's Mayfield, I wouldn't want that if I was Chubby. I just saw what Rick did on Mayfield. I think Andy's going to tell us what this championship match is. Rattlesnake. Call that, baby.
All right.
Let's go. Rattlesnake Ridge, one of the most popular courses of all time.
Yep.
In the history of this great game. 35 years of this game, 5 years almost in October, August for mobile.
Yep.
And Rattlesnake has found its way into the mobile game, and guess what? It's going to decide a world champion.
Yeah, obviously multiple drivable par fives, not just multiple drivable par fives, but almost immediately you'll be tested in that way. I believe is at hole 3, the first drivable par 5. We've seen players struggle with that in terms of distance and hitting. That's a deep sand trap, which we know is not the most conducive thing for a lot of these mobile players.
Yep.
Hole 1 could be an opportunity. Hole 2 obviously is a great chipping opportunity. So it's
you're right.
Fireworks.
Yeah, Adam, hole 1, hole 2, and hole 3 are swing holes.
Yes,
they can be based on how these guys are chipping
and then hole 9, again. Front 9 is loaded.
They're saying they're playing eagle now. Both players have.
Well,
both players.
Rattlesnake is fun though. You should go play it.
Okay, they're canceling out of Rattlesnake. I don't know how that happened. They played the veto game and they chose. We're going to get. So we had a miscommunication.
All right. Well, I still love Rattlesnake. Long
Well, that's
live
too bad.
Rattlesnake.
So we're going to play Eagles again, which I'm fine with. But we have seen a lot of Eagles lately. But I'm not going to complain.
Well, if you're Rick Copperthorne, I don't think you're going to complain at all because, like you said, this seems to be, suiting what he wants.
That's kind of bizarre that Chevy Cox would not have vetoed Eagles Peak.
So he
must be mad at himself.
Royal Dubai. I think that's probably what he.
So he probably vetoed Royal and probably vetoed Mayfield, I would guess, after seeing him shoot a 33 under on it. And I guess Rick must have vetoed Rattlesnake, and he must have vetoed the other. What is the other?
As we get going, by the way, thank you again to XP Network, who's helping us run both the mobile and our arcade brackets. They've been here all week with us. We're really, really excited about this partnership and helping us run really smooth events. So appreciate you guys. Thanks again. And now off and running on hole one, and we're going to have eagle putts. And there's one.
There's one from Swiper. Now, does Chevy take his time this time? He's left himself a long one. And this is a long left breaker. Did he go out enough this time to make this putt? Bingo.
Yes,
now here, good start now. He kind of made a funny little face like, yeah, I should have done that last time. And he should have. Getting text by family. My mom just asked if I'm playing too. Well, I did earlier today.
Jeez, Mom.
Get in the loop, Mom.
Hours ago.
In the history of moms, I'm telling you this right now, and I mean this, there hadn't been a better one than one Deborah Schrump.
Wow.
And that's a fact.
I will bet you, I've never met your mom, but I actually do not doubt this. You're a good man.
I do not deserve a mom like I have.
That's not
but she's a great woman. And Andy's, I'll tell you, people watching this on YouTube right now, you're not privy to the commentary we are subjected to from the producer, Andy Coleman. I mean, he disagreed. I didn't deserve a mom like Debbie Schrump. He's right.
Oh, I thought he was agreeing that your mom was great.
No,
okay.
No,
I get it. Long day. He's still all over it, though.
He is.
Yeah.
The abuse that we take sometimes. This tough job we have calling these matches.
It is. We're just.
Andy's probably only been here 15 hours today and yesterday, probably breaking every labor law known in Nevada. Probably every tradesman, every union in the city is probably picketing the palms, but the hours these guys have worked. Swiper.
I mean,
we've
covered a lot of ground here in a couple of holes.
Oh, goodness.
All
right, back to it.
Still another tournament after this. Wow.
Not for us, my friend.
No.
Not today.
I think there's going to be a nice chair somewhere. But I am excited. It's been thrilling to be here throughout all of this. And again, we're on the same pace.
And that's great, right? That's great.
This is, by the way, this is interesting because you have a helping wind that you want to kind of neutralize a little bit. That's a good line. Wow.
Nice shot, Chevy.
That's a great line.
12,000 points. 15-4.
So you're letting the wind pretty much do the work for you here.
Yeah, that was a good shot. Typically, you have to have the javelin here, but you don't. Not when that wind helps that way.
That's a nice, pretty look there.
Rick taking his time. This is, I'm not going to say it's makeable, but it's a nice look. He's going to miss that left, but that's the weight of that shot was perfect.
Yep, I agree. That was an aggressive line, but not too aggressive.
So Chubby, I don't know that he has the runway on that green to actually have a good look at the hole, and he doesn't. So he's already turning left.
Because he should have been a little farther left.
But it's scary.
Yeah,
we saw earlier Dave Brown. That thing went all the way down, almost in the water when he fell off the crown of that fairway. And that's the risk. You want to be more left, but you know what you bring into play. And Rick's way to the right. So Rick's not going to be able to go after this hole. So Rick will go left too.
The wind does help.
Chubby's left a long putt.
Yeah, this is.
Oh,
no. Oh, no.
It is slowly slipping away. And this is one of his tougher chips he's going to have. I talk about him being really good at these. Now he's playing. This is a deeper rough, so he's going to have to add a little more distance to it. It's only a 6-yard shot. He's probably going to need to hit this every bit of 15, 16, 17% with the club he has right now. He makes it. Man, he's really good at those.
That's great. So
but he's going to lose a stroke.
You lose a stroke, but at least one error didn't lead to another.
That's true.
And because that is Golden Tee at its core, right? You know
the difference between these two. Now Chubby had a long putt there, but when Rick has these long putts, they are dead center at him.
Yeah,
dead center. I mean, there's no doubt about him. He is a showman.
He's
been
that
a showman
way for a while here too. I agree. He takes his time, but he uses it wisely.
Chubby right now has got to hit a great shot here. You don't hit a great shot here, you very easily could lose this match on this hole. And that is not preposterous to say that. Chubby Cox. After this match, we will interview the winner. I'm guessing Kevin Lindsay will talk to the winner. Maybe I'll be the guy to interview.
Wow.
Okay.
Maybe. Would you like it?
Sure.
All right. Well,
I'd
then
love to
there
do
you
it.
are. It's perfect. I think you should be the guy. You can ask the right questions, too, more than me.
All right, here's Rick. That's another nice shot from Rick. Rick loves this course. I am so surprised. I keep saying it, but I'm surprised Chubby chose this one. Allowed this to be chosen after just getting beaten by 2. He's down 1, missed his putt. And he puts a nice shot in here, and it's not over, not even close to being over. I'm not suggesting it is. But Chubby has got to dig out of this mental funk that you can see on his face.
Yeah.
There's very little confidence exuding from him right now.
The reaction he had to, missing that putt, smiling and laughing, which we saw from Larry Foster earlier, it's almost like an acceptance, right?
Yeah, your fate has, your fate.
And look, he's still in there battling. Lots and lots of golf to be played.
What would Rick do in that situation? You know what he'd do? What have you been saying? What's he going to put on? He'll put on the hard hat.
Hard hat, baby.
And he's going to go grind, and he's going to go to work. And Chubby needs to put on his hard hat.
Yeah, we watched Rick when he, take out his headphones, twirl, take a full scenic look of the golf hole if needed.
Yeah, the one thing about Rick is just God bless, he does not miss a putt.
Yeah, and you're right. It's not just the missing; it's with confidence. And
best putt we'll see all weekend though was Riley's tiered putt that he made.
That thing was
a thing of beauty.
It was a coaster.
That was on hole 9 of Eagles Peak.
All right, let's see a shot. By the way, let's get
Chubby,
one.
run, Chubby, run, Chubby. And of course, 14,700 great shot points from Chubby, but as it has gone against Rick Coppathorne on Eagles, just does not get the break he needs, and that does not go in. Great shot, not great enough.
And now you got to wait and hope.
And we've got this devious setup here, this devilish pin.
Oh, yeah.
Once again, it's on top of the upside-down salad bowl. You've got a postage stamp-sized green to hit where you need to hit your target. And we saw Rick do it earlier. He made an unbelievably good shot. Riley, this is where he made his good putt. Chubby hits a naked shot up over the trees. That'll run a little bit.
I see a lot of naked shots.
You don't see many, do you?
No.
Here is Swiper Sniper.
Can't see the lines, can you, Russ? For any Christmas Vacation fans out there, no, we're just delirious. Great movie, though. To be calling back in June.
I'd watch it right now. All right, big shots. Chubby trying to avoid a hole-in-one here from Rick. That line looks spectacular.
That does look.
Nope.
Oh,
just short.
man.
More GSP. And now Chubby, the biggest shot he's going to hit on this front, he has got to get this on the right level, or he needs to recruit Riley Hitchcock to make the putt for him. One of the two.
Just like vaping, we're not sure if that's allowed.
I'm pretty sure it's not. In either case.
Yeah, fine.
But I'm not going to tell
Probably
anyone.
have a better chance with the vape.
Yeah. Chubby, big shot here. What is in his bag? It clears the hill on its way.
Up.
Beauty.
Nice.
That was nice. That was a really good shot from Chubby Cox.
Nice.
Utah's Matt Hansen, the king of the hill, lost his first match, and now we are truly playing for a world championship.
$10,000.
And there is a huge discrepancy between first and second place funds. $4,000 for the second place winner, $10,000, as Adam said, for the winner.
You could do some good things with that in this town. Probably some bad things as well. But we're going to go on the positive.
Immediately what I thought,
Yeah.
yes.
Good things. Great night. Wow.
Well, you could have a hell of a night. And I think Rick Copperthorne's the kind of guy to treat you to a great night.
Hard hats on.
Yep, we're going to grind tonight, boys. This looks good from Chevy. This looks good from Chevy. Oh, it didn't come down. That line was spectacular. And that pulled Rick off his shot.
That really stopped.
Yeah.
That really.
That was a great shot. If that slides at all, man, that's got a chance
It
to
is
go
interesting, though, because it got his attention. That's not something we've.
Chevy's starting to play better right now, by the way.
I agree.
He's got a little bounce back in his style, I would say. You can see it in his face. He's got now that funk he was in since, quite frankly, since the first hole of the last match when he missed that putt. Here is Swiper. Can he answer the great shot that Chubby Cox hit previously on hole 9? Meanwhile, the right side of our screen, Chubby Cox with a massive shot coming up.
Yeah, this has been a fun hole, too, as we've seen a lot of this course.
I wish Rick would hurry and hit so we could see Chubby hit his without them dueling here. All right, here is Rick, and he makes it onto that tier. That thing was trying to slide, so that's going to be an eagle. So a one-stroke lead for Swiper Sniper. Yes, he's going to finish 16 under on the front. Chubby was 15. Chubby goes through the gap. Does it bounce up? It does. What a shot from Chubby Cox.
Wow.
A chance to tie this match up, provided Rick does not eagle here.
That's huge.
You will see that in 2 holes. As we saw in the first match, Chubby Cox, Rick Copperthorne played pretty steady, paced golf through about 6 or 7 holes, and then Chubby starts to pull away. So Chubby Cox is about 2 holes ahead right now of Rick Copperthorne. We saw Chubby just a few minutes ago almost make this look right here. Does Rick answer? He probably does. Let's see it. Chubby, a wonderful shot on 11. Maniacs splits the trees, slows enough to stop on the green. A lot of times that ball goes all the way in that back trap.
It does.
Well judged.
Perfect placement. A really nice putt. Not much to have to think about there, which was great. This feels championship worthy here.
Kind of a quiet has come over this room as these players are eyeing a couple of shots. Looks like Rick is thinking about this little orbits. Look at this. We haven't seen anyone hit an orbits here today. We've seen a lot of snipers.
I think there's a lot of processing, too. You've got the mobile guys in the crowd that are doing what you're doing, is trying to, this is a perplexing course.
It is.
And this is an interesting shot. You mentioned it.
Look, he's starting that out. He's slurving that a little bit. It's going to go a little. Does that get there? It does.
Oh, wow.
And you talk about holes where that thing really rips back. That is not a hole where it rips back. Rick knows that.
That's a comfortable place to use it.
It tells me that Rick was trying to land that right past the hole.
Yes.
And try to see if he can't get that 4 or 5 feet bite and come back. Now here's a big one. This is where Chubby Cox could have tied the match. He eagles here. Can Swiper Sniper match it? If he does, Swiper's still up 1.
Yeah, this is a big moment. First on the.
Oh boy.
Oh, no.
Oh!
Oh, it skips off the water. That's
Now-
a play in arcade, and
Okay.
it happens here too sometimes.
Now, okay, but he's not playing that, is he?
I don't know. If he wins this match, we're going to ask hole 12 the skip shot. I think he's looking like if he laughs here, it's telling me that he didn't mean to do it.
Hard to read. That's a
I'm not sure. I
good
think
poker face right now, honestly.
Adam, I'm going to say this right now, and I might go down as a fool for saying it, but I think he meant to do that.
I think internally still he's crapping himself, regardless.
And Rick matches the
Wow,
shot on 12,
wow.
or hole 11 rather. So that's a putt for eagle, and Rick
Wow.
maintains his one-stroke lead through 11 holes. What a shot from Chubby Cox. Maniac's hop shot.
That is what a fascinating swing. I'd like to see what the chat says.
I was just looking, and
Play-
all I saw so far is WTF.
You know what?
So I don't know.
In fairness, that I think is an appropriate conclusion. But
Does Rick hit the same shot? Does Rick hit a Maniac's low iron and let it bounce up?
so when you
I
say
doubt
that
it.
that is a shot, I mean, this is a shot that you hit with regularity.
Not me. Now there are like you can hit a Maniacs off the water on hole 10. We used to do that when we first started playing, trying to figure out the elevation changes. It will bounce. You can get a Maniacs to bounce. I just don't know if Chubby plays that shot a lot, but he looked like he did.
I agree
like
with
he
you.
did.
If I were picking a side, I think he's doing that.
Because you know what tells me he meant to do that? That ball was 50 yards short of the green.
Agreed.
I mean, maybe not 50, but way, way, way short.
No, that was I totally agree. Now, different attempt here.
Oh, Rick's going to do that big old cut.
Oh my God!
That's how you play it. You club up, way up, and you just put a big full around the tree.
That is a violent curve in there.
Yeah, he hit a full. Rick is the king of fulls in our game.
Now, Rick here. How aggressive do you want to be?
Rick is going to look at this like he wants to make it. You're not going to go deep here. He's got a whole lot of room behind this pin. He can't go off this green unless you just completely misjudge your percentage. And Rick is really good at his numbers. He's not going to do that. So Rick can go long here, and he can be very aggressive. Meanwhile, Chubby Cox, this could be, I hate to say it, but this could be the hole that decides whether he's going to be a world champion or not. We know Rick is really good at this hole. It's rare that I'm in contests that Rick doesn't eagle this, so Chubby knows he needs to eagle. We saw him do it earlier. He landed on the fairway and hit a 4-iron chipper in and made it. Now he's trying a 310 driver with an Orbits. What does Chubby Cox have up his sleeve? He is going right through these bushes, right through these trees. About ready to see something special here. We talk about, are we going to learn shots?
Yeah,
This is a chance to learn a shot.
Black belt level. This isn't the entry level shot learning.
Rick comes up just short. Now all eyes on Chubby Cox. Let's go to one screen. A little too late. And come on back. And there's so much speed into that shot. It's hard for that Orbits to even come down.
Now this chip is pretty diabolical now. I mean,
it is, but this is something he can make, and he doesn't have to really worry about water behind it. I mean, it's a big right breaker.
That's true because you've got ample room behind.
So what Matt is going to do here when he pulled out that sniper is he's decided that he's just going to land it right in front of the cup. He's going to bounce it in. You got to play for a little bit of a right break, just a little. But this is the biggest shot that Matt Hansen will have in this match. He has to make this or he's a chance to go down 2 with not many holes to play. And you will hear the crowd if he makes this chip.
Oh, yeah.
Rick going with a 4-wood Orbit.
I think you'll hear the crowd either way.
I think they're going to be hitting at the same time. Here is Rick. What a shot. That's an eagle. This is a must-make now for Chubby.
You got to have this.
Rick has mastered this hole, has mastered it.
Wow, that's absurd.
Rick has probably campaigned this hole 500 times to have that number down like he does. And Chubby.
Go!
Huge for Chubby. He's only down 1 still.
Wow.
4 holes to play here in the championship match. And these fellas are on pace again together. They will both go into hole 15 at the same time. A 1-stroke lead for former world champion, our Las Vegas dentist, Rick Copperthorne. Swiper, sniper. And I don't say two. He's swiper, sniper.
Agreed.
O-bird look for both players, I would imagine. Yep, they both got the O-bird out. Right now, Rick has his set on medium.
Pretty good wind in terms of,
it's straight.
Not having to.
No slurves necessary,
exactly.
really.
Yeah.
Looks like Chubby's going to try just to pull it straight back. Rick, same thing. Rick's distance control is so amazing. I wouldn't be surprised if this is all over it. A little bit deep. That's safe.
Deep. Yeah, that is safe.
He's made these putts all day long. Left 6. Chubby. Every shot he hits from here on out, probably going to say it's one of the biggest shots he's ever hit.
Yep, that's a great putt under the circumstances.
Rick doesn't miss putts.
No.
Might be time for a vape. No? No?
That would have been vape worthy.
Chubby. On the way, just deep. The line was spectacular.
That was a great line.
And by the way, Rick Copperthorne is playing Eagles faster than Matt Hansen right now.
It's very interesting. It's throwing me off.
We're 3 holes away from crowning a 2024 Golden T-Mobile World Champion. Who will it be? Rick Copperthorne, a 1-stroke lead over Matt Hansen.
Now this is interesting here. Are we having to swerve in, navigate this on the left side here with Rick?
I think he'll probably pull back a little left,
Well,
throw it out a little left.
Yep, that's it. Looks like
Just
we're
curve it
pull
in.
back. Don't overthink it.
Yep,
It's
good
a
shot.
good shot. No
Matt's
chance.
going to land in the azaleas.
I tell you what, I mean it's 214 yards, but
This
you
is
gotta
gonna
like the
be-
runway.
This is a good shot. He doesn't have to do any kind of swerving. I keep saying swerving.
It's good. I like
No
it.
swerve, no slurve.
No, but this is
He just needs
this
to
is
get
a,
the
this
right
is a
distance.
chance.
And again, coming out of this rough, I think this gets all the way there. I think it gets all the way there, but you've got to make sure, if you want to win a world championship, this has to get there. If you miss long, so what? Just hit it full. Get it all the way there. Big shot for Chubby Cox. Can he tie this match?
Come on, put it close.
Oh, it's going to the right angle. Let's see. It's on the way. And I think he's short. I think he's short and a little bit to the left. We call that a CT. Short and hung it out left. Actually, I don't know that was short. I just think he missed that left.
Yeah.
So a 1-stroke lead, 2 holes to play. Rick Copperthorne trying to become our second 2-time Golden T-Mobile World Champion.
We've seen him hold serve, especially on this course.
And Rick can't be any happier to see how easy this is. You've got so much green to work with. It would be very difficult not to get it on the right level. And Rick likes this O-bird. Does he have the O-bird out? I didn't see, but
Yes. Yeah, I
looked
think he did. Yes.
I mean, he's got that O-bird down pat. And it's all about his distances. Look at that.
Wow.
15,000 points. 15,000 points.
Show me
13-2. Damn
13,000.
it. I'm trying to get one right.
Well, this is very interesting. Obviously here,
Let's see what 18 is. Ooh, okay.
it's got some teeth.
It's got a little bit. Now,
Yeah.
I mean, what you really probably try to do is start it way left and let the
Similar
wind
to
bring it in.
what
But
we just saw, too.
that's a strong wind. And if you're too careful here, you're going to leave yourself a nasty putt. You can't be too careful, or you leave a putt into the water in play. I think Rick will manage this fine. This is left for Chubby. Rick might be waiting to see what Chubby does here. Chubby makes the birdie.
So we've got a 1-stroke lead, and we've got 1 hole to play. Now, I don't know, I know Rick likes to play at his own pace, but I don't know if he cares at this point.
I don't think he does. He's in his zone.
He's locked in, and he just wants to do this. And
Let's see how close he gets this. This is not a bad look, but if you're too careful, too conservative, you'll leave a much tougher putt than this is of a shot.
Now, if I'm Chubby, I do wait, because if I need to hold this out.
Yeah, if I'm Chubby, I wait too. He can listen to the crowd.
Yep.
Here's Rick. Swipe looked good. It's on the way, and he's safely on. He can manage that putt. That's a right 9. He will take his time, but that is very makeable. Chubby Cox has to make this putt, or rather make this shot.
Oh.
Chubby Cox has to make this. Rick Copperthorne has posted the score. Chubby shot on the way. The line looks great. Just short. He will get GSP.
Wow.
But he will go down. Rick Copperthorne, move over Tony Johnson. There's a new 2-time world champion, and his name is Rick Copperthorne. He celebrates with Travis Bond. Rick Copperthorne,
the grinder.
The 2024 Golden Tee Mobile World Champion.
He could put the hard hat away. He can grab that vape, and he can enjoy what was an epic run. Had to win 2 matches in the finals to secure a win. But we talked about it. Like, you win one, and then who cares, right?
That's
so it's
right.
a huge advantage. Got off to a really good start in that first match, and that really seemed to set the momentum for him.
Rick played a shit ton of matches today.
Oh, yeah,
Rick played more matches than anybody in this building today because he lost early.
You get in that loser side of the bracket, and you need to grind. And he's a
popular champion.
The guy looks like he's played a shit ton of matches today, and I really love the way he stands over every shot. That last round, some of those balls that he hit, my goodness, into some of those par 4s.
Yeah, that's a great one.
Holy cow.
That's a great one. He played a lot of Golden Tee today, and he played a lot of great Golden Tee today. 31, 31, 31, 33 under. Then he wins back-to-back on Eagles Peak on the course that I said he was probably the best player in the world at that course. And for him to get to play that course twice in a row to win a world championship, it couldn't have gone any better for him.
Did it a couple of different ways, too, right? Yeah, you're right. 6, 7 hole outs, wherever it was, we lost count. And now you get to hear from him. So we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to get out of here. You're going to stay and talk to our champion more from the Golden Tee World Championships here in a moment.
On 18 and all. No, I'm not talking about the match. I'm just saying how you and Smiley both had really good tournaments. Really good job.
I listened to 4 years and two-time champs.
We'll talk about it. I want to talk about it. We'll talk about it. I want to talk to you right now. I think we're going to take it.
said the button said drive on 18.
Way before any shot was taken. You were already done it, but Chubby, I said, needs to make this cut. Chubby needs to make this shot.
But he was like, I'm under what?
Keep looking at it.
Can I get you never sit down with the headset on? On business.
Wish I had a piece of paper real quick because I've got a couple things I want to ask.
Yeah.
Do you have a piece of paper?
Hey, we have a piece of paper. Andy, give me a piece
Paco,
of paper. A scratch
do they have a piece of paper? Any paper laying around?
Okay. Anything. Okay, yeah, that's perfect. Thank you.
Huh?
You guys pop on the headsets, please.
of people getting ready to watch. Okay.
That was a lot of gold tea.
We're going to talk about that.
Jesus. Whew. Good old Lair Bear.
Golden T-Mobile World Champion, two-time World Champion. Move over, Tony Johnson. We've got two-time World Champions in our sport. An awesome day. You were sent to the – first off, congrats, my brother.
Thanks, Chad. I appreciate that.
One of my good buddies in this game. You got sent to the loser's bracket kind of early.
Kind of early.
And you had to play a boatload of Golden T-Mobile today, more than anybody. Tell me about your day.
So I kind of started off, I don't even remember my first match. It was Pelican, and I played Pelican 3 times in a row, and I was kind of frustrated. And that match, it was my first match of the day. I was nervous. You know, the nerves were getting me. I wasn't, just like the end of qualifier yesterday, I wasn't swiping straight in that course. Mm-hmm. Anybody can beat anybody on that course.
I agree with that.
And Lance Rosta, he parred hole 17, and that was the difference maker. But after that, it seemed like I found my groove, and there was no more nerves. And almost the fact that I was playing back-to-back games kind of kept me in my groove, and there were no more nerves.
You know, I was kind of following along with the YouTube stream. We had 150, 200 people watching, and the more you played, we had one guy named Tyler Vickersley, I think might have been his name. He said, fun fact, he must have been watching, you went 31, 31, 31, 33 before you got to the championship matches with Chubby Cox. I mean, you got on a heater. And talk about the match you had with Nelson Way. That was a fireworks show.
What a crazy match that was. Nelson beat me yesterday. He sent me to the loser's bracket.
Yep.
And I had him in the Calcutta.
Oh, you did?
I did.
Okay.
I did. So
did you do that on purpose? Did you let him win on purpose at first and then decide you wanted to win?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
But we at that point, I think there was it 3 of us left? Yeah, I beat Tilt to go to that match.
You did.
And we vetoed. And we came on Mayfield. And quite honestly, Mayfield is my favorite course.
Is it really?
It is.
Okay.
I just know it. I can,
yeah.
The stingers, I just know it. And once I got one is always a difference maker. Mm-hmm. That fringe bounces weird a little bit.
I agree. And you hit a javelin on it.
I hit a jav, and the wind was kind of weird. I was like, I'm just going to let the fringe do it.
Yeah,
the work, because
right
I hit it straight.
He hit a sniper. His sniper was long.
And long.
Yeah, and you both. It was interesting because we thought the other time I saw you play Mayfield, you also hit a javelin there. So that just must be the shot that you like there.
I always hit the jav, and it plays 1 click right. So if you have the 1 mile an hour wind 3-iron, 2 clicks, you just play 1 click, let it hit the fringe, and straight in.
Well.
So, but I got that one, and that was when all the nerves left. And then I think 3 was my favorite look on hole 3. I always play that abbreviated 4-iron, and I mean, anytime you're 2 better after 3,
it was early
you're
fireworks.
Feeling good, right?
And that rattles an opponent. It can rattle an opponent because he absolutely knew.
One, right?
Yeah, he did.
Mm-hmm. And then, oh shoot, man! Like I'm feeling good. I hit a shot on 7 that I hit every time, and I've never seen those bushes appear. And
that was interesting.
That was crazy. That was maybe my shot of the day, just because I was up 2 in my mind. I was up 2.
Yep.
And I'm like, first off, I don't want to hit through the bushes. I don't know how much it's going to take off.
Correct.
Will it take any off? Sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah.
And so I played around, and really what I was thinking was the top right side of the green and miss right, so I'll be in the rough for a chip.
Mm-hmm. Worst case scenario.
Right. And since last Worlds, I've been practicing C3s and A1s, which you saw on.
I said you're the king of fulls.
Yeah, the fulls. And so I have dialed those in, and I'm like, all right, I'm going to do that. And then follow that up with a crappy shot on 8, if you remember. I had like a 57-yard chip, and I just it was just one of those moments where I'm like, I know it's 6 clicks or whatever. Hit it straight, and that rolled in, and I kind of felt like, all right, you got this one.
I was surprised you hit that. On 8, that was a mundane look, too. I thought that was a pretty – I talked about it. I said he's going to have a putt on this one. I guarantee it. And it hooked into those trees. And for you, you're talking about that chip, 6 clicks. That was one of your biggest shots of that whole match. It kept the momentum going.
7 and 8 back-to-back.
Yeah, it was great.
However, how's my pace today?
Much better.
Yeah.
And you took the time you needed to take.
Yeah.
You took the time necessary for a big shot or something you weren't too positive about, which everybody would. So your pace was great. Matter of fact, you finished Eagles before Chubby did the second time. So your pace was much better.
Riley plays fast. Munts Beats plays fast, so I knew they were going to be ahead of me. But
That's
long
all right.
story short, when I'm on 9, all of a sudden I hear Munts hole out 10. And I'm like, all right. And then like 2 minutes later, he holes out
another
something else.
eruption. Yep.
And then I think like 5 minutes later, I'm like, are we tied? Like I didn't know
Right.
what I was.
Right.
And then I got hole 14 and whatever. That was a 4 better, I think, to follow my 3 better against
solid, man.
Lumpy and then Eagle. I think you said it on the podcast.
I was going to bring that up.
That's my course.
Like, when we're in contests, and I told Gino, one player you don't really want to see in contests, which leads to a world championship, is Rick Copperthorne on Eagles Peak. Because I rarely see you shoot less than a 27, 28, 29 under. And for you to be able to not only own that course and to get to play Chubby Cox 2 times in a row to win a world championship, and the way you dominate hole 14, I mean, that's
hole 14.
all those things.
Now
man.
you guys see my shots.
Yeah, so
We're
I've been
gonna-
wondering how you make hole 14 all the time. I will be going to lab
Well,
myself.
it's that
and
4-wood
full.
medium.
It's a 4-wood medium T full.
Yep.
And it is money, and I'm sure everyone's going to start doing
I
that
know.
because you've taught everybody the shot. But it was a $10,000 learning experience for you. You get to win that sucker.
Absolutely.
And we just get to win some gold in contests. So good job, man. You played so well today.
Thank you so much, Chad. I appreciate it. It was a nice bounce back, and I'm just happy I was able to make the run, and I appreciate everybody here giving me the high fives and back to back, Windy City and Worlds.
Yeah, you're a live tournament monster. Go up there and get your trophy. Go up there, take some pictures with everyone. And I don't know if we're going to take a break, but
Chubby's coming in.
Chubby's going to say,
Yep.
okay, let me talk to Chubby.
Thanks so much, Chad.
All right. Good job, Rick. Congrats, man. So we're getting Chubby Cox. Let me see if I can get a quick sip of my beverage. Chubby with still got his backpack on. Get comfortable, my friend.
Hi, buddy.
Hi, brother. All right, let's talk about the positives. Played incredible today. Played incredible yesterday. You are a proven, battled live tournament monster. We talk about the players that you don't want to play in these kind of things. You're one of those guys because you're so good at it. And you lost to a guy that owns Eagles Peak, and you had to play it twice.
Yep.
There's no shame in what happened today. We've got to pump you up for how well you played all day long.
Well, thanks.
And anytime you make a mistake, you would salvage it. You're so good with those chips out of the rough. I mean, just talk about your day-to-day. Let's don't talk about the finals until later, but just how you played today up until you faced Rick.
Well, I'll just say the last 2 days, I mean, number one, this tournament rocked. This was a great setup, great group of people. I don't know. It ran very smooth. I felt fortunate to get to where I got, and I ran into a buzzsaw, and I think we all knew that Rick was, a favorite here. I was hoping to God the guy would get knocked out in the losers bracket, right? I mean, that's what I was praying for.
Right.
I'm loving live events. I mean, you play this enough times, playing a live event. I've told countless people who this was their first one. I'm like, listen, you got it under your belt now.
Right.
And I feel like at this point, I feel comfortable being able to play here.
Yeah, and you don't show
nice.
nerves. I mean, you show real confidence, what you're getting ready to do. You make good decisions. I would like to see you slow down a little bit on some of your putts and just settle in and make sure you've got everything lined up. That's the only thing today that I'm like, man, slow down a little bit.
Yep.
But, man, here I am. I finished 15th.
No.
You did really well. You did really well. And you're going to be back like you always are. I appreciate having you in the Calcutta as well. That's a nice payday for everyone.
I hope that benefited you. Yeah, that's great. Good. Listen, I absolutely loved the participation. This is the highest I've finished here, and I don't have any regrets. I mean, I would have loved to make those putts, but otherwise, no. This was good. I played against a player who played much better in this tournament. So
well, I mean, the last 4 matches he had before he went into Eagles, he shot 31, 31, 31, 33.
Yeah.
And then he plays, really what, to me, he's the best Eagles Peak player on the planet, and he gets to play it twice. What was the thought process going into the veto?
I was trying to avoid hole out.
So that's why we chose
watching
Eagles
him
again?
on Mayfield.
I understand.
I was like, I don't want to give this guy the opportunity to blow me out of the water on holdouts. I wanted to win by attrition.
I understand
right?
that. Yeah, and that makes sense. And that's why I said to Adam, I said, there's no way Chubby's going to let him play Mayfield. Zero chance he gets to play Mayfield after what he just saw.
Jesus.
But then I thought you would have cut out Eagles because he's so good at it. I just thought, and you're great at it.
I could have.
But he just.
Retrospective, yes. I absolutely could have done. No. But you're right. There was a moment there where, because I got second pick, I could have done that. He didn't want to play on Rattlesnake. That was clear, and I was just like, well, out of what's left, I'm like, let's go to Eagles Peak. Listen. There's looks on there that are easy to ruin your round, right?
Absolutely.
And I just wanted to play and hopefully outlast them.
Well, you almost did. You only lost by 1 stroke. You had a great tournament, my friend. And
thank you.
Say hi to your friends because you had a lot of people pulling for you today. There's a lot of people in the chat really rooting you on, and Rick as well. But you've got a good fan club, and I think you've got now a 4th place finish in Worlds and now a 2nd place finish.
Yeah,
not bad.
Listen, I'll take it. Would have loved to have won. Appreciate everybody out there, our chat groups, friends at home, stuff like that. This was a shit ton of fun.
Congratulations, my friend.
Thanks,
Great
Chad.
tournament.
You rocked.
All right, man. Okay, so Chubby's going to get his trophies, get his cash, and all the like. Congratulations to him. It's an awesome tournament. We talk about this in our groups. He is a person you do not want to play in live tournaments. He's so steady, makes very few mistakes, doesn't have to hole out a ton, although he can. He just beats you down, and he's done that again. But Rick Hoppathorn, the cream of the crop, gets to play a course that, quite frankly, there is no one in the world better than. And to play it twice, to beat Matt Hansen is unbelievable. The opportunity he was afforded to be able to play that twice, still think that's a mistake. Matt letting Rick get that again, but I understand what he's saying. Trying to avoid a course where maybe the hottest guy in the room, for sure, a hole-out king, a hole-out merchant, as Tony Johnson likes to say. You don't want him playing a course with a lot of flat greens that he can just fire at will. But Eagles Peak, man, it's hard to beat a guy like Rick on that course. And Rick double dips him. Becomes a 2-time Golden T-Mobile World Champion. You see the screen there. There is Johnny Noble. There's Kevin Lindsay and our 2 great participants. 2nd place in the world, Matt Hansen, and your grand champion, your 2-time Golden T-Mobile World Champion, Rick Hoppathorn. What a tournament this has been. 2 days has flown by. Great stories abound. A lot of players. Look at that $10,000 check. Rick Hoppathorn. What is he going to do with $10,000 in Vegas tonight? It might be a better show than this tournament was. So congratulations to Rick. We're going to be back at 7 o'clock tonight, Pacific time. And we are going to have last chance qualifier on Target Rush, the Arcade World Championship in 2024. It is on deck. Look at Rick one more time waving that $10,000 check, 1st place prize, 2-time world champion. And we've got a whole lot more of Golden Tee this weekend. Saturday, Sunday, we will crown another world champion. The 35th anniversary of this great arcade game that has been so long and has done so well. A $35,000 prize will await the winner of the 2024 Golden Tee Mobile World, or the Golden Tee World Champion. There is Kevin Lindsay. He will be on deck tomorrow, probably on deck tonight. Adam Kramer, I don't think you'll see him tonight. That voice is worn out. Hands up for him. I mean, give him a pat on the back. He called every single match on stream today, and it was a real pleasure. So I want to say goodbye for the 24 Golden T-Mobile World Champion. Pardon me, I need to talk to the producers, okay? We are going to go to break. We will see you back 7 p.m. Pacific time. Target Rush, last chance qualifier, Arcade World Championship this weekend. Be here for it at the Palms Hotel and Casino. I'm Chad Schrump. We will see you this weekend.